I'm sure. It was right.
No. No, there was other. You're there.
Change.
So.
Should be this.
Flash of the window. I'm sure.
Maybe.
Just right.
Yes.
Because it changed.
Let's try. That was the YouTube, so the. I did.
Okay.
Hey, Christy, can you hear anything on there?
What?
It's not taking any count.
What?
You move this to the other side.
Oh.
Get it out of you. She lives over there, so that better. It may not, but I'm thinking if it's closer to the boat.
We got multiple issues, right? All right. But you need to have access to the spreadsheet that I have. But she's actually working it in the actual system. Can we work off of the spreadsheet until you guys can update the system?
Am I reading this up?
Afterwards?
I don't know.
Since we're, I think that's what we're doing.
Oh, it may, just because I didn't have the sound.
Yeah, I know you're.
How many matches you got about there?
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine.
Okay, just want to make sure. She did.
Oh, this is somebody. Yeah.
It runs all the stuff.
Yeah, vacations, it's not just not anybody else or.
For the one we're still back. We're about to display.
It's a lot. It's heat. Us happy, we want to be.
All right.
And
I'm
Friday,
gonna call meeting to order.
I'm happy with Friday.
We're gonna begin with the, we still have some tech issues, but we have to keep trucking here. I want to start today, again, we'll reintroduce Greg Garatoz, and he's going to give us a little bit of a discussion on revenue and our sustainability from a document he's prepared. But just some rules about how the workshop will work before we get started. Each department, of course, has presented their budget in writing, proposed budget. Today is a workshop to have discussions about the priorities, about the overall spending plan for 2026. Together, hopefully we can make some adjustments to that align closer with our revenue. The way procedurally this will work is if we can reach a consensus with the department head on any changes in what the proposed budget is, those changes will be made and communicated well during the meeting. And that working budget will then stand, go on to be published and be the published budget that we would then have a public hearing on and potentially take further action on as we move ahead. If we have a situation where consensus is not reached, council does have the right to move to make a motion. To make an adjustment to the budget. If that is made, we will act on that and the working budget will be changed to reflect that motion, if passed. If there are no comments by council on the department's presentation, we'll dismiss the presenter and their budget will stand as presented and move on to the next phase of our budget adoption. Any new positions or structural pay adjustments outside of the general cost of living adjustments before we move on to final passage will require a motion by council. And anything today that is set by motion would be subject, still subject to further edits up until the time of adoption. But however, anything today that is set by motion would definitely require a motion in the future to change it. And we can't just change it by consensus moving forward. So those are kind of the outline of what's kind of the procedure we followed last year, and I think it worked well. So we will proceed with that. I want to, as they continue to work on tech, I want to introduce Greg again. And he's going to take a few minutes to talk about some of the work he's been doing as far as our revenue and sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, John. Again, my name's Greg Garrett. I'm president of Financial Solutions Group, and we have a team back in Plainfield, Indiana. We don't, we're not up in the rich and famous area of Carmel West. We have too high a rent. So, I'm a farm boy, actually own a part of a farm in Knox County, so, fairly close. And I've been doing budgets and municipal work for quite a long time. So our team back in Plainfield, we do cities, towns, counties, schools, you name it, and library corporations. And so there isn't a question, you know, I love when someone says, well, this might be a dumb question to ask. There is no dumb question to ask, okay? Because yes, we're going into, you heard me say it, challenging time. Now, I was really impressed. I must have heard revenue spoken about 3 or 4 times already today. And what I'm used to is most people talk about raising expenses, but not raising revenue. And I'm telling you, the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to be about the revenue side. There's no doubt about it. Okay, now, Judy did a really great job of taking and introducing to the county council the 4% growth quotient. You know, when I saw that come out, Jeff Thompson, by the way, who is a chairman of Ways and Means, is actually, I vote for him. So I live in Hendricks County and he's in my area. And so if I have a question every once in a while, I'll go to Rural King and I'll catch Jeff Thompson, Representative Thompson at Rural King at the popcorn machine. And then we might go have lunch, which we did that right after SB1 took place. And I said, Jeff, why did we get a 4% growth quotient? And I said, that was way too nuts, given what all is going on. And I'm assuming you've seen Judy's calculation that said that could potentially be $344,000 of additional revenue. And this is important too. My understanding, I'm in the new group role. So for the new group, that's important because normally then everybody would say, okay, 4% growth quotient in our maximum levy. Let's do 3% overall budget. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Remember, there's 3 components of revenue, and I'm going to put them in 3 buckets: property taxes, income taxes, and then everything else. Okay. And so a lot of places, when you go to the growth quotient on property taxes, sure, it's going to be 4%. But remember, I said, Jeff, why were you so nice to us? That seems unreasonably high. Well, the answer is the $300, the 10% or $300 tax credit that is coming next year, okay, is in our calculations right now at $150 per bill over 8,000 homes. That's going to take away about $1.3 million countywide, 500,000 for just the county itself. So what happened is max levy went up, New credit comes in, takes the max levy even lower than zero. It's gonna take it to a negative. It's gonna take it down by about a couple hundred thousand, matter of fact, 536,000. We projected on page 8, and I know we're gonna go a little bit more through the sustainability on during the lunch hour. So I think that the important point is property tax levy is not going up by 4%. Why was it 4%? In general, LSA did a analysis that in statewide, the $300 means about 2%. Well, guess what? We haven't found anybody on that average. Everybody's losing more than 2%. They're losing almost all of their growth quotient, and then think I said here, you're losing all of it and then more, okay? So that's what's happening on the property tax side. Income tax side, you guys are, the sustainability proved you were almost the lowest in the state of Indiana. Okay, so you're going to get some growth in your income taxes, but it is not going, I call it, it's not gonna be something to write home to, really write home to mom about, okay, and say, we're gonna get this much more money, and in fact, you don't get really anything in the general fund. You're basically on page 8, running with property taxes. Next thing I always run, next question I already always ask is the sheriff. And John shared some information about level 6 revenue and housing other counties prisoners. And then, you know, I've done half a dozen jails throughout the last 5 years of new jails being opened up, and even the ones that are opened up are not full. Hancock County is about half. Hendricks County is probably about half. And so there is room in the various jails, but what we brought down, Sheriff, is your revenue in the general fund some. I fought pretty hard in Martin County with the sheriff, and he was taking a lot of prisoners, and we were trying to raise the salaries based upon that. We all knew it would go away, and this year it's gone away. Okay, so now we're going down to zero almost in there. We've left yours around 125,000, down from the 255 that it was in 2024. And these are things that I want the council to say, wow, you know, you went too low. Please tell me if you know, on these cases. The other thing is very, very important, and I'll then we'll jump into the budgets, but interest income. Okay, this is what's going to sink everybody's ship, because interest income has been coming in. You had $469,000 in 2024. Okay, your highest probably ever. So good job, treasurer. But guess what? I'm sorry, if you're not aware of this, they're going to get rid of Chairman Powell, and probably, you know, as soon as they can, if not sooner. But the interest rates will be coming down. You do have a good investable balance. You've done good with your cash position. And so, but we brought that interest income down to a reasonable level, and maybe not low enough. So I guess when you look at the general fund and you've got property taxes, you've got the significant impact of circuit breaker and what's going to happen there with the $300 credit that is coming up to $300 on everybody's tax bill next year. This is going to get to be challenging times. And as everybody knows, in 2 years, less than 2 years now, you will be creating LITs for probably the world, according to Pike County, and you know, and for yourself, for the county as a whole. And so I've got some calculations that I've already done there, and kind of putting you on course for what's going to happen at that point. So the challenge or the good news is, if we think about revenue as much as we think about expenses, and I'm not talking about, we kind of chit chatted here about, I'm all for the tourism tax or the innkeeper tax. I mean, that makes a tremendous amount of sense. We talked about putting it on the campground. Well, that kind of hurts the locals. Okay, so I understand this. This is not about trying to create more revenue from locals, because quite frankly, you don't have that many people here. But you've got to be thinking in the future about, I like to say, assessed value. If you bring in 100 million of assessed value, that's great, but it's not doing a lot for me in the next 3 to 5 years. I gotta bring in 100 million of assessed value, and I gotta bring in 500 jobs. Okay, 500 jobs have to live in Pike County for you to have what I call economic smart growth. If the 500 jobs live in the neighboring county, remember, that's not going to help your income in the future. So you've got to set up the atmosphere, and I think the tourism might get some people to come here and say, hey, I like visiting, and now I want to build a house here. Okay, and I may put some of my, even if it's in retirement income, income is going to be the name of the game, no doubt about it, for the next 3 to 5 years. And as we chart Pike County's runway, I call it, we're on a runway right now with the 2026 budget. 2027 budget's going to be just as important. When we get to the new lit in 2028, what you do in 26 and 27 is so important with this budget, because that's going to set the level of where you go. So I'll step down off my soapbox. I'm sorry. I like to educate and make sure that everybody understands, and there's a lot to understand. And so, John, is there anything you wanted me to specifically hit other than keep in mind general fund page 8? So, because we could go on, right?
I mean, we could dissect and get in, chase a lot of squirrels here,
Yeah.
but you did mention the jail revenue.
Yeah.
You lowered, you essentially cut out everything but the revenue we get from other counties.
Correct.
Can you explain more about why,
Well, so-
why you zeroed the state?
So level 6, how many, Sheriff, how many level 6s do you have right now?
We're holding right now, waiting for DOC.
Yeah.
I think we've only got like 3 or 4.
Okay.
So you're,
And as you know, in the past, they set a level and they gave you a set amount of money each and every year. And now that game's over. They are now taking actual counts. Sure, the rate went up a measly, what, $3 or $42.50, I think it is, from $37.50, $5.
Yeah, but that in hindsight, if we hold a level 6 from this point on, our county will be subject to medical bills. We're used to, we was not that way. So
Yeah.
anytime we would hold a level 6, which I can explain that earlier or later on when we get to our budget, but yeah, we don't need to hold it.
Yeah, so, and they've got room, it's my understanding, they have room in their end too. For their customers, and so that's what I like to call it, and so that's why, John, the world had, it's called a new state budget, and they are cutting everything they can, and guess who they're piling it on?
I got a good guess.
Pardon?
So I got a good guess on who that. All right,
All right,
well, Greg, yeah, I know, and we look forward to diving deeper into this and over our working lunch. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So with that, we did have one, Stephanie, we probably should have maybe let you talk earlier, but if you don't care, just give us, today's not your hearing, today's just a workshop, but I know you came. If you want to take, I don't want you to have to sit here all day. if you have just a couple minutes that you want to share with us,
No more than 5 minutes, all I'm.
okay. Yeah, please go ahead. We're gonna take a quick, discussion from library and then we'll go start with the regular departments.
So there've been a lot of talk about libraries and budgets this last legislative season. And I didn't come last year to the budget workshop with you guys, so I felt like maybe this year it would be pertinent since there's been a lot of legislation around us. So just as a reminder, you guys do appoint two members to my board. The commissioners appoint two members to my board and the school board appoints three members. So they are my fiscal board as far as they do the monthly bills, they do the budget, but you guys still have access to who you put on the board. So I am still accountable to you through those things. So if you ever have any questions, you can ask your appointed board members, or, you know, give me a call. I get it that the library is kind of one of those things that are, it's a gray area for a lot of people to understand. We are governed by the Indiana State Library, and if you don't know, their budget was cut by 48%. They were cut the most by the legislature. And what that in turn means for me is I've lost all of my internet money. So $8,000 to $10,000 was given to Pike County to cover the internet expenses, and that is gone for us. Not only the impact of SB1, and you all know I don't get lit. I run solely on property tax and interest income, and now I've lost all of the money from the Indiana State Library. We also have to pay for audits with the State Board of Accounts. My last audit ran me $10,000 to $15,000 last year. So I still have to pay for those kinds of things through property tax. I am still accountable to the DLGF. I've had my budget meeting with Robert, and when you talk about losing the growth quotient, that is true. I will lose approximately $20,000 this year. My growth quotient wasn't much more than that. So yes, even the library has lost its complete growth quotient. As I mentioned in the beginning, the Indiana legislature has not been real understanding of what happens in libraries. And I think that maybe we need to do a better job in communicating with you guys what we do. Our priorities are customer service truly for the entire county. If you don't know, we are the ones hosting the county legal kiosk. It was offered to come to the county courthouses first. The county courthouse said, no, go ahead and give it to the library. So we are maintaining the legal kiosk in Pike County. I am your Pike County librarian. I am the county librarian. I do have several degrees. So I do have the skill set to run this library system. We have notaries, we have printing, we have faxing, we do laminating, and any general business services that you don't have to drive to Staples to get done, we do it here in Pike County. And we have residents who come to us for those things. I know, you know, we have books, we have physical books, we have online books. If you didn't know, the state legislature says I have to pay 8% of my budget on collections. So when my budget went up 4%, I have to pay 8% in collections off the top. Okay, so for me, that's about $70,000 that I have to pay. And I don't mean have to, I love the fact that I get to provide online and physical collections for our community, but just so that you know, that's a cost that I have to pay. We added a new story walk. It was a grant from last year. We have a brand new story walk out there for the community on the Fit Trail, for everybody to come and see. You all know we have the study spaces, we have the workspaces, it's all free. The Imagination Library, we're covering the Imagination Library. The bill for that was $350 last month. Okay, the library is paying for that for our community, and the state legislature is looking at cutting the other half. I don't know how I'm gonna come up with $700 a month to pay for this Imagination Library, but it's important for our community. Let alone the community events and engagements that we do. We, once again, we operate off property taxes. I look for grants, we do donations. fines and fees, all those kinds of things. We have a huge history department open 6 days a week. We just got a thank you letter today from people from Missouri that John got to read. So thankful that our history department and ancestry is open 6 days a week, manned with 2 to 3 people. And we keep that a priority. Do we want me to cut the history part of the library? You know, where did these cuts come from? You guys are gonna face this, I'm facing this. We have people who come from out of county to come to our library because of our Pike County people, our staff, because they're so wonderful. My plan is to prioritize the staff, figure out how to cut in other places. We are in the middle of remodeling the children's section at Winslow, and we'll stay within the gross quotient. Remember, everything is free at the library. You already pay for it. And we will continue to do the best that we can, as you will, with the funds that you are given. All done.
Actually hit 5 minutes, that's great.
Perfect. Any questions? I was trying, guys, but I feel like it's important.
We'll sure talk more. So,
Thank you so much.
Anything you want to share in advance of the next meeting, as far as emails, we'll make sure everyone gets it, so.
Okay.
Kind of a summary maybe of what your adjustments would be, that always helps rather than just having it here at the
Will do.
public presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move to county commissioners, and Christie is going to present. You know, it's gonna be hard to see up there. Do you want to,
I can keep up.
can you kind of zoom to fill the width screen?
I think we've got it as wide as we can get it, didn't we?
Oh, okay. All right, so do you want to talk about the binders real quick on how the binders are set up? Yeah.
The binders are set up in numerical order of your funds. So if anybody, and I thought they did a really good job on your tabs so that you can find them. So as long as we tell you the number of the fund. Now, of course, general fund is set up by the department. And commissioner's department is 0068, which is where we're starting.
All right. Go ahead, Christie.
Okay, do you want me to just hit on changes or how do you want to do it?
Yeah, just whatever you got prepared for us.
Okay. So just put in 3% for the raises. No changes, except, I mean, I always do 5% increase, generally based off FICA and PERF. But Judy will set those numbers officially once we decide on a raise. Group health, I did not change the number of people. It's a little over this year though, so I did take it back down to what my original calculation was last year. You guys can do with that what you want, but rates did not change. We're gonna be, I have that we need 763,000, just a little over, and we have 850 right now, so I brought that down some. Work comp and the commercial insurance, I put that in for the whole county. But if you guys decide you want that to remain out of separate funds, we can decrease that back to my normal amounts. No real.
That's in which line item? Is that it?
That is work comp 107.50.
Yeah,
So I normally ask for 8,500. I've got the 65 in there. That would be full county. And then I believe it's 30300, yeah, for commercial insurance. Guessing again there as a 10% estimate. I just actually reached out to Lana that works with Chris to start our quote for next year. So we'll be starting to work on those, hopefully. Hopefully we can see some better quotes, but I can't guarantee it on that. No real changes on just the general instruction, schooling, copy machine, postage. You will see utility lines in the commissioner's budget that normally I've not had. So the telephone, the internet service, electricity, water, solid waste, that is for the Winslow building. There was some discussion between John and Greg and the commissioners or Mark during some operation meetings, to put that in the commissioner's budget since it's commissioner's building and it's not necessarily just the health department. So we have estimated those line items. Our comprehensive mental health, that's a good number for LGF. I've got the 45,000 in for pause. Added 2,000 for county land expense. That's the taxes for the Melheiser building that we will still owe next year because January 1, when it was assessed, it was private. That's really all the big, for soil and water, commissioners recommended 10,000, but Amity is here. If you guys want to let her do her presentation, it's usually just a minute or two.
We'll do that. We'll get those.
Okay. Do you have any questions on my commissioners? Lines?
On your insurance, first of all, are you fully insured or are you self-insured?
We're fully insured.
Okay, and so there is no stop loss then, or anything like, and do you have a plan that you use?
Like for
The
medical?
hospitals, no, okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
And are you talking group health or like our commercial?
Group health first.
Group health, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, yeah, we're seeing like we're seeing like 10% increases, we're seeing significant.
Now, our group health premiums didn't change this year for the first time since I've been here, but
Yeah.
that is through the union.
And
So
that-
we are,
and that a recent number they've given you.
yes, so those are flat numbers for 26, those are guaranteed.
Gotcha.
But that's the first time that's happened since I've been here, which is 10 years. But it's a union, it's through the Teamsters Union, so,
We already have them locked in.
yeah,
Super,
yeah.
okay, and then building. Insurance for
Yes.
buildings and things like that, I've actually had some counties that have been turned down. By travelers and some of those because of the liability now being associated with Jews.
And we do struggle, that is, last year we had a 22% increase across the board for our commercial policy. And we do struggle getting extra quotes. So that when I mentioned, EMS is actually insured through they're separate. And so she's quoting for us this year to trying to kind of go out of the box and reach out a little bit further than our normal local and see if we can get a better quote, because it 22% last year was a huge increase in our policy, but yes.
So what did you do on group or on property insurance increase?
What, for this year,
Yes,
I did 10%,
10, okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, they do the count, yeah.
So one of the things Christie struggles with, and she's talked to us about this a couple times, is separating those liabilities to each department. And there's a lot of guessing done to do that.
It is,
The insurance company tries to help her with it, but they just don't understand the moving parts the way we have.
and they did it this year, so I did it,
Oh.
Brenda Minnie had always done it, I did it this year, the Hill Group did it. I did it last year, sorry, Hill Group did it this year, and she sent me a pretty good breakdown, and then I just kind of tweaked it, like she had the nurse, liability under EMS, I believe, just some small tweaks, but they did a pretty good job. I don't know if that was the reason our invoices were so late coming to us, but I'm gonna guess it was, because our policy renews March 3rd. I don't think we got our invoices until end of May. It's May when we started paying them, or even June. It may have been June, and then they wanted us to pay them real quick because they had been so long. But we didn't have the invoice, and I can only assume that was because of breaking that down. It's hard to break down that liability. I mean, property,
Right.
auto, those are easy, but that liability part, the umbrella, those kind of things, they get a little tricky. So I have mentioned, and I know you guys weren't a huge fan, Didn't seem like it, just because it's paid out of so many different funds. But I put it in under the general. If you don't want to, that's fine. We'll do it as normal, but those numbers can be tweaked if we,
So the cost is what the cost is. The question is, do
we
the
pay it?
commissioners absorb it in general?
Right,
Or do you want each department to make a deduction out of their
correct,
individual funds to pay that bill?
yes.
What do you normally see?
I don't want my state board of accounts auditor to tackle me on this, but everything with commissioners, period. Trying to allocate, this is property. I mean, we even try to, do you allocate group insurance?
So, yeah, some of the funds
Just
pay it,
government
there are,
grant funds.
I pay for 93, but 93 people, but I think there's like 18 or 20 that are paid, yeah.
So let's stay with property. I've seen people try and allocate it to the different, and they go right back to the commissioner, one lump sum, because it might have made a difference if you had a jail LIT, because you could allocate it there, but you don't. So I think you're creating more work than it's worth. That's personal,
Listen to
that's
this.
company opinion.
You know you like this guy, right?
Greg, unless you see a mathematical reason, I mean, I think unless you want to veto me, because you've got a lot of that experience, audit experience, but no, it becomes a nightmare.
I think the reasoning behind it historically has just been accountability. Showing department heads what it truly costs them to operate and make sure they're fully aware that what they do and how they do it affects rates. I don't know if that's,
So that cost is definitely in. It's double because.
Yes, because everybody else put theirs in, yeah.
In their budgets also. So
Yeah.
that will
so
certainly
we'll need
increase
to watch for that as we go through here. If we want to,
And I actually lowered our work comp a little bit just because our audits have been lower. But I don't have our audit for last year's yet. I expect it honestly anytime. If I get that, that could change that number a little bit, but I may want to look at that one again and just double check.
Is every department in this 400,000?
Yes.
Every department,
everybody.
EMS, highway.
Well, that's true.
I am partially in that.
Chris is work comp.
in there, but my property was not.
Everybody we pay, the Hill Group, which was German American Insurance, is in that. Besides Chris, but his work comp people are in there, yes.
And so Christie, so the work comp went up to 65 from 85, 65,000.
Okay, so that's if I pay the bill in full. The 85 was just when I was only doing for like the courthouse and the trash site
Yeah,
employees.
so there would have to be deletions.
Yes, all throughout the,
You know,
like all the departments right now have it in.
yeah, so it's double counted right now.
Yes.
Is what-
That's what Judy warned me about that.
Yes,
Yeah. So I'm used to that being in here for total also.
You did have a reduction in the hardware software.
yes, so last year and that will be a really close number. But last year I had an additional, I think, 11,000 that I had budgeted for, the cybersecurity, can't think of it. Our endpoint detection and response, I cannot think of the CrowdStrike. And we're getting that free through the state, so that is guaranteed. Ekmundi actually just went to a meeting a couple weeks ago, and that is guaranteed through next year. I believe he said, I'm thinking halfway through 27, maybe they said, and then it'll be up for grabs again, whether that's paid or not, but for next year, it's gonna be paid by the state.
Do you have a separate IT department?
It's me.
You don't? That's what I thought.
We contract out for like our backups and major things to Ekmundi and Jasper. little things or
So.
I run
Huge
interference.
deal there, because you've heard Green County, Monroe County, and those horror stories. And you'll pay 5 times what you got here as far as line item, yet text
Yes,
and phishing emails and things like that. I'm assuming you do those.
yes.
Yeah.
So that has been my goal over the last couple of years, has been specific cybersecurity insurance. And the know before, for phishing, the training, the, endpoint detection and response, all of that they're the top 5 things the cybersecurity insurance is asked for. So we've gotten all of those in place now, and should be in a much better place than we were 5 years ago.
And then educating employees.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yep.
Super.
So moving on, I guess maybe what's is council okay? Asking for consensus with keeping these insurance items in the commissioner's budget, not separating them.
So this is commercial that we're talking about.
Well-
We don't have the medical in it.
Group health is-
commercial and work comp would be everybody but Chris, except work comp is Chris. Medical is just the same as it's always been. I've never, since we don't really get an invoice for that, I did not change that. I just our commercial and work comp is what I put in for everybody,
With
my-
the exception of EMS for
commercial
commercial.
and, yeah, like commercial auto property, that. Health insurance, Judy, I did not change. I'm still on the 93 people.
I think what was budgeted last I looked by all the departments seems to be working well.
If it's, like I said, we're gonna pay it one place or the other.
It simplifies things and it doesn't cost anything and it makes the process simpler. We don't have to decide where the fees go. We budget for them every year. In respectively, and try to weight it.
If council's okay by consensus, we will do that and we will eliminate the pieces of the budget as we go through the other departments. Speak now if anyone has any objection. All right. So. We have, so I guess, yeah, we need to take in,
I'm sorry,
we need to take solid waste.
soil and water.
Soil and water.
Yes, yeah, if you would listen to Amity, because she's in that department, yeah.
That's in this line. You just, it's a level request as far as what commissioners have forwarded to us.
Okay. All right, what we're asking for is 20,000. First item is the district technician position. We'd like to see it picked up as a county employee with a benefit package. And this role directly benefits our county's landowners by assisting in invasive species management, allowing the development of soil health and water quality education programs and other outreach events. This grant, it's a grant funded position. It's partially funded by a grant, partially funded with the SWC funds. And the grant is set to complete at the end of 2026. Our goal is to align with the level of support received by each surrounding county in Southwest Indiana by gaining the district technician position as a county funded position with benefits. And until that goal can be reached, we're submitting a request for 50% of the annual salary required to hire and retain a qualified technician. Next, I've got the office supply budget. We're requesting 2,000 for general operating and office supplies. And the third item is per diem. The SWCD Board of Supervisors devote a lot of time and effort outside of just the monthly board meetings to see that the SWCD stays at its peak performance. And per diem is the only compensation that the board receives besides that of vocal recognition for their hard work.
What was the per diem request?
2,000.
The commissioners have given us 10,000 and what they've supplied us, but you're suggesting 24 total,
20.
20 total. Okay, so of the 20. 4 is for, 2 is for office supplies.
It was for office supplies,
Two
it
is
was for per diem, and 16,
What's the current per diem?
it's $35. It's,
Total.
oh, are you talking about per person?
Total amount.
That is sent? I'm not,
So you're requesting $2,000 total for per diem.
yes,
What's the total for per diem currently?
I'm not understanding what you're asking me, I'm sorry. What, is it what we're spending?
Are they getting a per diem, are the board members getting a per diem now?
Yes, it's
What's the
$35
total for the year, for all board members for the whole year?
So you said it's $35
per person per event they attend.
per event, and generally 12 events, or
It's, they get per diem if they attend board meetings, it's a monthly board meeting. We have 5 board members. If they attend any kind of other conferences or anything throughout the year, the days that they participate in those conferences, they'll receive per diem.
Like change.
Mhm.
So 2,000.
35 times 5 times 12.
2,100.
So. I think we had this last year. I just want to encourage you to talk to commissioners. Because the request is in the commissioner's budget. So if commissioners present us with a request for amount, we usually don't increase the request unless commissioners will increase what they're requesting. I understand what you're saying. I know we've had these conversations. But just want to encourage the dialogue with them because it needs to flow through them for us to act.
And I did.
And she does, so all 3 of them that will talk to you today under the week, they do also, they come to the commissioners first.
Travis, do you have anything? Oil and water.
No, like I said, better for the work today, it is very important. A lot of folks don't understand the amount of what they do, how to bring it back to the county. I have always supported the position, their taking.
Anything else, Brandon? Thank you. All right, we're ready then. Anything else for Christie on commissioners before we go to courts? We gotta keep moving courthouse.
Okay.
This is 0161.
Yep, so, yeah, 161, sorry, those are all there. Again, I did 3% for Lona and Tubby. Our janitorial supplies, I did decrease a little bit. We did some shopping around. Last year, we've changed the company we go with and we've saved quite a bit of money. Telephone also I got that down. I worked with Morgan at Sparklight for half a year and we got that, down to where it should be about 17,000 a year instead of the 28. Our electricity bill, it's running a little bit, it's better than has been over the few years when we did the thermostats. But we did just have a really high one, so we're still working through a few tweaks with that, so that's very close. Water is up again. Really not much change here. Trying to see if there's anything. Don't really see any big changes for the courthouse budget. Except that we won't have appointing in there.
What about the restroom stuff? We're gonna find another home for that, and that's gonna be.
Yeah, so the design plan is in seated for this year. I have asked, just to update the rest of you during an operations meeting. With the changes coming up, we decided instead of updating all the bathrooms, we would get them to break it down to the main four being ADA compliant, that were the two on the first floor, the jury, and the third floor bathroom, to try to make those ADA compliant in phase one. And then updating cosmetically all the other bathrooms in a separate phase. That way, if we just don't feel like we've got the money to do it, those are already broken out. I've talked to one company, they've already updated the quote that we had. I'm waiting on the other two, but we've got 25,000 in the budget this year for the design and bid process and all of that. The discussion was for me to just come back with the additional one. We had some numbers. So that's where we're at still right now. I don't have the updated quotes for the design and schematics and the bidding process yet. But I should within a few weeks, and everyone really wants to move forward with that.
Anything else on courthouse? You wanna go into landfill? That's status quo.
Okay. The numbers in the landfill are actual numbers I have quoted from regional services. Those are the things we're required to do because we're still under post-closure. Until, I believe 27, we're done with post-closure. I believe that's our 30 years.
What's our number on it?
What's it? 0503.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, Greg.
I'll say.
Yeah, it's just 3 lines.
Yeah, and like I said, those are numbers they quoted us. It's for monitoring our wells out at the old landfill. And then the professional service, they help us with our report. And then the $10 for the contract maintenance.
Yeah, what's that?
That is what we pay to the Gray Farms for crossing into it, for getting into there.
Oh, for access easement.
Yeah.
Interesting. Anything? We'll just keep going here. 0506 solid waste.
All right, this is my big ask. Okay, so I know this isn't the best year to ask, but I figure years coming up are only gonna be worse. So we took over the site attendance and we took over the sites fully from PCRC in 2019. And at that time, they were getting paid just like 8.25. The percentage of raises that they've gotten has went along with the county. It's just not keeping up. So currently our site attendants make $11.33 during the week. They make $11.85, I believe, on the weekends, on Saturday. And the senior site attendant makes $12.88. Up until this point, I have never had a struggle to keep those sites staffed. The last 4 or 5 months I have. We've actually shut down sites. I've went through 3 or 4 people. This last time just even struggled to get applications. It's just not feasible in my mind to try and keep people for $11.33 an hour. I mean, it's not the hardest job, but it is out in the elements. It is working with trash. They are a face of the county. They deal with a big majority of our public people. And most of them are retired or disabled, or, that's not their like only source of money. They would never make it on that. But we have a good staff. We have the sites, honestly, Petersburg's the busiest site and that it is clean. I have had the mayor tell me, I've had other people tell me how well they think it looks. So, my ask is for 14. I did, Cinda reached out to some other solid waste management districts and asked them what their employees were making. Jasper's making $14.38, but she said that would probably go up a little bit. Gibson County is union, so they're all full-time and they're making $21.59. We didn't get any feedback from any other companies, or any other counties, sorry. So that's all I have to base it off of. And if you do give them a substantial change, I would ask that we delete the Saturday premium. It doesn't really entice anyone to work the Saturday. And I feel like it's just more trouble for Audra, for everybody with payroll. So if we give them a substantial adjustment, I feel like we could just do away with the Saturday premium. So that's my big ask.
What were you wanting to take the senior side attendant to?
15. She does help me, she does almost all of the call-ins. So when people call in, she works to get that site covered, and I'm gonna be honest, the majority of times, if she can't, she will cover it herself. If she can.
That's big.
It's huge.
She's good.
Yeah, she is good, and it's a huge help to me. Just a little background on that. Sorry, John.
That takes your overall up by $11,000 a year.
And just a little background on that too. Solid Waste Management District does pay us a reimbursement for that. So they're paying in. If you guys look at the spreadsheet that I sent by email. They did not like, so when we went from PCARC to taking that over personally, they did not decrease their amount, but the county did save money by taking that over ourselves. They did not decrease the amount they were giving us. So if you look, county reimbursement as it is from right now, we're close to 90,000 from them. We also get revenue from our stickers. So all the stickers, I pay about 6,500 for the stickers. The stores sell them. The revenue we get back is, closer to 100,000 on that. So it's not all from the county, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We're not paying them solely from the county. Now we are paying the work comp insurance on them. We're paying taxes on them. We pay other things. We pay the insurance for the sites. But Solid Waste Management District does reimburse us a lot on the wages.
Could that potentially be taken up to cover part of the fringe as well?
Yep, and I actually did the numbers wrong. When Donnie asked me the amount to estimate for her, I told her 18% because I used the 2026 number of the full wages instead of the 2025 number when I divided. So I told her 18%, where if you look at I believe it's the Form 1, wherever the wages are, it's actually my increase for them is like 24%, I think. So she didn't raise it quite as much as what I'm asking for, but she did go ahead and put 18% increase in her budget. So that's the 101 number on that spreadsheet. If you look, for the 2026 estimate, the county reimbursement, instead of that being at 90, it would be 101,952. That's if they increase it the 18%.
I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me right now. Does that just cover the wages, or does that cover? What I'm asking is solid waste in a position where they could cover part of the fringe as well.
They probably could, but I think they're only supposed to pay for recycling
portion.
type stuff, yes, so. I don't know if we would be getting a little over. Because they do pay so much of the wages. I don't know if we would stay at that kind of, it's not like a perfect number, a 50-50 number, but it's.
State board's just looking for justification.
Right.
But I don't see why you wouldn't have justification for the same percentage of fringe as you would for. So.
Yeah, they're actually paying more in wages than we are though. The county, so it kind of evens out that the county pays those other things,
Gotcha.
but.
All right, now your number 96,200 for site attendance is 600 plus less hours than last year, the 25.
Well, we closed Bowman.
Okay.
So some of that impact is gonna be that Bowman's no longer a site.
Okay.
But double check me, I mean, if I,
So action items we need to consider are the site attendant raise, eliminating salary premium.
I don't really think there's any other major changes. Really the only other change, utilities I actually decreased by 1,000 because of the Bowman site as well, not being in there. The only other change is a few $100s in our rentals. The Stendal site has asked for an increase, which they've not asked for one since, since I've been here. So, they asked for that to go up, I believe, $250 from 500 a year to 750 for the rent for that land where we have it.
Any,
They all did this.
that's one show.
Expenses.
For solid waste management district, I thought Cinda sent it, but did she
Or
not?
something, if you're on the 506 tab, G, is that the what you said, instead of it in the packet? So, it's toward the, after the 144 and the 41.
Older need to check.
He says it may fit in there, but we believe fit in.
Do you guys want to take any action on this now, or just let it stand for now and then we can address that later or a change later?
John, I do have the revenue expenses for the last 5 years. And any additional expenses like highway garage, pickups and stuff that we spent.
These are the lowest paid county employees. I mean, it's what it boils down to.
Yeah. It's in a world where they could walk into a gas station probably and make a couple dollars more, if not. And they are out in the elements, you know, they work through.
This is what's in.
That's what I sent. He's talking about what,
He's talking solid
for
waste.
solid waste management district, revenue and expenses.
I didn't have that.
Yeah, Cinda, I made it up for him. I'm not sure if it got sent out.
So they're making it,
11:33 Monday through,
33, except in the scene.
yes. And currently on Saturdays, they're making 11:85.
What's your recommendation? It's 14 back on.
Just.
All right. Is everyone comfortable leaving the proposed increase in currently? With the understanding that the revenue coming up as well, so it's you.
Take the $14 raise.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, to publish the budget with these raises for the bills where we're at. Maybe it's raising that. Subject to further action, of course. Okay, nothing being heard will advance. Again, once we set the budget by our rules, this will require a motion in our adoption meeting on approving anything above the cost of living that can come in. Next to weed control, that's always just a place. First, QCAP development is next. It's where we are.
Okay.
We did not. No, we skipped. I apologize. So we took soil and water out of order. Okay, so weed control 574. that's minimal.
Yeah,
$50.
Okay.
yeah, it was just,
Moving on. Human Cap Development Fund 1138.
I don't think I have anything.
1138, we've got,
We can keep this down. You just wanted her to keep cap.
right.
Right.
She didn't have anything in.
Usually that's where I have my ADA
Yeah,
improvements,
88
but
improvements and
because we're
Okay.
gonna come in and ask for an additional on that, I didn't put anything for next year because likely the bathrooms will still be going on. Or maybe just starting even by then.
And then, ARPA, that's all underway. There's really no,
It's done.
all right. You ready to move to seated then? Fund 1112,
Yep. Want me to go through my stuff first and then,
yes.
so. I'll leave tourism out. Official bonds and insurance isn't changing. That is the revolving loan fund. Bond, electricity isn't changing. That is, sirens and also the, no, I'm sorry, not the sirens. That's the, lights out at I-69. Dues and subscriptions is our fee to Indiana Region 15. See, the technology update. So we have
Indiana
a,
15's level this year. There was an increase last year, but
in what?
Indiana 15 is
Yeah,
level
yeah.
this year.
So the 40651, our courthouse technology update, that has the payment 405. In it, the 44.8. Is it LAO or Xsoft, Judy? I think I had that flipped in my head. Is that the Xsoft? That 44.8. In seated, that fourth payment, that's Xsoft, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I always switch that in my head, but it's for the Xsoft payment. I have extra money in there for a server upgrade, so I have two quotes from Ekmundi. Our servers are going on 6 years old for the courthouse. I believe the jails is too, but I will let them deal with theirs. I had this in order, sorry. Ekmundi got me a quote for a new courthouse server. It's 48,000. That when I made this budget, by the way, I did not have the quote, so it was a total guess. If we go with a regular server like we have, it's just around 48,000 for the quotes. They did mention a replicated server for emergencies, for backups. It's something that a lot of the bigger counties do. Here we go. It would need a separate site, so it would not be on site. And it basically would be, it's kind of a redundancy thing. It would be a second server with our information on it. And that server is 37,000. It's up to you guys. I would recommend going ahead and at least doing the courthouse server. By the time next year ends, we'll be at almost 7 years when they recommend 5. It's working fine now. I can't say, that we need one. It's how much you want to gamble on it. And I'll just leave it at that. I mean, it's 48,299 is the quote. But that would be for just the courthouse server.
How much is the backup one?
37.
What do we have as far as backup now? What happens if that server goes down?
They do cloud backups, but we would not have a server that would be able to step in right away. So, I
We
mean,
have to wait till.
yeah. It would have to be
We
put in.
don't know their timeline on what it would take to get the server up.
I don't know that. I know they work with some other counties and the court system has their COOP plans. I don't really know, and we would have access to our information. It would just be you know, if the server was compromised itself or if it went down, it would
So
just
we
be
are
trying
back
to,
up.
we are back
We
up,
are moving.
right?
And
Yeah.
then
No, there is.
That is the main thing that they do under the computer contracts and services. That is the backups are one of the main things we are paying them for.
And then, sorry, and then if our onsite, if we have the backup server, and our onsite server goes out, they just have to transport the server here, or it's actually.
You know, I don't know exactly. I'm not super familiar with the replicated servers, and the system, and it was kind of a last minute thing, so I'm not 100% sure on how that would get here, or how that information would get.
maybe offices and departments on that. It's mostly just here in the courthouse.
Yeah, the recorder's office has their own, and court,
Changed.
yeah, and, court system has their own. So everybody else,
Sheriff's.
they have their own.
Their own. separate.
Theirs is the same age as ours. So I know he added that into some information he gave me, not a quote, but he added that into the time when I asked him how old they were. But I do not handle any of that for the jail and the sheriff, so I don't wanna. I don't know their business on that.
We're, offsite, if you did that for meeting, basically, like, what's wrong with that building?
I don't know. That was my first thought. I don't know if there is a distance thing. I don't know if that's a problem, but Winslow definitely, the Winslow building has the space. They have the room for it.
Plus, likely there's some kind of disaster happening. Probably not take out calls.
Right.
My thinking is if you're looking at something in the long term, and eventually we're gonna do something like that, if we get backup units before. Replacing this one, that way this one you can keep using until it really started causing trouble in the long term, that would 10, 15 years down the road, that might be about as economical, if you have both, maybe.
So sorry, if the server was crashed, what shuts down? Because the courthouse has their own, the recorder has their own, so like what services stop?
All of so auditor, assessor, treasurer, me. It would just be not the courts and not the recorders.
Okay.
Everybody else.
That's it.
Gotta keep that recorded.
Didn't change, the notes
Yeah,
say on
you're
here,
done
you have this in.
I'm
you
sorry.
have the server in 2 locations. That's what the notes say. He says courthouse server also in general 0161. I looked at.
No. Well, I don't know. I don't remember seeing that. Maybe I meant to do it and didn't. See. No, I don't have it in there, John.
Okay, I think we just saw it when we did court.
I may have originally meant to do that and then just not change my notes.
Okay,
We take that out.
take that part of the note out.
Yeah, I changed a few things after I talked to Mark and that may have been one of them. I just did a update. Sorry.
All right,
Okay,
so the 125 in there only includes the server up the 48. It doesn't include the replicator.
yeah, like I said, I didn't have any of these numbers for the server when I put that in there. You just subtract let's see, what did I put?
How much is the
5,
allowed payment for the?
minus 44,800 is the other. Yeah, so there's 80,000 in there. For
So-
servers,
So if we wanted to just do one, we could
you could bump that down, yes.
take that down. From 80 minus 48.
48,299 was the quote.
That's installed, like I said.
Minus 50. Or 80 minus. Say 40,
48,299.
around the right way. So we can reduce. You had how much in the line item extra? How much did you put in for the server? You put 80?
It was 80,200 because I just rounded and.
$31. Out off of 125. Right. Now, we could reduce that to 94,000.
And do a little bit on server, right?
We're not operating with replicated servers now in any. Of it.
Yeah, we are back to, so
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just a
if
time.
we would keep down the amount of time that it takes to get it on server.
Did you say 91?
94.
94.
Too long.
Okay, so line 4651 by consensus changes to 94.
Contracted services is the revolving loan fund administrator. The only thing else that I have in here besides, the two that are gonna speak to you on their own is I put in the 25,000 for legal services. It's actually under location 0531, which is the highway. Val believed we would still probably have some ongoing services, possibly with, County Road 300. So we're leaving that in there. And then for, just before they speak, for EDC, she did not request a change, so we left that at 138,000. For the, tourism and the Tourism Bureau, the recommendation from the commissioners was 15,000. 3,000 for the tourism projects and 12 under Tourism Bureau. And I will, unless you have questions for me on CETA, I will let Ashley and Jill talk to you guys about their part. Quick.
Look at this.
So I'm trying to get everybody. Good morning. Is that it? John, I don't have any other departments under there, do I? You're welcome. I don't have one.
Oh, I'll share.
I'll give you mine.
I'll share.
Hang on.
Sorry, that's
I think that's- I'll take care of that.
That's my mistake.
I don't think so, Christie.
Are you sure? Okay.
Christie, are you leaving?
No, I was.
Okay, I was just gonna say, when Greg talks, she probably wanted, at lunch, she probably would do that.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm saying.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, well, first up, I'm Ashley Willis. Greg, I did appreciate your comments, whenever you're talking about economic growth. It definitely is an all-inclusive, you have to have housing growth with economic growth and businesses and job creation, so I really appreciated that. So just, here's a packet of information that we focused on. We are still very mission focused on capital investment, job creation, population growth, and making Pike County the most attractive place to live, to raise a family. And all of this, whenever families are looking to relocate for a job, to build a business, they're looking at everything. It's not just one thing. So that's really what we've been focused on. In this first map that you see, this is the Southwest Indiana mega site map. It is 8,000 acres, and you can see the utility lines. Pike County is very blessed and fortunate to have a lot of high power voltage transmission lines. Blessed with a lot of water, natural gas, fiber, everything is there. We are in development of the Shell building project, getting infrastructure, roadways where they need to go. And the I-69 interchange is master planned, and so we're focused on that area. Proud to say that there are starting to see activity, a lot of interest in the area. So with that, I just wanted to, we are still focused on these things. In addition, on the next slide, over this last year, we did get the 150 acres certified shovel ready. That is Gray Farms, that's 150 acres. Very attractive, right by the interstate with water, wastewater, electric, natural gas, with access to the interstate and Highway 61. Moving on to the next one, looking at our target industry markets. This is something that it really is strategic for Pike County Economic Development to not go after everything, but to be very strategic in what target industries we want to attract as we go through that next chapter. So looking at food processing and manufacturing, electric supply chain, warehouse and distribution, and data centers. That's a hot topic across Indiana. And so that's continuing to be something that we look at. We have the water, we have the electric, working with all of those utility partners. It's really important for us to market accordingly for all these things and plan accordingly. On the next one, you will see the Elmer Bookta Technology Center, the blue Lego looking building that's right out there. That has been our gateway, and really this is where we focus on workforce development. Pike County, we are looking at youth, we are looking at your college age, we are looking at adults. So this is really stem to stern, how to build that talent pipeline and build it in a way that you're matching your target industries that you're trying to attract. And so that's really important and critical for those programs to reflect that. And so we have partnerships in memorandums of understanding with Vincent's University, Ivy Tech, the Indiana Small Business Development Center, and a lot of our employers, major employers are partners through this process as well. So, our READY projects, the READY projects, that is a state grant program. So you've heard of READY 1 and you've heard of READY 2. So I'm just going to go through quickly. So READY 1, we've secured almost $3 million of grant funding for that. And that funding is going for infrastructure for the Meadows at Parkview subdivision by Hardy Park. The Deloitte case study for the Southwest Indiana mega site, that was really important for us to be able to validate those previously mined properties to make sure they are developable and they are attractive. And you have that national seal from Deloitte, they're an international site selection firm, to be able to have that also. So that was something that's been a real good feather in our cap. And then the shell building project on the Generation Spring site is also READY 1. That's extending water, wastewater, getting the roadway and site prep done there at the corner of Highway 61 and County Road 300. So that's READY 1. READY 2 projects, we have submitted projects for the Petersburg Community Center, Buffalo Trace Trail matching funds. It's minimal, it's $230,000. And more to come. READY 2 has been slow for responses, administration changes, rules changes, regulatory things. So we have not been as vocal on what those READY funds are going to be used for READY 2. But we are just we're just being cautious. We just want to make sure all of our ducks are there before we release information. But READY 1 is rocking and rolling, and READY 2, we're just getting everything prepped. On that next slide, this is really, I shared this over the last 10 years, but this is what we really wanted to focus on our business by the numbers of the last year. So we've removed one blight home. And so that's been thanks to the Pike County Community Foundation. We had funding for that. We are actually taking that model and building it. We're calling it the Affordable Housing Program. Not that we're doing subsidized housing. Preface, not doing subsidized housing. We are taking blight properties, taking down the blight home or whatever structure is there, and working with a developer to build a new home, safe, affordable housing type style home. So we have secured, I can announce it now. It was just released yesterday, $25,000 for the Being for Others grant for that one.
And then I believe that we have to do another 25,000, but I won't name that donor yet because they have not released it, so. So that's another program that we are rolling out, so we want to see this continue throughout the county. Working with the town of Winslow, looking at lots in Otwell, trying to focus on areas that can be cleaned up and increase that assessed value. 3 new miles of trails have been approved, 24 single-family lots will be created. We have now 490 acres that's certified as shovel-ready. $5 million with the Pike County Community Foundation Alliance through their Lilly application grant for the Buffalo Trace Trail. We have $10 million at least, I think that's on the low side, for new broadband expansions, and that keeps rising. And then this at the time, I realized that I'm off now. 360 million in new capital investments that are under construction. I think that's closer to 450 million now. So all of these things are great. This is what we want to see. I'll be the first to tell you, SB1 makes me extremely nervous. We'll listen to the expert on that, on how we handle that next. But we're doing what we need to do. Just was not prepared for Senate Bill 1. As we go on, so those are a lot of our, just looking at the last year on investments. The next slide, so this is of the 10 years. So my 10-year work anniversary was in June. And this is grant funding. We have raised over $22.5 million in grant funding for the county. This is something that we're humble Hoosiers. We don't pat ourselves on the back enough, but this is for Pike County. And I just want to share that with you guys on what things we're working on. So, and you have some of those funding sources, the Economic Development Administration, the Office of Community and Rural Affairs, READY, Indiana Economic Development Corporation, INDOT, USDA Rural Development, Lilly, Norfolk Southern, Rail Line. And assisting, that was one in Winslow. Winslow just got a or a sidewalk loop around their Little League Park. That was us with Norfolk Southern Rail Loop. We just want to help all of our communities be the best that they can do. So as long as we all work together, I think we're going to build a really strong community, and that's what we're here to do. With that, my last slide, I just want to share my board of directors. This economic development is a team sport. It takes everyone to make this go. We need our private employers there. We need our elected officials there. I truly appreciate your support. We couldn't do it without you. Our utilities are also very, very active. Couldn't do it without them also. So I just want to share that with you. And we're still focused on growing our local economy. There's a lot of changes. Trying to understand how those roll out is very important. The only thing I would like to ask of you guys, beyond my requests, of course, but for the budget for next year, if you hear, I kindly request, if you hear of any rumors or hearsay that you're not sure if it's accurate, please reach out to me, whether it's a phone call, email, text, I don't care. Reach out. Is this true? Is this false? That's what I'm hearing. But if it is false, I also ask you to try to correct that information, because that's the fastest way that we can kill a deal. So we're all here, we're all rooting for the same team on economic growth, but that is the fastest way to kill a deal, is false information. So I want to.
You have the edge to that, so.
Right. So we're all on the same team. So I want to just share that.
Any questions, Rest? Would remind council, forgot to remind you of the regular meeting, we have an executive session scheduled for after the commissioners meeting,
Yes.
after the next commissioners meeting, which is April or August the 18th.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are you gonna pass that food out? We'll do that while Jill's talking. We'll get Jill out here, this little. Yeah.
Here's my card, so that you guys can look earlier.
Oh, we'll discuss it both.
But we didn't have this.
Yeah.
This is the presentation. Go ahead.
First, I want to say thank you for what we received this year, the 12,500. We've been putting it to meaningful use. Investing in it in tourism, education, and community pride. I don't know, if I know last year I reported that I spoke to some consultants about Pike County, and they said before we could really move forward as a community, we needed to do some housekeeping because of the transitions going in with Pike County with the change from coal to solar. We've got some negative vibes. So that was where our Pride of Place campaign came in, and we was able to take some of the county's money along with, I found some sponsors to help with a kickoff of, so this Thursday, we're gonna do Powered by Pike. It's where we're turning the tech center into a coal museum, coal history museum. And we're trying to celebrate our past, not erase it, and embrace our future. So that's a little bit of what we've done in this year with the funds. The budget request for the 2026, it's not about our short-term promotions. We're not there yet. It's about building a foundation so that we can support long-term tourism growth and our future for future revenues, as Greg pointed out earlier today. The budget request, we have education and training. The Tourism Academy that I'm part of goes through March of 2026. And there's also a couple tourism summits that we would like to participate in to stay up with the tourism industry and keep going with that and help with the development. You'll notice, like, did you guys get I didn't really ask do you have the budget in front of you? For what they, because I have it, okay, well then in this packet that I had this morning, it's page 11. But so our smallest portion of our budget is actually marketing promotion, which is normally what tourism is about, but we're not quite there yet. I think we still have a whole nother year of planning before we can start inviting people in. The marketing on there is actually to be part of the Southern Indiana Regional Marketing Co-op. We'd get a very big discount because we don't have innkeeper tax, so we get to participate in like Southern Indiana's advertising for very discounted rate. As I mentioned earlier, I'm part of the Indiana Tourism Academy, and part of the Tourism Academy is a project. So you get the county project. So mine is that I've been discussing is developing a strategic plan, a tourism plan for Pike County specifically. With our discussions, I have the Academy administrators highly suggested for us to then get additional support with the Indiana Communities Institute at Ball State University. That is it's a $13,000 strategic plan that it's for both us, and then we work together to develop it. In the tourism packet I had, it's on the 12th page, and it's got some details of what we would get for that. I worked really hard with the Academy to try to find something that was in our price range, because most strategic plans are in the $30,000 to $100,000 range. So they understood that we were also not, someone said once, poor people have four ways, trying to figure out which fit us best. And the Indiana Community Institute was the cheapest in the line, but they also had great success with some of the, like Columbus, Indiana. There was multiple people that had bad backgrounds, and they actually gave me some community strategic plans, and I can also share those. And then there's the operational expense. It does take me multiple hours to participate in the Tourism Academy, to develop it, and hopefully the next year to come up with a strategic plan. But this is more about forward thinking of how we can develop our tourism in Pike County in 2026. So then in 2027, we're actually being able to bring in the money. I'm hoping that we get the innkeeper's tax in 2026, start collecting it, and then in 27, we're starting to bring stuff in, and then we're also able to help develop it for the 2028 year. So this is it's a long game. We're not looking at we're going to be making money off of this next year. It'll be a couple of years down the road. But if we start now, we're going to be better off.
I can cut you off, but you say you have a request in for essentially an additional
So, yes,
25. Right?
the total, so
Increase.
they wanted, I don't know, would the commissioners approve 15?
Well,
12 and 3.
12 and 3, yeah, so total.
Yeah, 15. We, at the chamber, we used to look at it at one, like the 3 was like what, they used to give us 15, used to give us 1,500 to help with tourism, and then they upped it to 3, and then, but. I
Broke out in ours, 3,000 is like for project related and 12 is for administration.
Yeah.
And your general support.
Yes, so that. I'm happy with that, except it really doesn't get a strategic plan that is done professionally. Yes, I will do my best at the academy to come up with a strategic plan, but would it be better if I could find, if I could collaborate with the Indiana Community State to come up with one that's more professional? That's the difference between the $23,000 that we asked for and the $15,000 that we're getting is a professional strategic plan. I will still do it. I just won't have a university behind me.
You can't get that with what's currently in here.
Not with the 15, because that's exactly what we get, and then I can't actually be there to administrate it. So I would not be able to get for that. We could drop it down to 21 was about the most I could get with actually being able to get both, me to be able to administrate it and the university to be able to fund it or to actually do the strategic plan. Do you have any questions?
I just want to make sure I'm clear. What are you short?
Okay, but we need a total of 21 total to make to where we could do the plan and administrate it. They've projected a 15,000, which is both I'm not really worried about how it's broke out, the 3,000 and the 12,000. It's the total of 21 is where I would need to be to actually get a Ball State, a university backed strategic plan, which I think will benefit us moving forward. If we have a strategic plan, we get the strategic plan done by mid-year next year, then we can start implementing it in 2027. Did that make more sense? So it'd be $6,000 more than what was requested. Thank you.
We can talk more later, but
Absolutely.
if you look like Community Foundation or anything, you're trying to fund that.
Well, we are currently a 501c6 and we are working on an arm to be a 501c3, but we're not there yet. So we do not qualify for those types of funds at this point. We are about halfway through developing a 501c3, which would be great. We're just probably 6 months short to try to get it in.
Gotcha. I kind of breezed through Ashley too. Does anybody have any questions for either Ashley or for Gerald or any thoughts on these, on the requests? If not, those will stand for now and we'll capture that as a raise, a potential action item for what they're requesting of tourism. And we will. Yeah, Ashley was a flat request. All right. So we will we're ready to go to highway next. But we do have food in front of us, so Greg, here, Tusk, can you talk while we eat and then we can talk while you eat?
I do it all the time.
Is that what?
Yeah, if Greg doesn't mind, maybe once in a while, I'll grab a bite. I don't
Sure.
think I get it. So,
Okay, council, there's cooler water over here, for if you need beverage or bring something.
John, we have a extra break over here.
Who ordered a drink? Let's have a drink with them.
You did?
John, where are you at for the, I mean,
We are,
we have to go eat and come back, or where do we?
probably Chris, you're at, so we are actually getting ready
You're
for,
an hour away.
we're getting ready for MVH, which was the 10:35 time slot, so.
Yeah, you got.
If you're, we'll just take who's ever here, if you guys wanna go, come back so you can.
Yeah.
No, we'll just, I'll get her, and we'll get it over with it.
Hey, catch up in us and tell us, say 12 or.
I guess we're still going, right?
I don't know.
It's Max one. Max, you wanna watch?
Yes, please.
John, are you going to break for lunch, buddy?
No, we're gonna work right through.
You're going right through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Do you
we're,
wanna get something and come back, or
no, I don't care.
You're good?
I'm ready to get ours
as soon as
going.
Greg's done with his presentation here, we'll move right into highway.
Is it gonna be a minute for his presentation?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll go grab something, I'll be right back. If you're okay.
yeah, let's get something to go, come back maybe.
Okay, yep.
What I wanted to do was kind of go over this again and kind of point out and go through some of the pages in the sustainability, which is the larger dot that you've got. And so
Let's get a second, yeah, go ahead, Greg, but we'll get a second, get something here.
Pardon?
Make sure everybody's.
focus.
See, Reed, you guys still work over there?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, there's some stuff too, like if people need salt, catch up and. Get more, you guys.
Okay, because farms, well. My great grandpa's farm was always that.
Who's the partner?
Byron Hardy. He's up in, he's got ground scattered around. all over the place.
Sure. Because I'm sure my brother lived right on the park.
Byron.
Yeah, Grandpa bought
His
it.
kids were in the family farm.
Grandpa, he's got about 300 each bodies and there's no fresh.
My great grandpa, Byron, great, started back. Teenagers, something, they went to, the home table.
And John, I actually brought up some interesting, as we got. Because I don't know, do you have like an abatement policy? Oh. You have an abatement scorecard? Do you?
No, we do not have a standing, we've talked about it back when we were doing them, and we haven't talked about it since.
And that's actually right. So I was talking about abatement policy, abatement application, abatement score. Pardon me? Sure, we can talk depreciation, but I'm talking about, does the council have
Yes,
these policies?
they do, sorry.
We have a scorecard that we've adopted,
You guys have not adopted one,
yeah,
I think.
we have one we use for a project, but
We could, yeah, you talked about it.
It's
fine.
There's some over there.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about one time, and I think someone, I don't know, some has. There were people lost in.
Max, there's no more boards.
You went to get some.
Yeah, keep going. Max says.
Well, Judy, I'll take.
No, they're-
Greg, you have extra copy?
Oh,
She went to get some.
Yeah, yeah.
here, I can watch that. I do know how to do this.
Here, Max, this one, too.
Cause you gave me one.
Randy did, I can give these two.
Here, never.
I,
By your people.
So should I go ahead and rock and roll? Okay, so this first page I handed out was the circuit breaker impact by fund. Okay, and this is the critical deduction that you heard me talk about. And what I was trying to point out is that the general fund, if you look under 25 and 26, this is going to be the additional circuit breaker loss slash circuit breaker and loss. The state doesn't want to call the $300 credit circuit breaker, but technically it is. Okay, so I went round with Representative Thompson. I kept calling it circuit breaker. He said, no, it's lost revenue. Okay, and everybody in the county that has a tax rate loses it. Okay, loses money. So I call it 112 pennies. Your tax rate is 112 pennies, okay? And where you put your 112 pennies, Judy knows this real well, you're dividing that among these different funds that are showing up here. Okay, so you can see that each fund will suffer more of a loss than it had in 2025. So even CCD, even some recs. So you're going to have kind of again, add because of the growth quotient, but you're also going to have a deduct. And Judy, I don't know if you've put these deductions in yet, but they will require that to be in Form 4B. Okay, so I'm assuming you haven't made it to Form 4B yet. And by the way, I applaud you. How far you've already made. So you've done, these minors are awesome and you've done a good job. You understand. So this is important. Now, remember, I told you about this homestead down here. If you look down here at the very bottom, that's the ones where we worked kind of with John and Judy, and we got the estimated number of homestead properties, 8,812. And we came up with the credit is actually, if you look at the note at the top, the impact of 10% or $300. So if your tax bill is final tax bill, net bill is $150, then obviously you're gonna get 10% of that as a credit or $15. Okay, and the higher you go, up to a maximum of 300 is what you're going to get. So on average, we're working with Judy, we've used $150. Okay, and so that's how we create or estimate the 1.3 million. And overall, the 541,000 that comes into additional loss to the county. Now, John, we have not assumed, that you're going to have even more of a loss because somebody pops up their tax rate for some reason. Okay, now that could be a little bit more or over and above this, but Senate Bill 1's goal is to drive basically that all the tax rates to above $3. Now, I did my research, obviously, Petersburg City already with yours in the school, you're already at $4, right? So, the rest of the county will the tax rate will go up, property tax rate will go up. So your 12, I'd call it 112 pennies will start driving up. Okay, now why will that happen? Well, here's one example. this graph. Judy knows that in 2025, the very top, this is a $250,000 home on this graph. Okay, and as you can see, then what's going to happen is the standard deduction and supplemental deduction will start kicking in come 2026. And where will the net assessed valuation go? Down. This is homes. Okay, keep in mind that, you know, why I chose 250,000, I've got graphs for, you know, depending on what county I'm in. If I'm up in the rich and famous counties, you know, I'll use $1 million homes. But, you know, on down and around in more normal areas, we use 250, 500,000, something like that. But the assessed valuation is being driven down over the next 5 years. That's exclusive of what's happening on personal property. And that John and I are going around talking about what's going to happen with utility distributed property, which, by the way, full disclosure, my largest employer is the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor. And that's actually just how John and I met. I was talking to one of the commissioners at the still call it the high end. But we were talking to one of the commissioners, by the way, Wes is leaving. And so I audit all 5 major electric utilities in the state of Indiana for their cost of fuel. And so I know the Petersburg plant very, very well. And I know AES. And so I've done that for well over 20 years, and I know how utility distributed property works. And I also know it's a sacred cow that's top secret. It's kind of like in a black box, kind of hard to get to a little bit. You've probably found that out, Judy, in the many, many times you've done this. So I used to have to go downtown Indianapolis with NIPSCO, Northern Indiana Public Service Company, signed an MD&A confidentiality agreement to go see the capitalization rates that were used for utility distributed property. So there's some dark, deep formulas that are involved in there. And so that's the other concern about what's going to happen to assessed value, let alone, Judy, I can't believe this. We're giving 2% property, and I don't mean farm ground, I mean apartments a break now. And so that's kind of, as far as I'm concerned, that was the first ever. If you go traveling up to Shelby County, where 50% of their county is transient and lives in apartments, especially in Shelbyville, you know, we're talking some huge numbers. That 2% deduction or break's going to be given to apartments. Now, Judy, I don't think you have that many apartments here. So, but you may be getting more as time goes on. So what happens?
For clarity,
Yeah,
commercial rental is still commercial, right? That's still 3%.
correct. Yeah. Farmland also, you know, is going down. You know, it's not going down. I call that Katrina Hall effect.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, for anyone that hangs out at the state legislature, Judy, you know Katrina, I'm sure. And so, you know, and it's coming down some, but it will have impact. So we've got residential going down. We've got 2% apartments going down. We've got personal property going down. I can guarantee you the distributed person, you know, utility distributed property will be going down. So what happens with AV as it goes down, tax rate goes up because in theory, right, if you collect $100 today under the current taxation, then when you get done a year from now, you're supposed to get another $100, right? And so for that to happen when AV goes down, tax rate has to jump up. the goal is, once it gets to a $3 tax rate throughout the county, there will be no more circuit breaker. Right? So these numbers will keep going up though for a while, and that's the concern. And why I think, um. I love working on this stuff and projecting ahead 3 years at least, because it is going to get tighter and tighter. Okay, now, since I've painted the picture on what tax rates are going to do, then remember what's going to come, I told you already, in 2 years from now, is the county council's going to get the ability to install a lift. Let's go look at what I projected in the sustainability, what my team projected in the sustainability for what that lit might look like. And let me get you to the right page here. And we'll talk about that. So, any questions on the assessed valuation? Personal property is 80, Greg, you probably don't even do personal property tax returns anymore. Form 103s, because everybody's under the, correct? And the 80 is going to go to 2 million, and so you'll lose any other Form 103s, probably all, right?
I might have a few.
Yeah, and it probably will not take too long for that to happen. Now, the big question that was coming up is that with the big, beautiful bill, and I'm not gonna get political here, but with the big blue, I call it the triple B. The triple B bill, since it's going to change and allow the depreciation rates to change, it is my understanding, Greg, and according to the Form 103, those true tax value factors still will not change. They'll still be the way they are now. Now, also, Greg knows that with the Form 103, this is what covers personal property, right? Personal property. So he's not doing very few anymore, because a lot of people are under the 80,000. If you're under 80,000 in value, you don't have to form, so you file it. It's now going up to 2 million in, not next year, but the following year. And so, and the floor, here's actually a very, very important for anyone coming in new. I just worked on Mr. Data Center in Peabody in one county. And the reason why we didn't buy is it was going to be $1 billion investment, okay? But almost, they said 800 million to 900 million was equipped. That has an automatic 40-year, 100% personal property reduction. Period, tax abatement, okay? So personal property brought in nothing over the next 40 years. Okay, so, and keep in mind, what I'm trying to set up on the personal property Form 103 is that the floor of 30% is now eliminated. So you're going to go, as you know, Greg, the floor on 2-year or pool 2 is probably, I think the floor is 10. It's either 10 or 5. And so it's going to, you're not going to have a minimum on personal property anymore until it gets to like a 10 or a 5%. That's going to be, very, very, and it gets there within 5 years. Okay, so why I brought up tax abatement policy, your tax abatement policy, if you had one in the past, I would kind of take it and probably put it in the word processor and totally redo it. Okay, because especially if it covers personal property, real property, is still kind of up in the air. Now, let me also tell you, that when it's not confidential, but on this one data center, you know, you would think a data center that was going to have a tornado, F5 tornado hit it directly and stand up, that it would be valued pretty high. They kept saying it was gonna be valued at $65 per square foot. And that is what has happened in one county, that it was actually, it actually was valued around $85 per square foot. There's no way these buildings are costing $85 per square foot. If you look at around the country, they're more like 500 per square foot. You know, to withstand you know, one of those really large tornadoes. So those things and how you handle real property and personal property abatement is going to be very, very telling to how far your AV goes and how fast it goes down and how quickly those tax rates go up. And, you know, quite frankly, the one that's really going to hurt, we heard from the library, it's gonna be the school corporation, right? Because they don't get the right to do a lit. Okay, that's kind of amazing, because now what we're probably going to do is, I don't know, how many school corporations you have, or just one? I was glad to hear you just had one library. Because I've got several counties that got more than one library, and that's not gonna work real good in the future here. When the libraries have to get a lit too, and county council has to do that also. You know, so that's, the school corporations are gonna probably have to live off of their referendum, right? And I'm assuming they probably have an operating referendum here. No? Well, guess what? That theater's probably coming near you. Now with the $4 tax rate, that's, you know, it's gonna be a tough. Okay, so questions on what's happening in this assessed valuation before I move to page 107 on the list in the sustainability.
What's your tip card?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your tip districts?
Pardon?
Tip districts, they're still gonna operate the same.
Different districts. Okay, and what was your last part?
Well, they continue to operate the same. Like, it's still gonna bring them assessed value.
Okay, well, they continue to operate the same. TIF, so we have a county TIF district, right? And the city probably has one or two?
One.
One?
Well,
County has two, city has one.
Okay, county has two,
Oh,
city
city has
has.
two.
Yeah, they have two.
Yeah, they have residential's.
Okay, so they have a residential TIF. Okay, so they practically speaking, at this point in time, were not torpedoed. Okay, and you know, my kids are army and things like that, so I like to use military, but I consider the county a great big aircraft carrier on course, and it's gonna take some missiles as we go. One of the missiles that was not shot out by the state legislature is at a TIF district. Now, you would think, sitting here today, let's say you're 112 pennies, let's say those double to 224 pennies, right? And you would say, wow, TIFs are gonna make out like a bandit. Okay, because the tax rate's gonna go up, TIF district ought to hold its own as far as real property. Hopefully, we've talked about if your TIF has personal property, that's a whole nother rabbit hole we can go down. But as far as the TIF itself, if that tax rate goes up that much, next year, TIF neutralization will be alive and well. What does that mean? That means that if the tax rate jumped up that much, the state of Indiana has one sentence in SB 1 that says, thou shalt do what it needs to do to neutralize the TIF. So what'll happen is if that tax rate goes up, they will, in essence, eliminate the windfall to the TIF district. So at this point in time, the TIF district should be able, if there's debt, it should be able to collect enough to make its debt payments and to go forward. It will not get an automatic or automatic surplus as a result of the tax rate increase. Does that make sense? Okay, because
None of ours have debt on.
good, because that's, so they're pay as you go at this point in time. So spending plans are still in place, must be done by December 1. And for instance, I help Bartholomew County do their county spending plan. That's pretty easy to do. And you guys, Judy probably does it for you. So those are still alive and well, so nothing got torpedoed on a TIF district, but I would stay tuned. You know, I don't like that one sentence in there that says DLGF can do anything it needs to do. Okay, because that could turn ugly. As you know, as Judy knows, the Department of Local Government is working really, really hard, but they're all new. You know, the whole group is pretty much all new. And so Judy, we had a solid waste district last year that met on Tuesday to do their budget. They didn't have a quorum, so they just went ahead and met the next day. Guess what the DLGF did? Threw out their budget, then went to the county and threw out their budget. Okay, and to me, that was not right, because the county didn't make a mistake, it was a solid waste district made the mistake. You can't just automatically meet a different day. And so these rules are real tight now. Okay, yeah, I can't miss anything. Okay, so you can't miss a date, can't miss a filing, you can't miss, you know, that form 4B, Judy, before you submit it, we always say, let us look at it. Because that form 4B and that council doesn't know, but that little sub module in there where you put the AV and all that will sink your ship in a minute if you're not careful. So you want to make, we always say, have a second set of eyes, look at that. Those critical form 4Bs, okay? And so, and don't tell, usually the best thing is don't say we're gonna press the button, at noon. Can you review it at 10? Need a little extra time there. Okay, so if there's no other questions on assessed value or TIF, I'm gonna cross my fingers that they don't torpedo it next year. But I don't think they will. But there are some TIF districts, and this is what I kind of dislike when I talk to my legislators. When you pass a bill and you're going after one or two bad actors, okay? And you pass a bill that covers 92 counties, but you're trying to select two bad actors, that doesn't work real well. Why don't you just slug the two bad actors? Because I do know there are TIF districts out there that have larger AVs than entire cities. I mean, we're talking $2 billion or more in AV that they're capturing in TIF district. Okay, maybe there's a point at which it's excessive. Okay, and things like that. So, okay, page 107. What we've done on page 107 is we said, get ready, county council. Here's the theater that may come to you in 2 years. On page 107, what we've done is on the far right-hand side, again, there's 92 counties and you're in the bottom 10 for LIT. Now I gotta applaud you, that's conservative, that's good. But I also have to say, wow, we where are we, where are we gonna go? Well, here you'll see in the far right-hand column, the two lits you had added and public safety lit. Okay,
Fine. My page numbers aren't matching with the.
107, the big one here, it'll borrow yours, 7. Paul Harvey must have went to page 2, sorry. Let's. Maybe I should be using your. There it is, page 108. So what it is probably the letter of transmittal or the one-page scripts number in your for one off with the PDF. Okay. So 108, page 108, if you look to the far right, you're going to see the $3.8 million of lit. Does that sound right, Judy? Okay. Now go to the middle. If we are trying to break even on your income, which your income is 377 million. And that's what I'm saying we need to work every day on. Okay?
That's
Because
the income of all county residents.
pardon me?
That's the income of all county residents.
Yes. That live here. Yeah. You know, there may be another, what's the transient factor? Does anybody know what the transient factor of people that live here and work elsewhere?
International.
Yeah, yeah,
Or vice versa?
so we export 52% every day.
You export 52, how much do you import? Cause it goes both ways sometimes.
Yeah, I don't have a percent,
Okay,
that is good, yeah.
so that's a tremendous amount of people being employed elsewhere, but live here.
But they pay taxes here.
Yes, so they'll be part of this 377. The people going the other way are not. Okay, so when we divide the 377 income by the break-even lit revenue, you're at 1.01. Guess what the max under normal one, which level 1 on LIT is? It's the far left. It's 1.20. Okay, so if you take that, you basically have the breathing room of 4.5 million versus 3.8 million. Not a lot of breathing room at this point in time, in my opinion. Keeping in mind, this is coming 2 years from now. You install it in 27 or 28. And as Greg and I talked, we just hope Department of Revenue can get there that quick. Okay, now they can on the county, but when it comes down to, right now, I've worked up in Hamilton County and Boone County, they virtually have fenced 2 counties. One is Hamilton County, and they've been testing Westfield, Carmel, and Fishers in those over the last couple of years. And virtual fencing means just putting a virtual fence around Petersburg. Okay, you can't use, I would bet if I went around this table that you say your mailing address is Petersburg, but you probably don't live in Petersburg. And that, by the way, when Petersburg tries, how many people live in Petersburg?
2,200
Pardon me?
in corporate limits.
2,200.
2,200. So Petersburg doesn't even get its right to create its own lit. There isn't anyone in the county other than the county. Okay, so in Petersburg, it would have been, they have to put a virtual fence around, but in this case, it won't work because you have to be under 35 or over 3,500 to have your own lit. So the county council at this point in time is going to get bestowed that to be also. So you're going to be the keeper of all lits. Okay, now I'm going to guarantee you one thing. probably the LIT SB one in 1461. It's going to change somehow. Representative Thompson was putting on a presentation in Washington Township. Someone asked him, what's the number one change that's likely to occur? It's lit. Lit will change somehow, way, shape or form. Because you also understand, and I'm sure, John, you've seen this, that the county can also create another 1.2. So we just went 1.2, 1.2, so now we're 2.4, right? For everybody that can't create their own tax rate. So you're just like Martin County, Pike County is, you're gonna be the keeper of all tax rates, and you're gonna get bestowed the duty of levying another 1.2 to help Petersburg and others. Okay, it's gonna get it, it's gonna get.
And that tax is payable by all county residents, not just the municipal.
Bingo.
That's your.
Because you're so low.
Right.
Petersburg's so low. And that's exactly, now, I've got the same thing in Hendricks County when the county council says, well, wait a minute, why am I levying the entire county for AMO? And because AMO's small enough, but yet Plainfield, Avon and Brownsburg get their right. So, why do I want to levy that for AMO? This is gonna get real tough, okay? It's gonna get real tough because the question is, if it's not levied an additional 1.2, the city and the town will not be able to fund most of its budget. And so what's the answer? It's gonna go out of business, or it's gonna bestow all the problems on you? I'm not liking that one. Okay, so let's not go too far down that one. Yes, actually.
So, real fast, so the council, they will be required to do the, like, support Petersburg and Wisconsin Vernon. They can't say we're just not gonna give them a lit rate.
Okay.
They can't,
Well, as of right now.
I don't think there's an absolute requirement. Yeah, now I'm not the lawyer, I'm the CPA and the financial advisor with 2 security licenses. But I don't believe it says is required to. So, do you agree, John? Or just-
We're learning the same time everybody else.
Yeah.
So,
question, I'm sorry.
Yes,
So then you say everyone's gonna be required to pay that, so are all of them? When you say that, what,
The entire county.
the entire county is.
the
required-
377 million.
all wage earners.
Oh, but the, which rate? The county rate or like,
Both. And then the chapter gets even better. Okay, then we gotta move on to the EMS rate
okay.
and some things like that. So they're gonna start stacking up, and Greg and I had this. Can you imagine what your state, local tax return is gonna look like? You're gonna have to say, where do you live? And they're gonna say Petersburg. Well, no, you don't. And here we go, okay? And so the rates are gonna kind of stack up on each other. Now, again, I don't think you want to focus on, you gotta focus on the availability of revenue and keeping everything, again, kind of tight for 26 and 27 as much as you can, because your cash balances are going to be important. But the commissioner's edit fund is going away at the end of 27, it torpedoes. Now, what happens if it has a cash balance? I'm hoping your old I'm hoping DLGF will say that with the State Board of Accounts helping, that those fund balances will be able to stay and then be used up. They won't be rebated back, obviously, but it will not receive any more new money as it, okay? Will we take the 1.2 and put it in multiple buckets? God only knows, that has not really been decided at all, okay? Or maybe it all goes into the general fund, okay? And, maybe Judy, eventually we'll get rid of some of these, like, I'm not quite sure what LRS and MVH restricted and MVH non-restricted. It's kind of like, come on. Couldn't LRS be put into MVH restricted, would be done with it?
Be too easy.
It makes us need you for an entire lifetime. So, I didn't think you'd sign up for that. So the LIT, again, I don't think I would worry about all the details yet, because they will change. But what I'm saying is, when I do this analysis on your page 108, my page 107, is that usually I'm seeing more breathing room, meaning I'm seeing the numbers be more like 80 or 90, but they're larger counties. So again, all we really have to focus, and I don't think this will change unless someone just says, we gotta go back to the old system, and I don't think they're gonna go that far. Remember, cities and towns said, we need to have the right to do our own lid. Yeah, the Ways and Means people are saying, we gave you that right, so what do you complain? Well, you put some artificial cutoffs in, okay? And so, now, what I didn't tell you is, if you, and some counties are liking this, that 1.2 that you install for everybody under 3,500, they put an enticement in there for you to approve it by saying you get to collect or keep up to 75%. Okay? So that was an enticement for the county council to go ahead and approve some rate for up to 1.2% for the other group that cannot, like the Petersburg and things like that, and keep up to 75%. So they're enticing, right? But that percentage, I think, will change. The other thing is, would 25% even fund those other operations? Nobody knows. Probably not, right, Judy?
Well, what do they get left?
Right. So the breathing room that we've got here, it might seem a lot about, but we just saw some of your expenses consuming, in your sustainability. When I go to the edit fund, economic development, fund 1112, you got a nice balance. And by the way, it's probably on the summaries on your page 39, I'm gonna say. And you've got a budget, you got revenue coming in at 2.2 million, but you got a budget of 4 million. That's gonna eat in. That's not a balanced budget by all my county councils that say, do we have a balanced budget? Well, not in this fund, okay? You're choosing to spend an extra almost 1.8 million, which, again, some people will say, and you've got a balance that can do it. But I'm also putting you on notice that will go away on 2027. Now, what we've assumed here, as you see in the note, we assume that we have a replacement rate for edit. It may not go into that edit fund, but it'll be replaced at the same level, i.e. that page I showed you, break even. Okay, so, on each of these funds, I've put together in the sustainability our first round projections on 27, 28, and 29, okay, by fund. And keeping in mind that the way I look at it is, and you can tell me if this is wrong, but having salary covered is kind of number one. and giving a raise each and every year. I've got a ton of counties that are talking about 0% increase. You know, a 0% increase, but let's face it, inflation is going up and we chit chatted and most of them are trying to do 2 or 3%. Where do you get your 2 or 3%? Basically, it's gonna come from cash balances, okay? And so, you know, then next is group health insurance. Thank gosh, you got the 0. That's not gonna last long. Okay, matter of fact, I used to see a 0 in the next 3 years, I see, 15-20% each and every year. But because guess what? All of those expenses, the healthcare expenses, all of that stuff that may be on a slow boat from somewhere. That's stuck in the harbor is going to go up in price. And that's going to go to your hospital and that's going to go to your healthcare system. And those costs are going to go up. There's no doubt about it. So your premium on group health insurance is probably not misstated. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's Christie. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what usually I see happen. After a 0, and then they come back. Pardon?
I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. And so, and the costing formulas, I mean, Shelby County Hospital, I work with Hendricks County Hospital, I've been, Hancock County Hospital, I'm hearing it from all. It's a matter of, there's about a year or 2 lag before it gets into their costing formulas, and then everything goes up. So I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news, right? I'm trying to paint objectively a picture here of why we've got to be careful and cautious as we go forward in kind of work on that. So your sustainability there's really 2 main sections. We do the fund by fund, and let's talk about a moment about the maximum levy. Judy, I don't know if you did you hand out your 1782 sheet to them at one point in
Yeah,
time?
it's in your budget,
Okay,
in their book.
so what tab is it? For the newcomers, does everybody understand that the maximum levy, working max, is 8.6 million?
It's at the very
Okay.
back.
Very back. Okay. So I've got a cheat sheet that has your markings on it. And so what I think I want council, and John, is there a cutoff that I need to be aware of? Because I've worked.
Oh, we've gone through that a long time ago.
Okay. You shouldn't get me on my soapbox. I'll step down here in a few. But this 1782 is very, very important for you to understand. Do you see the ones that say UT? Matter of fact, every one of them say UT. Okay. What happens here is, and most important to understand, is CCD, Human Capital Development, is outside your maximum levy. Okay, meaning it's not in that 8,000,006, it gets added into the 415. Why I'm saying this is where you put your 112 pennies. And notice that's where I got my $1.12. I call it the 112 pennies. If you put more in health as you create this 26 budget, that will mean less property tax dollars for the general fund. Okay, very, very important to understand. Okay, if you put more than 2.6 pennies in your park, general fund goes down. Okay, the way the state works this is they will work from the bottom all the way to the top to the general fund. And if you fund each of those general or parks and rec, health, reassessment, and election, if you fund those at the same pennies, then the general fund will get the same amount. If you have to increase any of those by a penny, general fund suffers. Okay, very, very important to remember and understand, once we get to the Form 4B, regardless of what you do here, once we get to the Form 4B and the advertisement, we gotta make sure we're close there. Unless you council wants to consciously increase the property tax dollars. That's why we asked on the Parks and Rec, do they get that same amount of money? Cause we were hoping. Okay, I put 570 in. We were hoping they get the same amount.
We're
of
pretty familiar with that, Greg.
Pardon
And Parks and Rec is a good example of our familiarity there, because they
Yeah.
have such a good income source. They traditionally build their balance.
Yeah.
So occasionally we will reduce their, their portion of the levy from time to time and allow them to spend some surplus so we can bolster.
Exactly.
So we're used to that. We've done it with election registration and others.
Yeah, I call it the ebb and the tide,
Right.
you know. And Judy, why, on one of these, when we were doing the commissioner's budget, one of the funds said $205,000 of cash balance. And I think we were on the solid, not the solid waste, but something else. And you made a note, there was 205, and I wanted to ask about that at the time. Do you know what, it was in your note section, and I was like, that's really that's a tremendous amount of money. What's that for?
Which one?
Do you know what? I'll find it if not later on. But that's, so John, yeah, you're used to kind of ebbing and tiding that and making sure that, if you give it more pennies, it loses.
Yeah.
Okay. So John, in light of time,
Right.
what else do you, the back section of the sustainability just has the general information, and it's about your county, and it's got your tax rates for the past. It's really, I call it, put it under your pillow at night. And unless you wanna, it'll give you a crook in the neck, or maybe by osmosis, it'll sink in. Okay, there's a lot of valuable information here, and your flight path has been determined.
So obviously we have some great cash balances.
You're in reasonable shape, yes,
So,
reasonably good shape.
and a lot of these impacts, we're really kind of treading water this year, but beginning next year is when it really starts to hammer on.
Correct.
So I guess our thought is, as we put this budget together, just from a back and forth with you, I know you're only here today.
Right.
So
Gotta be in Rush County tomorrow.
once, and I realize we're all just now getting to know each other. So once we get this put together, and when we go through this, how do you assist Judy and us as, once we get to, making those decisions and getting the final pieces of the budget put
So
together
once
for
you
this
get-
calendar?
Yeah, so once you get to 2026 and you guys have had your, I don't want office supplies to be 2, I want it to be 1. And Judy gets us the renewed number overall by fund. Then what we would want to do is probably once Judy gets that uploaded, you probably upload it to Gateway, right?
Well, hopefully, we'll put the advertised in after today, I need to put it in.
Yeah, okay, so we'd like to see that advertisement, or after tomorrow, right?
Right.
After you have your hearing tomorrow, see that advertisement, and then that's the advertising, so you cannot go over that, you can only go down. Okay, but then once you get the real numbers, then we would sit down and have a Teams meeting with you, Judy, and we'd like to walk through when you do the Form 4Bs. In my office, like Charlie could walk through that with you and do the major funds and make sure it's going to give you at the bottom how much the cash balance is depleting. And it should reasonably match the sustainability, because we'll update the sustainability for the 526 budget, then we'll know our flight plans. So that's how we work it in, to when you get to the Form 4B stage.
I have a financial sheet for each fund.
Yeah,
As to where we are now and what property tax I expect to get
yeah,
this year.
the financial worksheet,
And then all of the department heads have given me estimated revenue.
perfect. Okay, yeah, and you've got that in now,
Mostly.
okay, yeah, because we kind of, now that you've given us rights to look at it, we will be reviewing that periodically as we go. And kind of matching it up here. So,
And
does that make sense, John?
yeah, and I guess my next question, maybe more of a 2026 question is. This year gets done, this year gets settled. We've got everyone on notice of things that we may or may not have to do from a conservative budget management standpoint. I mean, we're gonna need to know, that we do have room to adopt lit because we do have a low rate. But, it's just gonna be it's just impossible. You can't, until we know what the legislature is gonna do to change it. It's, and they will. Yeah, it's just an unbelievable task, I think, over the next couple of years. And
Yeah,
that's,
I do have people though that are implementing their lit now, not the full blown, but they're changing their lit now for the next 2 years. And so, they are automatically doing that and trying to get a phase-in approach and look to get ahead of the ballgame. I'm not so sure that's not a bad idea. I like
I
it.
see why they would do that.
Yeah, and so, I think I heard from Christie, one of the things with the added, if you sure need it. And you need a certain piece of equipment or you need something, I'm not so sure you shouldn't do it now. Because number one, the price is going up, and number two, the funding source is gonna change. Okay, so,
So we're getting into highway here next, and you pointed out edit, one of the reasons edit is deficit spending this year is because of one big project.
oh, I saw.
Yeah, and. So we had some email conversation, and I don't know if I got a straight answer yet. Is there, and this is an action question too, is there any advantage to borrowing dollars to protect business personal? Is there something in the legislation about the depreciation floor does not go away if there's debt tied to current?
Not, I don't believe from a general obligation fund, that's within a TIF district.
Okay,
Okay, so now, I'm not, remember, I always say we gotta consult our bond council. If you don't have one, we need to get one. But in that case, you're not protecting personal property, it's my understanding, countywide by having what's called a general obligation bond. Now, you don't have any debt. Okay, so I've had a lot of counties do have no debt, and they've been very, very proud of it, but they had the lowest cash balance they ever had. And now they're trying to dig back out. You don't want to get in that position. If there are some large projects that, then you might look. I mean, we were doing in Monroe County, we were one of the ones they wrote the law against. We were doing a GO every year. We were doing a $4 million general obligation bond each and every year, got a hell of a reasonable rate by the local bank and put it out to bid, the local bank, and because you had to with general obligation bonds. And it worked out really well because they were able to build their cash balance. Now, as you know, you can't, there's a cooling off period, but you can still do, in Hancock County, we do 5.5, we do a $6 million bond issue for 5.5 years. Because the cooling off period isn't effective if you amortize it over 5 years. Okay, so yes, there are cases, you're too late at this point to get it built into your budget. But for 2026, that may be, something you want to look at. Roads are a little more difficult. It takes because, you can't really have a property tax for roads unless we're doing Ronald Reagan Parkway. with a proper, with, basically added with a property tax backup. Okay, and and the lit is going to continue to pay for that road.
Greg,
When we
can
go
you
in,
rephrase,
yes,
can you rephrase a little bit of what John said, if you have an economic development project that's in construction and you obligate proceeds to a bond, does that allow, that would extend the depreciation, the personal property life of the project? For 20 years,
I'm gonna say, yes, I believe so at this point in time, given that subject bond council. Subject to your turn. So. Okay, and this is where it's gonna get difficult on the Form 103. Because you may have part of your property not, and it's new property. It's new property, is my
it's
understanding,
not assessed yet,
yes,
but there's a clock, or you need to get it done. Right? We would need to have it before they would be assessed.
pardon me,
It would need to happen before their project is done.
yes. Well, probably before it's done, it's probably already, probably assessed on their Form 103 as construction work in progress at 10%. So it may be on their Form 103 already.
I don't know.
Okay, well, here's what I was.
So let's have an offline conversation about this, about what to move forward.
And I I can give you a name or two of an attorney we'd want to read the fine print on this. You know, specifically. If you don't already have one, you know, I can, someone that, like, Barnes and Thornburg or somebody like that. That works in the area, so, okay. Other questions before I get down off my soapbox?
I would, I mean, I know this was all necessary and I really appreciate it. I know we're way off our time frame, all of this today, so thank you, council, for patience and Greg, we still welcome your comments as we continue to move through
Yeah,
what we're doing. And maybe when we're done here today, before you leave, you can give us any some final thoughts if you have.
yeah, and again, you know, if you have a question, please, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, we do this all over the state of Indiana. You know, I've been Tippecanoe County's financial advisor for 25 years. And so, you know, I've seen a lot of different things, so thank you.
I don't know. I should never think about that.
Sure.
Driveway over there.
So, who needs a second? We won't take a formal break, but just as soon as everybody's back, we'll start.
That sounds good. I'm always on it. I mean. I wish people could speak. He's so jealous. Yes, so.
Right.
Well,
So- So those are the big pieces. So I was concerned about, and I was expecting. Oh. Now. So, I think we ever did. Get all. That's a great process for. But that's what they. Schools. But So I think they said. Well, that's not. Now. Right, that's what. It is thinking. Because never did anything with no project. That's what it's right.
No.
Good, trust in the back, so. I don't think. You see, that's fine.
I'm about to go back to the office and get my country road repaired. I said,
I think that's what he said. He did not.
I almost was over at the van.
I mean, I've got.
I tell you, I got to look at my fan from home. It's chilly. Oh, it's hot here, Josh.
Yeah, I think it's cold. Might be the blunt thing. I don't know.
It's just interesting. Exactly.
MVH revenue numbers.
You mean how much? Where's our? You mean how much we get?
How much we're going to get?
Yes.
I'm on a truck bringing more blanket stuff. And the new blanket one we got. Yeah. Yeah, we'll bring a blanket one for it. Plug it in back here. Yeah, revenue right there, Freddie.
I'll take that.
But if you forgot, you don't have to show.
And that's what the state said. Charlie, and I said. Hi, right.
Well, I guess we can start selling signs out there to draw it.
Now, but I think it'll be a decent. Now, these things, you don't. They always.
Oh, yeah, they don't have to do that. They go back there.
You're gonna charge for it. Yeah, it's gonna be a $5 fee for that. Yeah.
Jeff is still out.
I would love it.
So as we start to put MBH together, write this number down, the forecasted revenue next year for MBH is $2,847,000.
That's in your books, guys.
Yeah, the revenue tab is.
With the, now, it's happy.
So, yeah, so we'll be in MBH 1176.
Yeah, again.
Judy, did you separate for the council 73 and 76?
What, we have to budget just 1176, and then after the first of the year, Melanie
Then
splits
you
it.
break it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. We'll catch Jeff up when he gets back here. So just in general, like I said, revenue 2.847, and our total budget for 25 or 20, yeah, 25. $2.512. So we've got to maintain a certain, maintain a balance there, surplus. So you guys want to go ahead and start this?
As far as the changes on the first page, which we put in for the 3% increase for the employees. And then we had talked with the work overload at the garage is between me and Melanie, sometimes gets overwhelming. The lead man at the garage is what would be the two, hold on. Sorry.
What do you think? Look at the salary, Josh.
I was looking for his hourly rate.
I mean,
was
both
that?
sides, the way to sound.
We had it written down with the incentive.
24 boards is what you're currently.
Hold on there. With the incentive,
No. No.
The lead man is at 24.40.
yes, and she is making $2 less on the hour than what he is. So, and we was gonna try to get her up level with him. That's the only request we've had on that part.
For the office manager's position,
Yes,
So when Roger went out,
equivalent to Kurt's position.
yes, more or less,
Wait,
as of, yeah,
so when Roger went out, we didn't replace the superintendent. Instead, we replaced with the lead man. Kurt does pretty much everything out in the field, takes care of the guys, keeps them going. I absorbed all the office work that Roger did, so I kind of took on extra duties and just been doing it for the last few years, so.
So is the difference $2? Is that what the note is here? Is that?
yes, right at it.
I put that in because that's what Mark requested whenever he met with us and talked to us, so.
And that's the thing, she's pretty well had the office by herself. I mean, I've been stuck out on the solar panels, Kurt's been running the guys. And it's, between that, and the paving. Sometimes she's in there by herself a lot, so.
Melanie, I don't want to inflate your ego too much, but I work in a lot of counties and I would say there are very few that manage their own community crossings program the way that you do.
Well, thank you.
They have consultants that do it and you do it all in-house.
As far as I know, we're the only one.
And
And
does force account work.
Yeah.
yes,
the only
we're the
in
only
this
one that does
district.
force account for work. And that's, so that problem, like, I can't just sit in the office like any other superintendent. A lot of times I'm out working with them in order to get the work done and accomplished. And she handles, you know, we're constantly playing phone tag, but it works. So,
You know, many other counties that do their own labor on community corrections.
No, that's awesome, because you're probably saving yourself a ton of money.
A ton of money.
and yeah, and that's where I feel like that she's different from some of the others because she is there by herself doing it. So,
And we have such extreme constraints with the restricted because of that, because if we were contractors, a lot of the expenses that we have to do in 1176, you know, we could do in 1173 because it would be part of their maintenance contract.
Right.
correct.
So it's a major night. Yeah.
And we have captured $8.8 million in community crossings, so that's just the state money that they gave us, so that's quite a lot of money for the community.
Only other increase I see there then is the,
Travel expense.
yeah, that's minimum.
Now, on the truck driver or equipment operator, we did add an additional person in there just to kind of take the load off of Cume Bridge. So I showed an extra person in
That's
there,
on down to
Yeah.
531.
right?
So the thought would be you won't have 3 in community grade bank.
Maybe just 2 in Cume Bridge if we make this move.
That doesn't include the actual figures though. That's just your guys's, truck driver. So there would have to be an additional. Right?
No, it's included in there. In this 536.
Only an $18,000 total raise.
It's only your drivers. According to the.
From last year.
Yeah. You mean, truck drivers and operators are paid out of this one, right?
Right, that wage is only their wages. It doesn't.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's just their wages.
So that one would have to increase, if they chose to. Like the 1135.
The 1135 would decrease and the MVH would,
Increase.
yeah. It would stay as it is right now because I added them in there.
I'm lost.
If you look at the 154, it has 536.5,
Right.
and that's only the truck driver.
You know what? I didn't change the amount. I put the amount in parentheses. That way you guys could plug it in if you chose to do that. That's right. Sorry.
The 43,850.
Correct.
So it needs to increase by 43,850 if we remove somebody from Cume Bridge.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes. Sorry. I forgot I did it that way. That way we didn't show double. Yep.
I think that's you.
Put that revenue paper.
So that's the, oh, that's for the per pension.
Yeah, you'll see notes on who's going up.
Yeah.
That's totally. Thank you. Basically, everything else down through here is 3%. You did put a bigger overtime allowance in.
We did. We had to ask for overtime.
We've had to ask twice, right?
Yes, we might be back again with paving. And the way it is, I'm not sure yet.
It's kind of based on weather, stuff like that, right?
It was because of the storms right off the bat, the first part of the year, and then anytime we get a big heavy rain, I mean, we're out fixing washouts. We've had 2 pipes that's come completely out.
Really can't predict that.
No,
Well, we had 2 winter storms straight out the gate too, so that,
and I know at one point we had 30,000 there, and then they wanted to do an estimate over 3 years of what you used, and you can't, it's hard for us to go off of an estimate over 3 years and stay good with it.
We kind of run into this with sheriff too. I'm just worried that our overtime budget's not realistic. Sometimes I think we create more work on ourselves by lowballing it.
Again,
And then, and then we have to come in and do additionals.
Yeah.
So, we're already at 36,000 this year, 36,438.
Mhm.
And I'm just wondering if, for right now, we should, at least have that number up in the $30,000 range rather than.
Oh, I mean, I agree with that.
yeah, I
but
100% agree.
I thought she wanted to estimate it out, so that's what we just went with. You know what I mean, as far as,
well, that's what he was saying, it needs to be more
Yes.
realistic.
Yeah.
It does.
Because if I may, I was surprised how many, I'd like to know year-to-date additionals that you did for the summer 6 months. Because you had,
Way too many.
I'm sorry, you had a hell of a stat today. I was really amazed. Way too. And any ballpark, how much you had for the first 6 months?
You mean the total
Yeah. Just guess even,
dollars?
yeah,
No, but I can figure it here in a minute.
okay, because, and remember, that just
Let's see.
automatically increases the 25 budget. And catches up with. But
yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
we need a right size.
Yes.
Keep in mind, this is coming from the direct money and we had $400,000 essentially we had $300,000 in revenue projected for this year that we did not budget. We were essentially under our
Correct.
potential revenue by $300,000 from what we budgeted.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing,
2.8 revenue, and we budgeted 2.5.
Mhm.
yeah, what I'm hearing is revenue should not, it's not going up, it's not going down, it should hold its own.
It's supposed to hold about the same from what I've seen.
I think actually we're up, the projection is we're gonna be up by around 50,000.
So far this year, we've done $1,363,023.66 in additional appropriations.
Really?
Now, the pointing was part of that, right?
Yeah.
That was a huge.
Huge.
So
That's
that's.
not a point project.
Okay, that was another 700 for you additional appropriate. That's a lot.
Okay. I think we ought to move this number to at least 35,000. I mean, you don't spend it if you don't, I mean, that's not, don't write it there. No, I have to get 6 other guys here, but
Well, like you said, it's there if we need it, and if we don't, great, it gets reabsorbed.
Don't try
You know.
to use it.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
Our guys.
we don't
always-
want to use it.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
don't want any more work than we have to do.
But it's Mother Nature based.
It is.
And then with all the community crossings, these guys build up their comp time, they max out, they're maxed at 80 hours, and then automatically after that, it's overtime. So when we're paving, they can't use their comp time because they're coming to work every day to pave, so you gotta pay them somehow, so.
and if we do a cost of living adjustment, I mean, that's just gonna eat into the. We've got. By the hour, then draws quicker.
Sure. So we take it out, you're okay, you want here?
Right now, we're still under estimated revenue. Are you guys okay with moving that to is 35 enough? We spent 2.847.
Well, and I think it hit us hard this year too, because we've had, we've had 2 or 3 good winters. And then this one here, we had 3 or 4 snows that we had to get out. The guys working, so like I said, and then we turned around, we went right in the spring with the spring rains and
And the
Summer
majority of
rains.
snows happened on the
the
weekend.
summer rains,
And it's hit more southern Indiana than it has northern.
yes.
I was
So-
amazed.
Throw a tornado in there.
Yeah, and that was honestly, that was a very big one, the tornado that went throughout years.
We are a little over this, let's just keep going through it, and then we'll see what the bottom line is. Let's put 35,000 in as a placeholder for now and see where we end up. Unless someone speak now or forever hold, or temporary hold. All right. That's really the only thing in that section. Other than the employee adjustment. So we'll have to decide. I'm gonna put that 43,850 in there for now, just to see where we end up at the bottom. Six. That would take that line to 580,350.
Yes.
Yes. What? It's just.
But they're not moving them all.
They're not moving, they were just proposing to move one.
Just one.
So what does that come to?
580,350,
5, 8, 3,
580,350.
Check it over. This number.
If they knew it, they would just that.
Is that, everything included?
So
Just for the song.
takes the total bottom line to 3.
oh, we got more to do here. So in 533, you've got FICA and PERF, and you've got some additions, notes in there for. Do those include, or do those need to be added in?
They'll need to be added in.
So you'd add in an extra 33.55.
$68, 6, 5, 6.
68, 656. Pension includes 684 plus. 100,516.
100,000.
Group insurance, this is not something where, this is the health, right?
Correct.
So this stays. I think number 23,285, right? Or, I was just making sure it wasn't one of those that reverts back to commissioners. Except 442,015.
4, 4, 2,
Mhm.
0, 1, 5.
This workers' comp, does it stay or is it deleted?
It should go.
Yeah.
It should be deleted for here.
Go ahead. Mark. Oh, there you go.
The 3,300 line, insurance line item. It goes,
Yeah, that one goes.
that Just curious.
Thank
105.
Zero.
And equipment, you've got a dump truck in two
Yes.
places.
That's gone.
Yeah, we showed it in, edit as well.
The trucks,
Yeah, the truck and the dump truck, we showed it in NVH and edit both.
So with those changes, that puts the total MVH ask at 2.990. And the revenue is 2.847.
I don't get that total, so I just wait. Yeah, I did, it didn't calculate, so I clicked something, 2,990,962.
Yeah. That's pretty close for now. We could look at streamlining that into the, that's got the equipment. That's got the equipment in. Oh, that's with the equipment in.
Yeah.
If we,
that's with the equipment in,
that's with the equipment in, the insurance will be taking that insurance.
105,000 insurance gone.
yeah,
With the equipment to see that.
How much is the dump truck? How much is the one-ton
But
truck?
I think it's good enough. We leave it here now. We can decide.
so the dump truck
You can get
would
with
be
that.
100 and,
But we've got,
no, it was more than that, wasn't it?
Well,
we've got almost $1 million.
319,635.
I think we put in, honestly, I think we put in 90,000 for the one-ton dump truck,
97, I
or
think.
was it
dump
97?
truck and a one-ton
It
truck.
was 97.
Yes.
One time, I think.
But the one-ton truck, we got one now, and it's set up to plow the small towns, so that's one thing that we're lacking
Which
is.
is not well and bleeds in.
Yes, but them go out, them little trucks go out to all the towns when we send the snowplow trucks out. But that is with a plow and a sander with it, so. And then the dump truck would be set up the same way, to have all the central hydraulics. Everything on the front for the snowplow and everything ran to the back for the spreader. So. I did not get a plow with it, but I did get a spreader with it. So, because that's something else that we're needing to replace, our spreaders are going on. We're getting them replaced as we're going, but we've got two left, it's about 35 years old. So.
Got some good life.
Yeah, and the dump truck that we're replacing, it's got like 1.7 million miles on it. So,
We're trying to set records.
well, I mean, we're running it right now, so.
You guys ought to get us.
Use the brake pads.
What brand is it?
It's a Sterling. A Sterling,
Okay,
yeah,
you guys need to start writing some letters and do some.
Yep.
a video.
but it's got, it's on the second motor and second transmission.
Yeah, you don't have to mention.
Okay, all right.
So that one with that.
Already.
2990962. 2.893.
No, give me the line item, the 319, the 97 out of the 319,630.
Well, take it out.
It would be.
What is
Take out,
it?
just take out 97 of it.
Yeah, that balances.
Right.
So leave the dump truck in and take out we leave the dump truck in, take the one-ton out,
Put it in edit,
leave it in edit.
and that balances pretty well.
That balances your MVH.
So put the one ton in edit then.
Yeah,
No. And leave, so that your equipment line item for MVH would be $222,635.
You say it again.
222,635.
So your total's 2,893,962.
And our revenue's 2847.
Say that again, Judy.
Total 2893962.
All right.
So.
Let me look.
Well, I wanna go to Cume Bridge, 1135. Cause this is where we're proposing to remove the employee.
And track that out. What I was gonna say, if we get the,
I've got an estimate of what I think we're gonna get in CC in Cume Bridge.
What was that dollar amount, Melanie, for that?
For the 110,
No, the one employee,
oh, 43,850
$43,850 plus
plus,
the,
do you want the FICA?
like in her,
So FICA was 3,355. Group health insurance is 23,285. And,
23,285.
uh-huh,
We didn't deduct group or the other thing. We added it.
and perf is 49,12.
Remember doing all three lines?
Yeah, you did, because I wrote the numbers down as we went.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, 46. Labor here would go to 87,500. 87,500.
Eight, 87, 500.
calculator ain't working here.
Turn your fingers.
It might be, it might be too big.
46,570.
46, 570.
Yeah. Okay. How much were you taking out of FICA? 33,55. That's right.
6694.
Alright. And
Last
last would be the pension per. Would reduce 4912.
Subtract, you know.
9800.
98,
9800.
800.
That ain't right.
Cume Bridge total is 258,472. If we have, what was the revenue number?
I'm gonna get, I'm thinking $294,337.
That puts us full on, that's good.
I'm thinking 276.
No, I
Because
think that
of the additional loss.
the additional loss.
Sure, I think we're 276 revenue.
2.8, let's split the difference.
Okay. I was basing
Still
it
out
off
there.
of the,
Oh, that's what's right in there. By moving that forward.
what do you have for your,
You put in.
well, of course, we've got our basic, you used our basic rate.
For tax rate,
Our rate on CCD,
yeah, I left it at 320. The property taxes, Cume Bridge, I pretty much kept the same.
I was gonna say, because we've got a .0382 and a .0333.
Okay, yeah,
Set rates.
give or take, yeah, you should be able to do that without a problem, because you got a balance.
All right. Was there anything else to note on Cume Bridge, guys? Looks like you kept it pretty well the same
We try to keep Cume Bridge as
because it's,
little as little change as possible. We try to reduce if we could, because we know that it's not gonna be healthy next year.
And that's the thing, I mean, is that where you wanna get into the 10-year bridge plan and everything, or?
well, because Cume Bridge is not keeping up with what we need to do for bridges. It's more of a maintenance account than a new rehab or construction account. That's why I'm saying some of that has to carry over to our wheel tax conversation, to have a revenue stream. that makes sense for the projects we're doing.
Right.
Cause that's the thing, like some of the things that like we're getting into now. It's almost like, and I'm being serious, like we need a bridge crew. We had one once before. And they done away, you know, Roger did away with it and then, so we just kept up with them as we're going. But anymore, so the state, we gotta have all these signs put up on them. If there's a sign knocked over, it's a critical fine.
Fine.
Not only that, but federal highways getting ready to change their rules. If there is a sign that is crooked, as in not vertical, straight up and down, that's a critical finding. If there's a guardrail that's dented, critical finding. If there's an obstruction like weeds growing up where people can't see the sign clearly, critical finding. So we're gonna have somebody that's gonna have to basically just be driving around making sure these bridges are up to
Understand
par.
what happens if you have critical findings, how does that impact?
Then your bridge rating will start going backwards on you. And then you need to be meeting a certain standard up here by the state. And like, there's so much, even the yellow and black checkered signs on each side of the bridge. Even if one of them's knocked down or weeds are in front of it.
What's the penalty?
So with the
Well,
critical findings, whenever they have one, it doesn't look good on the county when we have one, so we try to avoid them. But it's almost impossible with people damaging our signs and stuff all the time. So basically, we have a certain amount of time to go out, correct it, take pictures, get it to our bridge inspectors. They submit it back to federal highway through their process, and then we're cleared. But if we have too many critical findings, our federal funding could be on the line for bridge inspections.
yes,
And bridge inspections isn't an option. We have to do them. So it's either an 80-20 grant match or it's 100% local.
So that's the penalty.
Correct.
The penalty is
Yes.
that we wouldn't have the 80-20 no more,
Right.
we'd have.
Yeah.
100. And
Now, do I think it would take a lot to lose our federal funding? Yes, because we stay in compliance as best we can. And our time is pretty quick. Like we get somebody out there to get them fixed fast. But
the issue is on those yellow and black signs, as soon as you put them up, the farmers come through and push them over.
that's right.
yes.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
But there's nowhere to put them where the farmers won't be inconvenienced. Now, technically, the farmers aren't supposed to be running down the road with their heads on. But they do it because they don't want to take them off. It takes too long, so they shove our signs over to get to the fields faster.
Do they understand the risk? Would it be good to have some sort of awareness with those people, or they know that
You can make an
I don't
awareness,
think they
but they're not gonna care.
Uh-uh.
if they want to care, it's gonna cost them more, or they lose access?
Right. But once they
Yeah.
knock them down, prove that they did it, you know, once they're pushed down and out of the way, unless somebody physically sees them do it, there's. no-
Well, and that's like when we come to the council for the money for the signs, for the bridges. I mean, I think it was around 30,000 when we started, you know, trying to get all the signs put back up. But if BFS finds it, they've got to report it.
And that's another thing that spills into our sign money too. We're posting a minimum 10 to 12 signs on every single bridge to stay in compliance now that has an emergency vehicle rating. It's crazy.
What bridges do you have?
109,
Mhm.
And by state law, does any of them qualify as major bridge?
no. Well, I take that back. There might be,
Over 200 feet in span?
no,
And
But we have several historic.
no, the one on Topa River's close, but I don't think it's, I still think it's
I think it's under
100.
200 feet.
Most of
Yeah.
our dump bridges are in good shape and have. been-
Well,
Except for Bridge 32,
Bridge 32, that's the one.
That's in process.
correct.
That's the one that's in federal funding.
Well, not yet.
But-
Well, gonna
Applying
be.
for it.
yeah, if one qualified as major bridge, there's a separate levy for that. I did it for Hendricks, Hancock.
If it's not, I know, I'm gonna say it's right around 170 feet. I mean, it's close, but it's not there. It's not
Okay.
200.
And it's outside the levy and everything else, so just FYI. So, but I believe the definition is over 200 feet.
Okay. And that's what we did when we did so when BFS we done the 10-year bridge report. But they went off of NDOT specs of what the bridge would actually cost to replace. Then when I got quotes for every one of them, which, I mean, they come in, John also helped me with it on the engineer side of making sure that we're trying to budget for the right amount for the county for the next several years is what we was after. So right now, they're in the process of trying to put something together. I've got a cost, they've got the NDOT's cost, and then they're gonna try to, see where they can get it the closest. So. And that's something we will be coming in and we'll be doing a presentation on the bridges and so everybody understands, but they did say we need to do 2 a year in order to keep up where we need to be. So,
Got a lot of bridges.
yeah.
All right. Thanks, Josh. And so we went through Q Bridge. LRS. The revenue, 1169 is. Father, do you care to give me that revenue number?
What is 769?
What we had on DLGF 262.
Are you looking for fund number or what?
No, okay. Revenue. 262, 387 was what we had from the.
Well, that's
The
for
worksheet.
all of next year plus.
Right. Right. Next year's revenue is 262, 387.
And what'd you say you had, Greg?
263.
Okay, that's close.
Yeah.
And you got budgeted 250.
Mhm.
There's no problem with being under on those, right?
No,
Because that's a, yeah.
it's in theory, a cumulative fund, and it's a good match for community crossings. Too.
Not been, we've usually used edit for community crossing, which is something that we might need to think of.
That's where I was going.
Do you use edit for community crossings then?
Well, the edit disappears in 2 years. We gotta reestablish that rate.
Okay.
You were eating the sandwich. All right, so LRS, I don't see any reason to touch that as presented right now. And last is we're sort of seated, the highway portion is seated.
It's in there under 0531.
Is there a number on that was?
1112.
We're behind funds. Large equipment purchase. Take 97 out, no, that's, 4610. What are you doing?
Oh, that's you.
97,000.
That's Kevin.
Oh, there it is.
So, line 4610 changes to 22,635.
What?
22263.
Legal services?
And I forget which one is left, dump truck or one done.
Oh, that's for the dump truck, the one time we left in NBH.
I thought it was the other way around.
You moved
The
the,
97 moves to the,
you're talking about the one time?
Yeah.
The one time is the one you moved. Out.
yeah, so one time goes there, yeah, you go backwards.
Leave 97.
So the one ton stays here. I was wondering.
How about Josh wanted two dump trucks?
We just put one.
Well, yeah, I will.
We're giving them out.
What's the revenue left?
I misspoke.
No, that the dollar amount's different, right? What's the dollar amount?
For the one time?
How much is that?
97,000.
97.
All right,
97,000, I think, is what we put in for the 1 ton.
What you said when I got.
all right, so. Big jump you've asked for those box culvert replacements.
So that is part of the 10-year bridge plan. And we're trying to stay on track with that. With that being said, we will be applying on Mel's end for the federal aid this fall.
We'll come to you guys for your blessing.
Yes.
Before we apply.
On bridge,
32. That's the one that crosses the Patoka River.
that does not have a,
Nothing was budgeted for
No,
that.
nothing was budgeted for that. I'm just giving you a heads up so you know. That will be,
We have to be awarded before.
yes. But we've got everything done and ready to apply, for the bridge. Melanie got all
We
that.
have costs next year with 32.
If we do, it's gonna be I sent the numbers to Judy, told her how much the project was supposed to cost, but it'll be spread out throughout 5 years. Well, you know how it works. It just be PE work the first year. I'm not positive how much that's gonna be yet, but I'm safely assuming that I think we won't need hardly anything in 26. It's gonna be more 27 when we're gonna need money for that, cause it usually takes about 6-8 months for them to get going after, you know,
3.1,
agreements and stuff to get put in place.
3.1 million is what was the estimated over cost.
That means it's gonna be 7 million, but how we do it.
Probably.
Is that total cost not match?
It's total.
That's total cost.
That's what I wanted.
Correct.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
total cost. That's what was estimated
So
at.
in theory, we should only have 20% of that cost, but that doesn't typically work out that way.
And what's the number again?
3.1 million,
No, number of the bridge.
32.
And with that one too, with it being in the shape that it's in, and it's a historic bridge, we
That's
can't,
just-
we don't have the,
One's just construction, so that includes, there's that includes soft cost too.
that includes all the costs.
All the costs.
Yeah, we had an alternatives analysis done on it, so we've got a pretty good estimate.
Okay.
That's a pretty solid estimate. We had that done last year.
Okay.
But if for any reason we do have to close down this bridge, it's gonna, what did they call it? They called it abandonment by neglect.
Yes,
And that can also cost us federal funding for our bridges.
yeah, so
So-
if you,
It's not a project that we can continue to put off and not rehab.
so, yes, so if you've got a historical bridge, you can't just up and close it. You have got
Which
to,
bridge is this? 32?
32, this would be, this would be, Gibson Pike line, on County Road 500W. I mean, it is right on the line.
Okay.
So it's where you cross over and then where everybody
Goes to
not,
Francisco.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it still floods down through there. Every once in a while, we gotta go down there and get,
Right,
get
for
somebody out. So, but that's where it's at.
And unfortunately, it's worse.
Yeah,
And it's a
That's
story.
yeah.
John, do you remember that email that went out from Region 15, maybe a month ago about cuts in certain funding that apply to this EDA event? Grant funding here towards infrastructure. For that,
Yeah.
I think you shared it with everybody and then thought that affect this or not, but
Good point, Jay.
well, back in my memory banks here.
I don't know if we can cross the streams with, between LPA 80/20 and that or not.
Yeah.
That was EDA for me.
And then like I said, now, then I think you maybe forward to everybody else, so.
That's, we didn't have, that's why we didn't have a choice.
do it in the organization.
Have you made a formal application on that?
Not yet.
EPA grant funding.
That'll start up soon.
for Infrastructure improvement and in support of private investment and job creation. Anyway. Yeah.
I mean, our wheel tax, if, when we get that established, I guess that could help with the bridge rehab too, right?
My goal is to kind of put something in place that kind of helps fund matches for these. I mean,
Yeah, I think the wheel
I
tax.
hope we can fund them all, but
Wheel
Right.
tax,
at least have.
So within
that
reach.
streaming.
Yeah,
go towards our match, right? Oh, absolutely. Right.
So those box culverts. Do those come off when you replace a bridge with a box culvert? Is it still considered a bridge or is it?
It depends on if it's over 20 foot.
Okay.
So
The inside diameter of that box or the inside width of that box?
the outside, so it's gotta measure 20 foot. For it to be considered a bridge. So we took out 2 bridges, actually put one of them on the inventory, one of them we took off the inventory. So it just depends on kind of how it falls out. If you've got to run the bridge at an angle or if you run straight across, you know, you might have a bridge to where they've set back on each side that's over 20 foot. But then when you go to put a box culvert in and stick it within the ditch and fill it back over, you ain't got the 20 foot. So it just varies. So, but yes, some of them would be considered bridges, so.
So curiosity, do you get pinged for yellow black signs on a culvert?
No,
Yeah. They were just that.
they're just
yeah.
Yeah,
Those don't have to be replaced.
no,
It don't matter when it's on it. There's
no, it's gotta be a bridge. But if it's a bridge.
Okay.
And they can't see the signs or they're knocked over, it's a critical finding.
Okay.
So we did go up a little bit on our bridge inspections this year, not a lot, but a little bit. But we gotta stay on track in order for us to stay, cause even though you're putting new ones in, your older ones are getting older. So it's, it's a fighting battle. So you just gotta try to stay with it.
Did we have legal in here in 2 places, Christie? I mean, is this legal you were talking about too, as far as?
Yeah, it's under the highway department.
Okay. That's for your eminent domain stuff you've got going on with.
Yeah.
300. And then, of course, the big ask is the 300 north.
Yeah, that one hurts.
My question would be one that I asked you earlier. You've got the 800,000 in the budget for this year. For that,
Yes,
how does that affect things?
That'll move to next year, right?
right. So I think you actually want to do a reduction in budget.
I think, should we consider?
Yeah, yeah, we can.
Is that a big deal?
What's this one?
The budget is an item for 2025.
Right.
That we're not gonna use.
So sometimes, depending on your cash balance, you can't necessarily have it in 2 places, okay? Because it would put it out of balance for the 2 years here.
With your paperwork you submit to PLGF, they're assuming you're gonna spend it.
Correct. So the formula automatically assumes you spend 100%. So we go ahead, if it's a large one, de-appropriate it. So that it can be appropriated in 26. So, and how many dollars are we talking on this one? Yeah, so I would de-appropriate it, so it's not spent and it's not used in the formula, automatically assumed to be spent.
I mean, do it, I mean.
But you have a health balance.
And.
Yeah.
I've never understood why you have to advertise it.
Advertise what?
You have to advertise the appropriation or a reduction in appropriation?
Well, I mean, wait a minute, no, I do it as a Form 2 line adjustment on the, and you just have to have a resolution, Judy. So, with DLGF, you do it on the financial worksheet. As a,
Oh, you're talking about budget time right now, but normally during the year when you do the appropriation, you have to advertise.
yes, yeah, but on this one, we could put it in as a line 2 adjustment. And you should have a resolution.
Okay,
And we already have.
so we don't have to go through the formal procedure of doing a reduction or appropriation with advertisement.
Alright,
We can just pass a resolution if we're not gonna spend that money, is that what you're saying?
well, subject to Judy, what do you say, Judy? I thought,
Nora said I had to do it.
did you? Okay, because normally we just do it with the line 2 resolution and give it to the DLGF and they'll take it out, but. So,
I'll check one more time, but I've always been told I had to do it.
I see why they would tell you that immediately.
and sometimes they say.
We may not have anything to worry about because of our high cash balance.
You don't. You could leave it in. I think you'll still, because I have, this is added, we're talking. And I have, even at the 4,033,000, which was a high number, which, dude, for some reason, I'm missing my edit. Budget, it got left out, but I'm okay, so I think you've got enough at the 4,033, you're fine, you got 4 million left at the end of 26.
But when I do my paperwork, I have to show that it's not going to be used in my financial statement for that fund.
Yeah, on your worksheet.
My
Well,
financial statement, I have to do a financial statement for every fund.
yes, right, I call it line 2 worksheet,
Okay,
or the funny, it used to be known as line 2 worksheet.
yeah,
Now
that was
it's
before
called-
my time.
It's called the financial statement, but yes,
How much is before your time, Judy?
Yeah, county government was.
We'll do what you want us to do. Why didn't this burns me, you have to appropriate, they have to advertise it.
If you do need that, just let me know and I'll figure how much we need for the rest of the year and we can just be appropriate the rest of it.
And 2, on the bridges. 2026 is what I've got down for the apply for federal aid, that's the 3.1 million. The other one coming to us would be in 2028. Now, I had CLR price it. And I think that the price can be better here yet, but it's at 755,000.
But that's also in current dollars.
Yes,
So even if the.
yes, so that is in current price.
Still be 700.
So the rest of them are all under 200,000 until 2032. And then we've got one at 1.262 million, 1.2 million.
so, I mean, you're gonna run out of edit funds. So,
Well,
you're gonna need some good matches, or now you're matching it up with your new limit.
right. I guess I'm assuming in my mind, Greg, that we're gonna at least make ourselves whole with,
Right.
what we're, with our new limit.
That's a must.
Yeah.
Now, whole in where will be the key,
Correct.
because you might be appropriating a bridge in the general fund.
Right.
But it does mean
Budget.
the wheel tax needs to be.
So that puts our total on seated at $3,338,323. Is that, go down here, seated. Father.
3388, 33382, excuse me, 3338323. Right.
See where it's at.
Believe it or not, it's right there.
Okay, I'm with you. Just align a little different.
Well, who could see it?
Greg, is there anything else to talk about as it relates to that big 2.6 outlay? Is there anything we're not thinking of that we should? We've gotta do, we've gotta do it to get this road fixed.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd tell me one of them qualified as a major bridge.
No,
And Judy, this is one where we have to pay it all up front, and then we get reimbursed, right?
It's federal.
No, it will pay the 20%. Well, yeah, yes, I guess technically, yes, we pay it up front, get reimbursed, but we get reimbursed as we go through the
Yeah.
project. So we run that line in the negative, and then the 80% federal money, we run it in the negative, and then it corrects itself when we get.
Yeah, that's why we're appropriating the full amount. But we're getting 80% back.
No, that is the 20%.
It is.
Well, this right here that you're talking about, the 2.6, you're
Yes.
talking about Bridge 32, this 2.6 is what we will owe. This is our 20% plus.
That's
the
your
overages in the project.
20%.
That's correct.
A portion of it's
It's
20%
20%.
match, and a portion of it is overage that NDOT's not giving us any more money.
Sure,
Yes.
sure,
It's not in
used to that.
That
So
is-
there
that
is
all
no
2.6.
money coming back with the 2.6. Gotcha.
John, they did tell me in my last quarterly meeting, Brandy at NDOT, she is going to try to get us the 80-20 match on construction for Bridge 30 and 300 North, but there's no guarantee. When the time comes and it goes to letting, she's gonna ask Kathy for the additional funding, but there's no guarantee. But
There's been no call for projects, has there?
this year, no, it'll be in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that might be your chance too, right?
No, this project's already been awarded and it's about to go to letting, it's about to finish up.
It's not NDOT's favorite project. At this point.
Never mind.
All right. When we had those operations calls, this is 80% of what we got. It's a project. All right,
Well, what we ought to do is capture the next one or two in our 3-year going forward. Because I kept hearing another 600 coming in 26 or 27, 27,
28,
28, okay.
or no, sorry, 32, or hold on here a minute.
No, it wasn't that far up.
So in 2028, we got one for 755,000. In 2032 is where we've got one, everything from 28 down to 32 is under 200,000 until 2032, and then we got one for 1.2 million. Then
Total cost.
total cost, but that is also current as of right now.
Sure, sure.
And you have to do 2 a year.
And we have to do 2 a year to stay up with the bridge plan.
So that means you're gonna be spending.
But we-
400,000 a year.
I don't wanna say this too loudly, we are ahead of schedule right now. But I would rather keep it that way.
On your 108 bridge.
so one thing, and I talked about this briefly earlier, I just want to restate this. We asked Butler Fairman Seaford, who did the bridge plan, to give us this whole schedule itemized out by year. And that's what we're waiting on.
Okay.
Right now, they have the data, they just kind of manipulated it. And then
Yeah.
we have any more projects, she's gone, but anything else like this 300 project, we'd like to have a queue for that as well, or maybe an allowance for that as well.
Yeah,
And even
because
the community crossings match amounts, we could put in there as well.
so 2033, we've got one for 143,000, 2033, 252,000, which is a bridge. And then 2034, the last one on here is 733,000.
Thank you.
So our CCMG matches, Melanie, when we do those additional appropriations. They've typically been in here, have they not?
This year, we budgeted for them in MVH.
Yeah,
Yep.
MVH.
Yep.
Anything else then with? So overall seated, we're at 3.338. And our annual seeded revenue is
2.259.
2.2. So this year, and of course, 2.6 of that overage is in a one-time project here. So we are good to absorb with our fund balance, but it's probably the biggest single expenditure I've seen in a long time. As far as a project. But you're saying there's a slight chance that we might
Is a slight
get a little
possibility.
more 80-20 money that would reduce that.
Right, we hope,
But right now, we need to assume we're paying.
correct.
All right. Well, I think that's all on highway for today, unless anybody has anything for them, or you want to talk about the proposal for Melody's adjustment. Okay. Now we'll take our good friends from EMS.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Got her up.
Here you take a break. Or you want- And everyone's welcome to take a break. If they need to go, they can. Don't forget, there's cooler water over here.
Oh, yeah, I got it in mind.
I'll send them.
Run behind here.
I haven't.
Yes, I'm.
It's got Josh.
Yeah, I give it to them. So
Take care.
I'll send it
Yeah.
out to everybody.
What do you got as far as revenue? I got 3 million out of 80. In EMS.
In their revenue. Oh. Wait, so, let me see that.
This is 11.7, just compensation total, right? Or just EMS revenue, I've got 1.2.
See, our situation is, if you look in those points, we did get supplemental in this year,
Yes,
and we don't routinely get supplemental lit. That was 113,000.
yeah, we got 118, well, we're hoping you get 118 extra. We call it pennies from heaven, you should get pennies from heaven.
I haven't been notified that I'm gonna get that at all,
We call pennies from in now.
and we didn't get any last year.
2024.
Yeah, no,
Right.
no supplemental.
Said 1170, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, so. It's,
And farther up here somewhere.
no, it's near the, oh. There we go, you're flipping. it.
So-
Always back.
I have one page.
1170.
Yeah. She's presented another.
Like I'm got 3 pages.
Yeah, let's get that.
Yeah,
I've only got one, I got page 3.
I got one page. Yeah. I got page 1. I can give you page 1 if you give me page 3.
I've got 1, 2, and 3, I've got full that.
Yeah. See what I got. I've got 4 pages. Okay, be special or something, count that, but I count this.
He's got 4.
There's me.
Page 1.
Well,
Oh, yeah, I wasn't counting that one. I wasn't counting that 5 pages.
Right.
We're gonna have to find you too.
Yeah, this is the S with P red,
Because I got it in here.
those are here.
but if I don't make Kenny have away from the director.
Yeah, I see that.
No.
Right. Here on page 1, because I've got it over here.
Okay, we go over those revenue numbers one more time, please.
you wanna see what, because I'm not finding it, I calculated it just before I came down here.
So that P revenue studies.
What's the EMS revenue you have, Judy? I've got 1,200,000 was budgeted for 2025.
Yep.
And I've got 2026 at 1,224,000 for just ambulance service.
I think I had about 1,000,009. Maybe for this year, for ambulance, for next year. It's a Duke's mixture, as you know.
So it's up that
We're
much.
talking about this?
What do you think you're gonna get
2024,
for
we
your
got
runs?
we got 2.6 total.
2.6, that includes. You get 68 something a month for lit.
That's, I need the lit number, then I want the billing.
This lit number I have is 1,000,007 without supplemental, or that would be 26.
Well,
That's
68,000 times 12.
816. That sounds about right.
It's about 68,000 a month.
Unless you're adding fire,
both of them may be in there. Yeah.
sounds like.
It's around 100, it's around 816, that's
You share
low,
50/50.
because it's 68 change.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so half of it goes to EMS, half of it goes to sheriff currently. So one more time, was 816. 816.
Yeah, and that's low.
And. You know what the,
Ambulance revenue, does it show on your sheet there? Chris got it 827,497.44, no. 2,218,374.
2,218,374, yeah. Did that include your lit or is that just billing?
No.
Just billing, okay, just double check, yeah.
So it's a
Two
total,
million. 218,374.
That's your billing.
Yeah. We have a different model here.
and he's capped it, that's the total,
I
so the
understand.
816 as well.
Is the 816 a good number?
No, he's not good.
Okay. It's on the low side. Okay, because that's not what's on here, that's what I was asking. It's 816 on your sheet, 827.
No.
827. What is it?
I said he got CA and change,
Yeah, it's more like 827, 827.
he's got it exact there.
Yeah. So 11.5. Okay. Total revenue is estimated to be just over 3 million. Public safety tax plus the building. All right. Go ahead, Chris.
So, on the first page. We did ask for an increase in the uniform allowance or uniform clothing allowance. Guys, some of this stuff is just. Where we've moved money this year and. What the price of goods are going up, and it's not. You know, what we spent 2 years ago is just not covering what we're getting now. It's not like we're getting more. Let's see. No change in. The payroll at 6%. I did bump the technician vacation and sick a little bit compared to where we think we're gonna be versus where we've been in the past. The workers' comp number, the 107. Out, but I moved it. Official bonds and insurance, 30320. Because we had talked, Judy and I about. regular insurance coming out of workman's comp and just moving it all to one line. So if Christie is gonna take care of the workman's comp, that number on the 30320 can drop by 21,000.
Your workers' comp is through the county, it's not through.
Yes,
So what does that make that line?
74 minus 21, so 53. 53,000. I did ask for an additional 5,000 in vehicle repair, fuel, oil and lube, you know, John, you've talked about having a real number, 60,000 is not a number. Which we've always put in there, we're usually closer somewhere between 80 to 100. Just depending on what the fuel price is and what our runs are. Asked for an increase in medical supplies by 5,000. The professional services. So when we got the new cots in, was it beginning or earlier this year? We did not do a maintenance contract because I didn't really feel like that was a necessity at that time. And I'm still not 100% sold on it, but we had someone come and work on some issues that we had with one of the cots, and that was one of the questions he had was, do you have a maintenance contract with us? And our answer was no. His comment was, you might want to think about getting one. And the reason being, so the cylinder that's on that cot, if that cylinder goes out, that cylinder itself is $5,000. That does not include the cost to come and change it.
I'm guessing it's got a 30-day warranty.
It's a warranty.
So we're
Just
still
a one-year
under,
warranty.
we're
So right
still
now,
under our warranty.
right now we're under our warranty. One thing that I did not know was if that ambulance is involved in an accident, that cot is supposed to be recertified. Because of the mounting system that it's in. They're supposed to come back and look at it and make sure that, no, it's seated properly. It's not gonna come loose. That would all be included in that maintenance contract. With that maintenance contract, they would come once a year and go through every cot, change anything that's broke. Make any repairs that are needed. And my understanding, all of that would be included in that maintenance contract. The cost for the maintenance contract is. It's for a 5-year contract is $17,034 a year. Yeah, which is a lot of money. But when you start looking at a $5,000 cylinder.
Yeah, it's only for 5 years and then can't be renewed.
They only put it out for 5 years. I'm sure it can be renewed after that.
How much was the cot?
The cot alone is 32,000. The total system per truck is just over 60. And we'll have 6 of them in operation from the beginning of the year. So 2 cylinders, batteries, the batteries are a couple $100 a pop, that's covered. I mean,
And again, we did not, they really didn't even bring this up when we bought them. I'm not 100% sold on it either, but I also don't want us to see us get in a spot where we're spending a bunch of money when we might have been able to keep that.
You have that in here.
I have $10,000 in there. Because when I finished this budget, I did not have this contract. They hadn't finished it yet. So I had put $10,000 in that line for that contract.
I just wanna make, so $17,000 a year. Was and then bed, what?
30.
So every 2 years, though, we could buy a new bed, if we didn't pay the service contract. I mean, so I'm not seeing the numbers right out the gate here.
And is that for all your?
It's not just the cost. That's for, that what, and that is for all the, that 17 is for all the cots and the mounting systems,
Right,
which was a total of around 300.
but the problem is as they age, they ain't gonna give us a new cot.
No, but they'll come back and make repairs to anything that's broke or worn on.
For 5 years,
Correct.
and then after that, we're on our own.
We can do another service contract.
Can we?
Maybe.
They're gonna do a service contract now on a 10 or about all 6 carts that are 5 years old. Just saying, they're in the game to win. There's gotta be a catch here that we're not here.
And the thing is, if within a 5-year period, at what point are the cots wore out again? You know, that's what they're gonna
So-
say.
The question today is whether or not we up this number to cover a service contract, knowing we could still cut it at the next. For final budget. And that would give you time to figure out whether it's something you want, that you think is a good investment.
The service contracts for 5 cops, right?
The Charles said.
It is for 5 because we don't have.
We don't have 6 one.
Oh, but here's the thing with that. So that one will have a 1-year warranty when we get it. We will not get it till 26.
Or you'd add, if you did a warranty, you would add that on.
Right. There's really no reason to pay for a warranty for it when we would get a year warranty with it.
Do you have to do the service contract now, or can you wait a couple of years and then do a 5-year contract? I mean, we start having.
Just do the contract or ask to do it whenever we want.
Those are the kind of questions I'm thinking we could ask between now and.
Yeah.
Next month.
That would be my primary question is, at the end of the 5 years, can we? Sign back up? Okay, how long can we run this? Can we run this program where we're always gonna be, they're always gonna repair our carts, or is they gonna say, nope, after 5 years, we can no longer do that?
Right.
Cause I'm thinking that's what's gonna happen.
Warranties are always on new vehicles. Warranties are always on your new vehicle. Control.
There's a guy, calls me all the time with a semi one, maybe you can. talk to him.
Chris, or you talk to, maybe anything understand these
Right.
Angels Church, you know, these, get some kind of feel for.
I know there's one service that has this cot and this company. They have a preventive maintenance contract. They've upped their preventive maintenance contract to the point where they trade in their old cots every so many years and get new replacements. So they're paying for more than what we're doing, but they've always got new stuff.
I will say this, these cots have been an absolute game changer for your crews. They're unbelievable.
Yeah.
They should be. They should be.
But with that being said, if we have one backplane,
Yeah.
that's $100,000 and we pay this and we've
Yeah,
kept
we're
that
not arguing
employee. Yeah,
If we didn't do that extended warranty every 2 years, we'll get a new car, and is there resale value? Of the old ones, or trade-in value?
no, there won't be
What was the installation fee on those?
$8,500 for all 5.
Cause I knew we paid one of those too.
$1,800.
You raised a good question. For today, I'm gonna suggest that we put this in the advertised budget. And then we can give you a month to do more research on this. And I'm hearing skepticism from council, but I'd rather have it in there and cut it than.
Right.
Than have second thoughts. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, if it's a trade program where they'll replace the parts, and let you keep going, then maybe. Yeah, but it just seems like a lot of money, when we could buy you a new bed every 2 years, if we wanted to.
That would move that line to 43.8, right? We'd have to up it by 7.
Yeah.
What typically is gonna tear up the cot?
Well,
I caught before the mechanism in the truck.
more than likely, they're both used about the same, because if you're using the cot, you're using the mechanism.
Right.
But if you buy a new cot, it will fit on both mechanisms,
Yes, it should.
which we could do every 2 years if need.
Yeah. Yeah, the mechanism is right around 30 and the cot was right around 30, 32. So,
Okay, so there's the second piece to this.
yeah, it's a two,
The
and this contract covers both of
hydraulics
them.
on the cot.
That showed me, I think a mechanism hydraulics would be most likely be where they don't.
There's hydraulics on.
Well, the cylinder that's on the cot is what he was talking about, which one of the cylinders that is on our brand new cot is bad right now. And we've already had sensors go out in one of the loading mechanisms. That's why they came down to originally work on it. So we've already had one service repair and another one that we're getting scheduled. So,
Here's the selling point for the service contract.
so I mean, we're 5,000 in for the cot cylinder and who knows what that other one cost us. So.
And don't worry, I've got brand new AC units that are out, so.
Are they responsive?
Yeah. Yeah. Utilities, I did up from 9 to 15,000, but you guys remember we were in that second building now. And then, and with being said, I did drop the rent to what it would be for one place, so.
And you are center point company.
We are, I have not gotten an electric bill for. When it was so hot from down there yet, so. Other than that, the only other big thing is the ambulance. I did put in another ambulance. It is in this 1170. And it's also in 1138. So. My problem is an ambulance, whether it's a remount or a new one, we're looking at 18 months, probably closer to 2 years from the time we order before it's delivered. If you guys remember, we approved, or you approved one in September of 23. We assigned that agreement in October of 23. I just got word within the last month, it will not go to be remounted until October of this year, is what it's currently set at. With a 4 to 5 month bid. So we're looking at probably February or March of next year before we get it.
So almost 4 years.
Almost 2.5. So my problem is, how do I plan out 3 years in advance? Because I'm afraid if I don't put something in and we skip a year, that by the time we get to where we don't need it, it's not gonna be there. The other thing, so the one that is in here is a new ambulance. It's the smaller version, because the box that we have that we normally remount has been remounted once, and it was a 1998 box when they remounted it. So they told that they will not recertify that box again. So they won't put it on another truck. Just because of the age. So therefore,
Even the 255. 9 is a good number.
yes,
Seems cheap the way things are going.
but if that's the case, we need to be bidding that and locking that price in.
Right.
Yeah. So with that being said, I also had, that this one is a new one. I also had him give me a price on a remount for one of our bigger trucks. And it was right around the $250,000 mark also. That time frame is about the same build time.
So this is more like a traditional one-ton.
This is more like the, not our Chevys or our Ford gas trucks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what this is.
It's one.
Right. my thought is, and I've talked to the commissioners about it a little bit. We could do. We could do 2 trucks. And the rep that I've talked to, other places do that. And then they put into the contract that you have the ability to back out of this purchase up until the time it's bid, or up until the time it's put on the line to be built. So what that would do would hold us a spot on their wait list. So if a year and a half down the road, we're like, hey, we can't afford this other truck and we don't want this other truck. All we have to do is back out of that contract, and then that spot goes to the next person in line.
They don't care because their list is so long.
Right. And over a year ago, I think we were like 85th on the list. You know, so all it does, it's more.
Makes the customer more happy the next one.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other thing is it also does lock our price. Once we bid that and we award that, that's the price they honor. So in a year and a half down the road, if prices go up, you know, we've still got it at that price.
That's the truck and the box.
Yes.
What's the disadvantage of smaller unit? Instead of the remount, it's the same price.
So the remount is they take the box that we have and put it on a new chassis. They'll change out the air conditioning unit, electrical if you want it. Just depends on what it needs, if it needs painted on the outside.
Versus the 2 options, which one has a disadvantage? Equal in your eyes, or?
They're both about equal. The only reason I'm not asking to remount the one that we have now is because they won't recertify it. If they would recertify that truck, then that would be the direction I would want to go, which would probably save us another $50,000-$60,000. Because that's been my intent from when we started, is we buy a quality product that we can take again and reuse it. The newer trucks that we have, in talking to the rep, you know, he's like, I wouldn't be afraid to remount that truck or remount that box another 3 times. You know, so you're getting 10, 12, 15 maybe years out of it. But with the one that we have here that we're asking to replace, they just won't recertify that box. So therefore, the liability, I don't think we could put it on the road on the chassis. But what we've done is we've tried to keep a 4-wheel drive or a bigger vehicle at each station and then a smaller vehicle at each station. So the non-emergent, we can run the smaller, more fuel efficient vehicle, the 911 where we need the room, then we try to run the bigger trucks.
But you try to do transfers with the small ones?
When we can, yeah.
Are you successful in most cases?
For the most part, I mean, there'll be times that we may send them on a 911 call and they may transport somewhere and they'll be, say they're in Evansville, I call like, hey, I've got a non-emergent run for you. So they pick that patient up and then they take them wherever in that bigger truck. Just because it's not efficient for it to come back or turn around and go back down. But then depending on where the bigger trucks are, we may run the smaller ones for 911. Because that's what we've got.
Chris, you ask this highway all the time. Can you give us a summary of a list of the ages of the?
I can get you one, yeah.
The vehicles, and send that to us. Just the age and maybe life expectancy with it, just whatever you.
Right.
Doesn't have to be complex, but just something that shows how much longer you think each one's going to.
Sure.
Last year. So, because you have how many total vehicles currently?
Right now we have 5. And the one that we're waiting to go to be remounted would add to the 6th. It's an addition. So then there would be a 4-wheel drive truck and a smaller truck at every station.
And so this one, if we grant this one, it will replace.
It would replace one of the small ones. And right now, you know, that truck right now, I have every intent to run it until we can't run it anymore. But it's pushing 300,000 miles itself. The air conditioning unit is not the greatest in it. Like when we get these real hot temperatures, we won't run it because you can't get the box temperature down below probably 85. But when we remounted that one, we did not switch the air conditioner out. So that air conditioning unit in the back of that truck is a 1998 model. Where now, when you do a remount, they force you to redo the HVAC. They won't let you remount one without replacing it, which we should have, but we didn't. So, you know, we have to deal with it. Anything else?
So what are your thoughts, guys, if an ambulance stays in the budget, putting it in the 1170 versus the CCD? I personally love the idea of it staying in 1170 if we can afford it. With Greg's disclaimer, obviously, that 1170 changes as we know it a couple years from now, but
One thing to remember with the current balance that we have in that account, there will be a $220,000 purchase that comes out of that balance for that ambulance that we currently have to go to be remounted. But it will not come out until 2026.
we're carrying that encumbrance that far forward.
Yes.
Actually, it's the second year is that we've done with permission of.
And it'll be the third year this year that it's been encumbered.
And if we put this in, we're not realizing the very slim chance we're getting this truck this next year.
This one?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be, we wouldn't get it until 27, maybe 28. No, I'm sorry, 28, maybe 29.
Oh, really?
Because it's 26. If we bid it now, probably looking at the end of 27 and 28.
That's why he's suggesting maybe we put two on order.
Maybe you have two placeholders and have that in your bid that you're able to back out of that. One or both, you're able to back out up until the time it started.
But to go to bid, we have to have the funds allocated.
Val said, because I talked to him about that, in the past, he was 100% for that. That's all the way he would do it. In talking to him, he said, if you show me what verbiage they would put in that contract, I would be okay allowing that bid to go through and allowing it to be awarded if you had verbiage in there that said up until the time it is put online to be billed, that we could back that contract if you want.
So there's your homework between now and September to figure that out if you want a second one. Yeah.
So the problem there is if you don't advertise high enough. You can't have it.
But
But he's
it
saying
could be
that you
done.
have to have it allocated.
It could be done now.
Yeah.
Oh, order it and not in the budget.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the contract is
The thing is,
satisfied with the
even,
contract.
really even the same way with this one. If you wanted to cut it, we could bid it and do it now and get that price locked yet in 25 before any kind of increase.
You got any thoughts on? I know I'm crossing the legal field there, but what do you see with these long lead times, what do you see in other communities do?
I have not seen them do two at once. But they just keep. Do it, but yes, we're seeing, when you said 4 years, I was like, no, that's out of line. Normally it's about 2.5. Hopefully, there's been some cases where it's been less now. Things have gotten a little bit better.
And I think they have to a little bit. At one point, we were at 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So we're closer to 2 now. But their thing is their backlog is where it's killed them because during COVID, they laid off. Some people didn't come back. I think they told me 3 lines at that factory. And they, within the last year, just got back to the 4th line that they had prior to COVID, because they were putting out 13 trucks a day. And I think the last time I talked to him, they're only putting out like 8 or 9. So, get that caught back up to where they were, and to get those employees back is really where they've struggled.
I would think there'd be a cancellation. Can't do it, but you cancel without.
And I can ask that, in talking to him, it doesn't matter, because if we back out, somebody else.
I got somebody.
Yeah.
And what they end up doing is they do have someone to buy it and it's at a marked up price. That cancellation fee they earn.
Yeah. You want it bad enough, you're gonna pay.
Right.
Well, because, and the thing is too, they don't have, always before you have demo units. But they would put so many demo units in the lines. Well, now you've got people wrecking vehicles, people just buying the demos. They may keep our spot to build that truck and sell it as a demo.
So even though, let's say it's 2027, 2028 delivery, 2020, but actually buy the 2026 chassis just to hold it.
We would get whatever year we're in.
It will be in the year that they guarantee the price. Back to my question on which fund. That was 11.7.
I like 1170. We've worked for years to get 1170 built up, so we can do this.
Chris, are you talking about retiring, want the older ambulances? Just add, please.
This one that I put in this budget would replace one of them. If we were to do the second one, it would take one that we currently have, take the box off and remount it onto a new chassis and bring it back.
Well, I didn't know that, because I know you don't like to transfer. You have extra ambulance with that. You have an option for transfer, then use the old one on non-emergency. Also.
Where we're at right now, our biggest problem is sometimes having enough trucks. Doug and I will cover trucks during the day if we need to, or even in the evening. But sometimes it's actually the physical vehicle we don't have. It's not that we don't have the staff.
Generate extra revenue, if we had an extra ambulance and the word was out, that maybe your transfers from other counties.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Another extra ambulance, like.
In the interest of keeping things moving here. On the truck. For now, keep it at 1170. Delete it from CCD. And I need to cut this short, I'm just trying to cut it short. Is there?
That's fine.
We've given you some homework on the vehicle and the costs. Any other questions from council related to the vehicle? Question. Chris, you had one more increase as it related to your online 30670. The EMS charge, same as Sarah. I don't know what all those are contracts for maintenance contracts. Was.
Most of that's just increase in
Those are things you're already committed to?
yeah. And those are ones that we use right now. Gee, which one was it that we moved? Cause remember we had talked and there was one that we had in. We had it in professional services and we moved it to. Maintenance contracts. Because last year we
I think
had,
it was AIM, is the one that it's a video.
AIM is the billing. EMS charges the charting. it might have been me a lab tech. That we moved from the professional services to the maintenance contracts. Cause you thought it fit better there than where we had it.
I don't remember the discussion of what it was. You know, the service, I don't remember the service. It was previously, so it might look a little higher, the maintenance might look a little higher than it did last year because of. And something else should be a little.
Okay,
All right.
throw out there.
I have a question. You order a new truck. And chassis, or the chassis and box. Do we take the cot and system and take it out of this machine and put it in that machine?
Yeah, so that was something that I talked to them about,
We're not buying a new cot and a new mount.
not on this, not on this request, no, this, and that was figured into. This price to be able to take the amount that's in that truck and put it in this truck, whether it's done where it's built or if it's done when it comes back here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that whole system will move from that truck that would get rid of into the new truck.
You're gonna have a new ambulance unit with a 3-year-old cot.
Correct.
So that,
Personally, I'm not comfortable with ordering two at one time. Two.
And the thing with that, in talking to the rep, he's like, maybe we can stretch it out so that it's not two at one time, it's one this year and one a different time of the year, where they are stretched out. I said, my biggest thing is that keeping that flow going, and when you're looking at a 2-year lead time,
Yeah,
how do you keep that moving and still not spend the money that you don't need to spend, but still have the equipment that you need to work?
yeah. You have it when you need it.
Right.
I think I'm done with 1170 here, but the one thing I wanted to point out is the cot expense for the lease. $109,000 payment. This will be, next year will be our second year for that payment. If for some reason we don't, even though if this truck's in the budget in 1170, we potentially could make that payment for the top lease out of 1170 and still be balanced. If and save it out of save the CCD fund. Especially with some of the courthouse improvements that we have.
And leave the truck in there too, you think?
Well, what I'm saying is we're not spending
Right.
we're not spending that money. We know even if we put it in there, we're not spending, it's gonna be coverage. You're gonna have 2-3 more years of revenue before that truck's ever delivered.
My biggest thing is you guys are putting a whole lot of pressure on me.
That's what we do.
To remember.
Well, not to remember it but to perform and keep that. And I'm not saying that I expect that revenue to
That's
drop.
under pressure to keep the revenue stream strong.
And unfortunately, a lot of that is not in our control. It's gonna depend on who the payer is for that insurance and whether they pay. Or if the federal government does away with the Medicaid coverage for a lot of individuals and people go to self-pay. Then with a self-pay, they don't pay. That maybe last year they had Medicaid and it did pay. That's there's a whole lot of pressure there.
That's a real possibility.
It
That could be the
is,
entire decision though, too, is my.
yeah. But I mean, I can tell you, we're gonna do the best we can do and to make it work because like you've said, we started this in 2016 with 50,000, 150,000. And look at what it's done since then and where we're at now. With the balance we have, I don't think we've done anything wrong. Anybody. But it's a lot of pressure to perform.
So if we leave that there, let's come back up to what you said about not a real number on fuel. 2024 total spend was 96,000. We're at six, and we've got
Where it's
60 in this
60
year.
now, and we're gonna have to do something next month. So I think we're gonna be close to 90 again. When it's all said and done.
There's no reason to artificially deflate it. Can we put 90 in there and then maybe we'll be able to handle it with the transfer and not a.
It's the good job with this transfer.
The 90 is probably still low.
Spend 1,000.
90 may be low, but I think it's more doable and
closer than it was.
and looking at places for other money to move there if we're to the end.
Right.
Um,
So that puts us at 3.129. So that's. We're not balanced with our income, but. About 84,000 over. Expense over revenue, but keep in mind too, that truck is not going to be.
probably in 2 years there, yeah.
And you may get supplemental in.
Well, and
And our lit, our income, our revenue may be, that would be a low point.
we 4 years ago, we did a Medicare study and they're looking at the rates that they pay and all that could change. What they pay us could change, that could increase, because I don't think what they're paying us is. They did a cost analysis to see if what they were truly paying us was covering what our expenses were. It does.
What's the balance of the?
And Medicare, everybody bases their rates off the Medicare rates. So if those go up, yeah, the rates may go up too. But again, it all depends on your paper. So a lot of,
And how the demographics change.
and Judy and I talk about this revenue all the time. The easiest way to determine what it's going to be is stand back in the room and throw a dart at the wall, and where it lands is what it is, because there's so many moving parts you don't know.
When you take that 2.2 million, divide it by 12, you're anticipating revenue of 185,000 a month. Run and to make up that 84,000, it's just 7,000 more a month. Inflation might take care of that.
That's not bad.
Current fund balance.
He wants current fund balance. I don't have current fund. You want cash. What's in there right now? She's in, wow. But
860.
But I have not written you the check
yeah, we got
for
the August.
August, which is 165,000. I think it's right at 165. So,
And you've got 165 to put in.
yeah.
Chris, I remember 8 years ago, you said the negative sum too,
Oh, yeah.
where you came from there.
Well, and some of that was cash flow. When it was coming in and going out, wasn't at the
We were
record.
juggling a lot.
We were, yes. Yeah.
I think that.
He's a little. He's a little last year.
Okay. All right, so we got some decisions to make. Anything else for? The only other thing you had satellite was the cop payment, right?
Yes. That's correct.
And I did take the truck out of CCD. No, I mean, not on my sheet,
Okay, so
we
let's.
left it just at 1170. Okay. Thanks. All right, Chair. Sure. Start up at the general fund 005. Greg, are we as exciting as all your other kids?
Everybody has a different flavor. About that.
We'll just let Jason kind of give his intro while you're running around.
Oh, so you just start with the sheriffs.
Yeah, the general fund, sheriff, which is. Start there, Jason. I think your salary's frozen for next year.
Yeah, we received no increase this year, statewide, so. There's no increase in my salary whatsoever. We go down to our chief deputy. Chief deputy's position, we just added a 3% on top of his. Same thing with the deputies. Then sergeants, the detectives.
The number he's listed in 1, 3, 4. Those are not. The road deputies are on in the public safety. Pretty much 3 positions are these.
SRO, courthouse, and paper service.
There's slight touch in the uniform allowance.
Yeah, uniform, clothing allowance. We added $500 to that, but that came from. 104.
Oh, I see that. Paper 4.
Yes, we did that, for that $500.
Same line.
Yeah. And then the holiday pay was 3%. Instruction and schooling stayed the same, sheriff's mayor board stayed the same. And then down on office supplies, we split the office supplies. 1,500 office supply, furniture, equipment, and professional services. So that would, yep, vehicle maintenance the same. And law enforcement supplies.
That's a big reduction.
Yeah.
Law enforcement supplies, but you also have a big increase in your digital. Is that part of that?
No, we went back and forth. We're not really sure
For that extra
that
20,000.
20 was, what the reason was there. We're gonna buy some medical supplies, I think is where that conversation didn't go on last year. Replace some AEDs maybe. But we've gone back and forth and we're not 100% sure where
Because
that.
we budgeted 6,500 last year, and then once everything was all said and done and the budgets came out, we were $20,000 higher than what we had budgeted for.
We just learned the process with the appropriators.
Yeah. So I know Ashley and Judy's been back and forth with it, trying to figure out why it was, we didn't know we had that much money in there, so.
Yeah, because in 23, you spent 1,300 and the next
Yeah.
year, $782.
Yeah.
It was way overfunded.
Yeah.
26.
The only other thing I can think of is we talked about purchasing the tasers through there. And then we agreed with.
Yeah.
We found out at commissary.
Commissary.
And so I think maybe that's where it just got noticed.
Yeah. We'll gladly spend it, but we didn't know we had it, so.
What do you have planned for the 65? I mean, this is.
That goes pretty quickly. Yeah.
You don't have to dive in too deep, I just. You want to talk more about the digital storage, digital media?
That is all utility, so that's our body camera system.
Right.
So that money is to cover the contract that we have with them, because our cloud storage and everything is based off that. And then also there's a little bit extra there that if like, we break a sensor off of our holster or have to replace a sensor in the vehicle, or media controller, which is the thing that runs the system on us. There's some money built in there to try to help replace those small items that break. Other than that, that's all contract.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, though we're at 15 this year and 36 next year.
Oh, there's two cameras in there as well for the new vehicles.
Just new vehicles.
So there's 2 vehicles, so 20,000 of that is for 2 new camera systems for the new vehicles.
Currently, we have three in-car cameras, as we have right now on the road. 2 new vehicles, if we would be lucky to get them. We would put new in-car cameras inside them vehicles as well, so. And they're worth their weight in gold when you start talking about transporting people back and forth from jails and courthouses and prisons with inside cameras. Especially if we got a female person transporting a female subject. Like I said, there's no questions about how much protection you can use when you got an inside camera.
And currently now only 3 of your vehicles have been saying.
Currently now we have 3 that have inside cameras. We have 4. Yeah, there's. Oh, that's right, Briar. We got 3 new Durangos and then and Briar's got 1 in his car. Yeah. Yeah.
Those always coming at $10,000 per price tag, really?
And that equipment's expensive. Now that includes, so you're gonna have, no matter what, you'll have cost, I guess. So the camera system is about 7,500 of that cost. What they call the rocket, which is just a server that connects to our body cams, it's inside the vehicle anyways, that's the rest of that. So either way, if you put a camera in or not, we do have to have the rocket system for our body cams to even work. So that additionally is about $7,500 though to hit our camera system.
We've talked about this before. I mean, 20 years ago, we didn't think we'd ever have to have cameras in the car, 10 years ago, but, nobody's afraid to sue anybody right now, so.
Um. You're installing the professional services that's never been there before. That's always just been wrapped into the car cost, hasn't it?
Yeah, we. It's all getting broke out now. We've got, yeah, all that gets broke out for Judy for putting in different line items.
Now, does this, the insurance here, does it come out?
Hopefully,
Yeah, hopefully that gets pulled out with,
yeah. Is it for their commercial or yeah, all of it, yeah.
So both of them are built into that line item?
Yes. That's not figured in there.
So, Ashley's question was, would I handle like deductibles and stuff as the year goes on, and I do not have that figured in. So that's something that normally like the sheriff, the highway, if they have an accident, they have to meet a deductible or they handle that on their own. So if they're not going to, and if we're zeroing those items, I will need to make an adjustment to that amount probably to cover that. I didn't think about them all handling their accidents and stuff as the year goes on.
I think they would need to handle their deductibles, so that way they could tell us why they need them, what happened. I think it would need to be in there.
They would probably need to maintain some kind of a balance in those, especially like the sheriff's department and the highway that's on the road all the time. They tend to be the ones that have the, get the ear, the broken windshields, those kind of things. So,
that being said, the broken windshield, when we switched. We added that extra money for the insurance. I raised that up. We used to get our windshields fixed for free. And now it's $500 a pop out of our pocket that we have to fix because of that. So we've replaced what, 3 this year.
But you got the benefit of the lower deductible.
What's that?
But you got the benefit of a different deductible, or it's just because.
Yeah, it's just because of the change that we made in insurance. Yeah.
So in that insurance line, was there any deductible money in there from previous expenses or?
Yeah, it was a free charge that we had.
No, I mean, like in this figure here on your insurance line.
Oh, and our
was there-
insurance line here.
Was it in funds for deductibles that normally incur?
There was not, because with the insurance, it fluctuates so much, and as Bruce explained this morning, we literally don't know how much ours is supposed to be. So it was just budgeted another 25% off what we paid this year. And that's split between the sheriff's office.
But if you had a deductible, it
Kevin Plain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be.
Yeah.
There's just not any additional in there for deductibles as presented. It's just a 25% increase because that's what it.
do you guys recall what your deductibles were so far this year or anything like that? or-
We've just now had some, and
Those
as a matter of fact, they're sorry.
Dallas, the one,
Those are windshield.
one was at least there was windshields, yeah, I don't know about the top.
There's 4,000.
And the one with the top, we got that money back.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was hit on the traffic.
So, I mean, a couple, like if it's a car and if the whole car is in an accident, their deductibles are $500 for that auto. If just the windshield, I think, and like you said, that changed, I wasn't even aware of that until earlier.
That's usually a $500.
You write a check for $500 to cover a window.
Yep.
You put that in insurance expense?
I don't know if we.
Well, we've had to cover the
Yes, we've never had to, this is the first time we've ever had to do it.
Surely the vehicle.
Well, this year is the first year that we had to cover the windshield replacement. It's always been covered under insurance, so we didn't have a deductible for it.
So why don't we increase the vehicle repair line item by 2,500 for 3,000 for one window claim and one vehicle claim.
But you would want us to pay for an insurance deductible out of a vehicle repair.
That's what it is, I mean, right,
It's not insurance.
insurance,
The deductible is just the amount of the repair that you owe, kind of a fine line,
I'm
kind of leaning toward Judy.
We could even do a deductible. Insurance.
Yeah, we can do a line that says,
added for one there.
I think it'd be better for it to be a correct description of what it is.
We have always,
add a line.
we have always got our insurance deductibles out of insurance because we pay those to the insurance company.
Yeah.
So that's why it's always been in there.
Well. Can we rename that line the insurance deductible? No,
We have no issue. Because Chris, you'll have to have that marked in paper.
You lose your history.
for today's math, then, let's put it in the insurance line. But if we need to make a change in that line,
Probably need to make it over for the highway.
highway department, you know.
Remember that, they'll have it.
What about Mr. EMS? Okay.
He says, keep it.
But the plan is to decide to believe.
I still have money for that insurance line because I pay my.
Yeah.
If we put 3,000 in there, that's one auto claim and one insurance claim.
Yes, that's no grand.
Is that, am I right?
Yes.
That should be pretty close.
But if you put 3,000 in the insurance deductible line item, it's one vehicle claim, one windshield claim.
Yes.
So, no, I wrote check to the contract.
Yeah, they just shorten you up, they paid you back.
Yeah. I wrote check to the contract.
And we only get that deductible if we do full replacement of them. It's not like every time they fix a crack or whatever, so it's.
Well, and if it does need to be paid directly to the fix-it shop, then we can transfer it out.
We've been covering those in the commissary if we had. Try to make it simple.
Well, I lost my line.
3,300.
For, if we have to do it, just do it as an item, fine, but this will make our math work for the day.
Okay.
Then you only have one car.
Yeah, that was a Mr. Grant. We budgeted for two and all of our other expenses, but we had only put down one for that.
I didn't know if you had somewhere else.
No, it was, it was just, it was our mistake. So.
Can you do the same thing we asked Chris for?
I've already got it.
Got it.
The vehicle they'll be replacing is of the two vehicles. The one will be a 2020 Durango Pursuit. It's one of our marked SUVs. It has 127,000 miles on it currently. So by the time we replace it this time next year, you pay about 20,000. So around 150, and that vehicle would move to the pool. The vehicle that we would sell or trade in on the other side of that is a 2017 Dodge Charger. It's a marked vehicle. It's the last two-wheel drive we have left. At current time, it has 162,300 miles on it. But it'll only go up about 10,000 because it's current so far. So we'll push that SUV to the pool to get rid of this last two-wheel drive we have and trade in that, which we won't get $50 for it, but that's what we'll do with the push of that. Those are the two vehicles. I've got the rest of the current mileage for everybody.
There'd be one more.
No, those are the two that we would replace. Yeah, we're asking for two. Those are the two that would be,
You said one of them moves to the pool.
right,
Yeah.
the SUV moves to the pool
One of them gets sold.
and one of them gets sold.
Right.
The one that's currently in the pool is the one we're selling, and then we move the SUV to the pool. That's where those two new would go. Currently on the road is this 2020 Durango, and it would go to the pool, and we would replace that pool car, or we'd sell the pool car.
You want me to get
And
the one?
Here's two, I'm saying,
Well, that's because other vehicles are pushing down, so you're gonna have another pool car, we'll have two pool cars after we get this one back that's already coming back, yeah. So then we'll
Right now you have one pool car,
Yeah, pool car.
you're wanting to go to two
We're
pool.
gonna try to keep two pool cars, yeah. Sorry, I see what you're saying now, but it doesn't make sense. But the vehicle, I go to the pool, actually more mileage, but it's been more reliable, so 2019 Dodge Charger, that's the one we replaced with the Interceptor that's coming in. And that one has 159,000 miles on it, but it's been more reliable than the other vehicles, so we're gonna try to keep this. And it's all-wheel drive, so.
Gene, can you share us your list, your complete list of your inventory vehicles and status?
You say a pool car, that is an extra, it's.
Yeah, it's the vehicle that's there in case we have one that's in the shop, or if the jailers use them for transports as well. So if they get called in, they take them for medical transport, and then they use those.
Okay. That's not what I thought.
So as of right now, though, you're saying this line, you would like line 4,800 to jump up to
100,000.
100,000. And what kind of vehicles are those?
The two vehicles that we've priced, and I can give you kind of the rundown on that whole deal too, is the Interceptor that we got, unfortunately, don't have it back yet. We would love to have seen what it's gonna do, but currently Ford is beating everybody on price. So one of those vehicles is a Ford Interceptor utility, and it's coming in at a price of $46,905. And the other is a Ford F-250, which also is one of the cheaper vehicles that we have, and it comes in at $47,758 is what we can buy that. Those are both full drive vehicles.
The 3/4 ton?
Mhm. And then that would push, currently what the sheriff is driving, that F-250 would be an admin vehicle. And that would put the vehicle he's currently in, which is a Chevy Pursuit vehicle, into the fleet of patrol deputies.
So they discussed this, with me, and the reason they're going for the pickup is because the SUVs have issues towing the mobile command center. They're not properly equipped to pull that around.
They're not rated to.
You have a couple trailers.
Yeah, our Ranger trailers.
Yeah, we have the Ranger trailer, we have the mobile command, and then we also have, I mean, if we'd ever need one of us to have to be able to pull the boat or whatever it might be.
Any other EMA?
Yeah. And any other EMA equipment that might need to be,
We got a lot of trailers.
yeah.
And for what we can get, the 3/4 touch.
One's an SUV.
The trailer, at the end of that.
The Interceptor's more for practical purpose. The
Interceptor,
Interceptor's SUV.
It's a pursuit rated vehicle, but it's an SUV.
Buy some.
Yeah.
Eric, John, I sent you
It's a
guys
Ford
a
Explorer.
picture of that. If you want to shoot them.
They call it a police interceptor, or you call
Ford Expedition.
Yeah, basically.
Real world.
the Interceptor.
Yeah.
Is more like an Explorer, not an Expedition.
Oh,
It's the newer vision,
Smaller, yeah.
newer version of an Expedition,
okay,
smaller, but.
yeah. Mixed up.
Yeah, I priced Chevy and Dodge. Were both higher than these, which I actually did not price Dodge. We said we would not buy any Dodge SUVs because of issues we've had with them. So, but I did price Chevy and they came in at $54,000 for the Tahoe and just over that for their 3/4 ton pickup as well. Yeah.
Anybody selling a sedan anymore?
Nope, not for police for them.
What's
They
the
talk about it, but Stays buying
Interceptor.
Durangos again.
Yeah.
And that supposedly is bought for the new ones. Yeah.
They started out, they bought Durangos and they switched over to Tahoes and they came to some agreement with Dodge and then they went back to Dodge on the
Still buying
Durango.
some trucks too.
And then they're buying trucks too.
Yeah, we've had every one of our Durangos in the shop, like multiple times.
Ready to mission.
Keeps pulling an oil cooling line,
Okay.
and then it floods the radiator with oil.
Yeah.
So
So that puts. Deleting the insurance and adding the vehicle puts the bottom line at as currently. Set. So thank you for sending the list. I just forwarded it to everybody. Not saying we have to do this, but if we have to do this, I mean, can you live with one or? It's fine, I mean, what,
I mean, we're currently in a position where where the fleet needs to be for the year. If you skip one this year, the next year we'll be in a bad position again, spending money on something that isn't perfect. And that's just kind of, we're at a good place. Our fleet's where it is, should be. But if we skip a year, then I would tell you after that, then no, yeah, we're back to where we were. Having fleet issue.
So
I think one thing that helps sell that is if you take that list and show the expected replacement years for all of them. Yeah, that just adds a.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Within reason.
the only thing is it's hard to give replacement years only because we do so much moving around when we can. So if we see that we're having issues with something or whatever, then we may shuffle that vehicle to the courthouse, for instance, or whatever, because we know it's not getting driven like the other vehicles. Or JK's Tahoe has a lot of mileage on it, but it doesn't have a lot of high-speed mileage on it or hard mileage. It's a lot of running to court, running to Michigan and back.
Michigan,
you know, where, so it's a little difficult to say for sure that every 6 years we're gonna replace this vehicle at this mileage just because we switch them around so much.
but you guys had originally said to me though, if you didn't replace the 2 a year, you're gonna get behind.
Absolutely. When we were in that
That's what
position,
they're not saying. They're saying if they don't do 2 a year, they're gonna get to a point.
I'm not
where-
suggesting that
Yeah.
we're crashing that. I'm just throwing out the discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were in that position a few years ago. We were so far behind on vehicles. We had vehicles that shouldn't have been on the road when they were. And we've got to that point now where we're pretty decent shape. So,
I was just exposed.
saying, but problem with everybody else's timing takes so long.
we hadn't even got the interceptor, it's still in the shop, so. We're looking, 8 months to 9 months before once we order something, we can get it back and put it on the road, so it's a year late.
John, on the 884, you eliminated the insurance altogether? Or just 50? Did you get the same number altogether?
You kept 3,000.
3,000 insurance, that's it. Because Christie doesn't have, you went up to 65 in total, I thought.
For
Line for 400, gotcha, the 400.
Yeah.
Earlier. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Because I was like, whoa, wait a minute. It's okay. Okay. That's how you get to be, okay. Bring it down, please. Thank you.
the other thing that Barry mentioned that he brought up when we talked about vehicles before, that this is also a big retention thing.
It's your
As
office.
well, so it's, yeah,
It's their office.
yeah,
It's their
so
work.
it's super important to have a nice vehicle for the patrol guys for sure. And we're gonna be battling that worse than ever as this keeps going. The police just keeps paying them more.
Let them drive those Durangos for a while.
That's no kidding. Yeah,
And that being said, I mean, we just got a thing came down the other day from ICE with immigration. They're going after anybody that wants to join their, $102,000 starting out.
$50,000 pay or
Sign-on bonus. $50,000 sign-on bonus, $102,000 and then they're offering vacations and retirement.
Anybody want to buy a house?
So you look at it, we've got a young department, you look at some of our young guys, it's not tied down. I mean, that's. I know some area sheriffs are losing guys too.
40, let's keep going, 49, I think. 4950, where we're going next, which is the public safety sheriff. So the revenue on public safety is 827.5. everybody's overtime is here, right? So everyone's overtime eligible, even if their salaries in the other. And that's something we have traditionally under budgeted.
Right.
It's the magic hope that it's working.
Now, if you look down through there on the overtime. $110,000, that, all that does is, that covers PTO. That covers vacations, all the stuff, and it also covers the 4 hours. That we have built in for overtime to fill the 12-hour shift rotation. So that's nothing extra than. Than what we have, that's just.
That's the starting point with no extra special. event.
Absolutely, that's the basics of what we know that we have to have.
Total overtime in 2024, which was right at it.
Yeah. Increase with, I mean, more years we keep our guys on, the more incentives they get, more vacation time, I guess.
If we give you 110, will you promise?
Yeah.
We can promise you the sheriff won't get any over.
That's, yeah, yeah, believe it.
Good.
So as presented, you are under the revenue.
So John, I noticed that for 4950 had an ending balance of 338 at the end of 24. Because you only spent half the revenue. Was that intentional?
Trying to remember, because we just established, you're saying the end of
24.
in 24, we had 300,000 left.
Right.
I believe, Greg, that's kind of the nest egg you build up from the first year of collecting the tax.
It appears like you have
Yeah.
your expenses for the first year.
We only started using
We let it build up for 5 months or something.
before we
Or
started
we start using it.
using them.
Yeah.
So we knowing we adopted that public safety law in 23. We didn't make the appropriation changes until mid-year to take them out of general fund and move them into public safety.
So it's conscious.
Yeah.
So then the question is, get your tomato ready. What if you put one car in there just for 26 and let up a little bit on the general?
Well, one thing we've always talked about too is which employees pay for which spot.
Right.
We kind of settled on the road deputies and.
Yeah, you have kind of a nice sweet spot here where you're at.
Kind of like what we're doing in EMS.
Yeah.
Let that pay for the equipment.
Yeah, or at least, one car, not both cars.
Sure.
But what's the revenue?
887, 827.5.
Okay, so it would do it.
Don't want to touch it now.
Right.
You don't have an equipment line item in.
Well, that would kind of all depend on what all you're gonna put in there, because the actual full cost of the vehicle should be 81,000. So then you would actually have to add multiple line items to pay out of the truck line items of the vehicle purchase, professional services, the utility equipment, and everything else that you would break up.
On your equipment line, was there enough for 2 cars?
Yes.
Correct. The only one
Just
that
the
did not,
purchase of the car, not out.
Yeah, the base car was outfitted.
The outfit.
was everywhere else.
Right, that's in the car equipment line, I thought.
Yeah, so if you look at the vehicle
Professional.
lease and purchase, that's the last, it tells you what the breakout is, where everything else is at.
So you had one car, but you had equipment for
For
two
two,
cars.
correct, yeah,
Gotcha. Okay, that's,
that was somebody's error on entering that.
But there is. Even if you added the full 81,000, that puts it at 840. Which is only 13,000 more than what the projected revenue is. Or we could just do basic.
or you could just do base car then.
Judging off the fact that the overtime in that fund is at our bare minimum, it actually doesn't include any overtime. If we run that so close come the end of the year, then we're gonna have to ask for that money out of the general fund for overtime, which is gonna become an accounting nightmare for the people that do payroll.
No, we want the overtime, that's why we built the nest egg up.
Right.
So we can end
Okay, where are you gonna put it, under which line?
Well, what's the other one under, we want to know the same. So the other. We're at. Okay, we'll have to do that after we'll have to do it, you know. Okay, yeah, add it. Let her have it. And you put it just anyway, Ashley's got the other.
Purchase. That would be.
Where you have that.
4082.
So the plan is to create a new line in that.
What I heard.
That would put the total up to 809. In that. In 1150 or 4950.
Do you want to have a location of 0005?
And what is the location is for 4950?
Yeah, 4950 would have business.
Here's that.
No, it has 005.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go back and take it out, you know.
I have a question for you.
Yeah,
So you deal with other counties, and it sounded like from earlier conversations that, you have to experience with jails and housing other inmates. Curious to know how they have their set up, like with the sheriff housing other inmates in our facility, bringing in an extra $300,000-400,000 revenue. That does not go to him, it goes into general, and I'm just curious how other, counties set theirs up, goes back in the sheriff fund or
No.
general fund, general.
general and supports the general. And what has happened though, is people start tagging. I deal with matrices everywhere and all these other things on salary. We don't even want to go there, but the answer is they've asked for bumps based upon bringing in more level sixes and more revenue. That's a bad model, because what I told you just happened, it just happened in Martin County. They don't have any more. And so now the general fund has those road deputies or the jailers at a higher salary, but less revenue. So, but the revenue and usually stays in the general fund, because public safety lit, or you can only, are supposed to only put lit dollars, period. Does that answer your question?
So our EMS is a little bit different. I mean, we've been mixing revenue with tax on our 1170.
I noticed that, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute here. And so,
But
you know,
when it was our only public safety, when that was exclusive for them. At least by the way we operate, that probably made a lot more sense, even though they still don't know it.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised since you had a 16 EMS that you didn't have an EMS fund. Just EMS, and then, you know, my understanding all along was. Lit funds had to be lit funds only, but nobody seems to have.
They've never.
Greg hasn't written you up yet, so. Yeah, so interest. So, but normal revenue from the jail comes into the general fund.
Used to just be a mental note, it's like, so it's all one fund EMS, so Chris running the transport service bringing extra revenue, he knows he's got that. So just, I guess, make a mental note that if the sheriff's gonna do extra work, housing additional inmates, then hey, he's got roughly $300,000-$400,000, whatever he made that year, for us to work with towards his stuff.
Yeah, but it is a little different because it gets consumed into the general fund at a certain level. So, yeah, but there's a big difference, which is kind of interesting.
And I mean, we've talked about this cut for 2 or 3 years, Greg, as part of our discussion. But one thing I said to note is that. Right now, we're really only making money off of out of county. We're not making it off the VOC like.
Well, I think we've got that.
Well, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
Correct.
So when we talked about this earlier, I didn't want to get into it because
County felon holding.
Yeah.
That's migrationally a huge chunk of it. Yes, does come from the family. But also, of course, last year was. I think I got.
But we've got it here.
Yeah, because John, if I give me the breakdown.
Last year, we got
From you, probably should.
I can read it.
almost $50,000 for county felon building.
VOC felons was 49,837.
Right.
The level
Now,
six,
level-
level 6 felons was 68,884.
Right.
so
Um,
I think where you're getting confused on is like Marion County, they actually hold DOC inmates. We don't actually hold DOC inmates. We hold them until they come and get them, or we have to take them.
Yes,
So we will
That's
still,
what I'm-
we still continue to do that. And we might wait, we might have a DOC inmate that gets sentenced in our jail to DOC and he might be there for 6 months. Well, in that 6 months, they are paying us until they're ready for him to go.
the 4250, right?
Yes, so they still have to pay us that.
And we're still gonna have.
We're still gonna have that money. We have never held, yeah, we've never just held DOC inmates just for DOC.
Okay,
Marion County does, and there's a lot of places that do that.
yeah, I'm
We're
not
not-
used to Marion, but I'm used to Hancock.
Hancock, okay.
Infants.
But I didn't want to get that misread because we don't hold DOC inmates just to be holding them for money.
Sure,
Yeah, we don't do that. Anytime anybody gets sentenced to DOC, we send them to DOC.
you'll hold them for other counties.
We hold them for
when
other,
they're
we
full.
we hold Vanderburgh County, but we don't hold other county inmates for DOC.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're still getting DOC money.
And do you get the option on the inmate?
Yes, it's very clear that, medically, they have any issues, if we have any issues whatsoever in our jail with any inmate that we have, they go straight back.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had some come in when we've sent them back out the same day. So if they're a problem child, we get rid of them.
Because that's the insurance
Yeah,
issue.
absolutely.
so last year we made $158,250 from Vanderburgh County.
Right.
And then the total income from housing inmates was 284.
Yeah.
So that's.
So I took about half
Yeah,
going forward.
yeah,
Not correct.
yeah, yeah,
That's total bill. Also.
yeah.
Not
Like I said, that-
necessarily received.
Taking that out,
Oh, so there's a difference between billed and received?
yes. Is what we bill them is not always what we get. Yeah,
I'm looking at cash.
yeah.
Well, plus DOC was 3 or 4 months behind it on paying too.
And we're blessed because right now, we are lucky that DOC is pretty much caught up with a lot of our payment. But there's jails out there that,
Right, Hancock haven't received anything for the first 6 months.
yeah, but they're four or $500,000 behind.
Yeah.
But that's the jails that are holding DOC inmates.
Like they've been sentenced,
Sentenced and they're going-
in their prison.
They're sitting in prison instead of going back to DOC. We don't do that.
Yours is just a temporary.
Ours is, they're sentenced to DOC, we are holding them until they're ready for them to get there. So that money is always gonna be there.
So judge says you're guilty
Yes,
and you're,
sentenced to DOC,
as soon as he does the sentencing,
soon as he does that sentencing, they're,
DOC starts paying.
those
They're late.
Until they
Yeah.
pick them up.
until we, well, they don't pick them up anymore, we have to take them.
Either way, we have to wait for them, we have to wait for them to allow.
I wish we could charge for that, but we can't, you know.
Well, then just hold them and let them keep paying us.
The biggest issue on that this year is the switches, is that once we hold the people that's holding DOC inmates, some of these jails. If a patient gets sick or whatever, then that county has to pay their hospital bills. DOC does not pay them.
Right.
So that's why we said, and I've already got with the judge and the prosecutors, they get sentenced to DOC, we want them out of our jail. Cause we don't wanna pay for that surgery or that whatever it might be, because they're all,
So not to drag it on, but I noticed that you had fugitive return revenue, right?
yeah,
What is that?
that's
Revenue or expense?
expense.
That's an expense.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just-
okay.
Yeah,
So what's that expense?
the expense for the juvenile extent,
You have to go get somebody.
Buy somewhere.
Gotcha.
Pay a transport company to do it.
You gotta go out to Las Vegas.
so we've had,
Former commissioner.
yeah, we had one in Texas not too long ago. We had one in Texas, we had to use a transport company, it was better off getting a transport company than have to send a male and a female jailer or deputy out, get them, then. So now we've been to Virginia, I've been to Tennessee, I've been to
50,000 vehicle.
everywhere else, but
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
I agree. Travis, I'll took over your conversation. Good. All right, so we are on to jail, which is where we were at talking about it.
Old creative guys.
Yeah, public safety. Grace. Jail. So 3% raise or 32 on overtime, again, maybe not a real number,
Right.
lots of real numbers.
For the part-time and overtime split up, that's once again PTO hours that we do and guarantee. But we don't know if it's gonna be a full-time person covering that shift or if it's gonna be a part-time person covering the shift.
But what would be a close for the number?
That's,
Throw a dart.
that should be
It should be pretty
pretty good,
close.
because we did increase some of it, with the part-time, because the part-time money we also use to pay the people that are training as well.
Yep.
They may work out, they may not.
We most generally trying to use part-time people. Cover shifts if we can. Sometimes if that's not an option. For the most part, we do try to use as many part-time as we can.
And a lot of our overtime, I mean, you have some with staffing because I never make it through a year with everybody I start with. It's just kind of the nature of the beast, but where we really get into a lot of our overtime is with, if we have more inmates in hospitals, you know, things of that nature where I'm having to have somebody with them around the clock and that kind of thing. That's where we do. So realistically, I mean, granted now, we're probably gonna have to transfer one way or the other, because you never know what kind of availability on your staff you're gonna have. But between the two line items, but good Lord willing, that really should be pretty close to a real number.
So you're saying the 42 is close to a real
Yeah.
number? And then, cause I mean, like, we're having to ask for transfers and additionals right now in this year.
Yeah.
But you think that that's good for? So we wouldn't have to do that, what we're trying to get is applicants.
And my problem is I can't predict
Right, I understand. but,
where, I mean, some years.
So
You know,
you looked at it, and some years it would have worked.
some years it would work, yes, and then, I mean, but if you have a bad year, you're not going to, so I'm not sure.
I'm not seeing a 42 then. Where are you?
It should be 52,000, there's 32,000 part-time.
Sorry, yeah, I said,
Yeah, almost.
yeah, I said
20,000.
42 and then.
It's 32.
52, yeah.
Or 52 between them.
So it-
Between the two.
I think it can work, yes. Barring a lot of bad things. This year's been a little rough, so.
You know, that being said, I mean, we do a really good job of, if we have someone in the hospital that's gonna have any kind of lengthy stay. I mean, we work really close with the prosecutor and the judge on that. So,
Well, I mean, like in 24, I'm seeing like 70 something. Is what I'm seeing there. The, between the two.
I calculated the part-time and overtime for the sheriff budget and the jail budget, just according to how many PTO hours we have to cover, so pretty much our bare minimum. Gladly increase that if you'd like, but for the most part, we struggle more with the real number in the sheriff's office. We've always been asked not to give the real number. This time we've given the real number at the bare minimum. As far as the jail goes, that one has fluctuated a lot over the course of the years, like Brian said, about losing employees, depending on how many hospital transports this year specifically, with our changing our medical provider. It seems like they are requesting us to send more people to the hospital than what the other one was on certain things. We've had some very interesting medical issues this year as well. Then we do try to split those up between the two budgets. We can gladly increase that. That was just put in as PTO hours to cover.
I mean, just from what I know currently. And just from looking at 24, and again, I'm inexperienced, but I'm seeing this as not those, I'm seeing that. That's not, the 52 is not a real good nothing. It might work one year, but my question is your trending, and then maybe you know this or don't know this, but.
The last 2 years have both been.
So now.
Going
yeah, well, and then also, I mean, the more inmates we have in the jail, the more often that we're gonna have overtime. You know, the more inmates we have on that. Now, Vanderbilt County's separate, but, you know, there's sometimes that we don't get, we might have 6, 8, 10 DOC inmates waiting for DOC.
And
If we have to do it.
solar activity is assisted in that.
Yeah.
Correct.
And we are, and
Yeah.
we've been on a big uptrend on our average daily population.
Yeah.
We've been holding 70-80% of capacity
For several months.
How many guests do you have? I'm sorry, sir. How many guests do you have? Today's a good day. We're down to 55 or 56 today.
Yeah.
But we're a 76 bed rated facility and
Yeah.
we've been running
It's,
mid-60s pretty solid, so.
We can leave these numbers alone, but I just see us doing transfers or appropriations or whatever. I mean, just from what I'm seeing, because I just don't believe that.
If we don't have a good year next year, which would buck the trend, then you're correct, it'll be a lot of it, but.
Another thing that plays into that a little bit as well is, as far as transfers go, the holiday pay. Unlike the sheriff's budget where holiday pay is paid out of the general, overtime is paid out of the public safety, we don't have the ability to transfer between those two funds, whereas in the jail, it's all one. And if we lose a full-time employee that we had calculated 13, 14 holidays for, we lose them, the new person that we hire isn't eligible for all of those holidays. So when we hire that or train for that position, then when we lose a full-time employee,
It's a
we have
bonus.
that little bit of extra there that kind of helps cover that for when we have a.
But then also though, you have overtime instead of.
We have a lot of part-time or overtime.
Yes.
It's all very fluid there. Like I said, I would gladly increase that if you guys would like.
I gotta ask, why did the bologna sandwiches go up so much?
Well, our guys don't get one, so.
You get one hot, let's see, we went through this yesterday at another county, I think you get one hot meal a day, or is it two?
Two.
You two?
Yeah, two hot
And
meals
then
for cold, cold breakfast at our place.
You were 127 in 24. You went to 185. That was almost, was a huge increase. And then
So-
back again.
We made a switch, went
Yeah.
from doing our,
I saw that. I saw that, no,
but we lost the cook salary.
Yeah, we got,
All
Insurance
of
and all
that
that.
switched over in.
right,
We were spending over $200,000 a year.
yeah.
on cook.
When you look at everything.
When you
pulled
add
in,
everything together, we were over 200,000 a year with that.
Yeah.
By taking that out, and contract that
That's the
out,
cost.
we went down to 170. So
Okay.
we've saved money.
Gotcha, because I saw the cook guy, and I read the note, and yeah, but it just seemed like, the food cost itself, but that's also the service.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Let's. If we leave the employee over again alone and maybe we monitor it again for another year. We're down to. The insurance can come out, right? $3,300. $79,200. Your professional services is a new line item at 16,000. That's my new.
Which number are you on, John?
30230.
Generally, on the
Professional service.
professional services, Ed Monday would have been paid out of hardware, software, anything related to computer was always paid out of that. Stanley, for their service and labor costs, which is the jail operating door system. And now the camera system as well, anytime we call them, that used to be under building repair or equipment repair, depending on what they had to do. For the auditor's request, that would be a professional service that they would be handling, and then Canvas is the medical software annual fee of $10,000.
So it shifted around. Shifted around a little.
Yeah, we just,
That's actually that with the new medical people that have the different software. So 6,000 of that has been shifted out of hardware, software, and building repair. Equipment repair maintenance. But 10,000 of that is a new additional cost whenever we switched over to the new medical company.
So you're paying it this year.
Yeah, that will be an annual cost for their medical software that they require.
Not, I'm not trying to make a deal of it. Why would the door repair guy be a professional service? Why wouldn't that be a building repair? Your plumber is not a professional service.
Because we don't have a maintenance contract.
Right.
We don't have it, we do not pay Stanley for a maintenance contract. We pay them per service. If we only call them if we need them.
Sure.
They're the only ones that can do it, but we are not contracted with them. And we have been requested to pay anything that does not have a contract, a signed contract, to be paid out of professional services. Rather than maintenance contracts.
Oh, because.
Or building
maintenance.
repair,
I was gonna-
or
I can see not paying out of maintenance contracts, but I would.
a lot of that.
Why wouldn't it be? This is an auditor question.
Yes, a lot of our maintenance contracts, it's one of the terms that I always hate is that's the way it's always been done.
Sure.
But that's the way it's always been done, is that any kind of professional service that is done at the sheriff's office to maintain the building would be split up. If we had to buy equipment, that came out of the equipment, but if we had to pay somebody to put it in, that would come out of maintenance contracts. We have multiple
So
people
if you get a
that,
plumber bill and you got parts and labor, are you splitting the bill between parts and labor in two different line items?
that always depends.
I just get somebody to do it.
No, we have a lot of things down at the sheriff's office that don't necessarily fall into everybody else's categories or line items.
Get that.
We have a generator that we have always had the same company come and work on, but we're not contracted through them. We can use whomever we like, but that had always been paid out of maintenance contracts because we are maintaining. They are helping us to maintain. It wasn't necessarily they came to fix it, but they do have to come and run tests on it every year, so they may be paid out of maintenance contracts to come test it once a year, but if we need it fixed, then it would be coming out of equipment repair.
Just trying.
Clear as mud, right?
That's with contract. When,
I understand that. It's a contract line, I used to have a contract with it. Understand. I'm just trying to I'm trying to do the net math in my head, the net changes. So when you take insurance out, it's right now at 1.551305.
551,305, so.
Would have anything else on jail general?
Is the elevator situation open?
No, we didn't put that elevator in this year. I mean, we didn't put it into the budget.
That's why.
Yeah, we we was told by the commissioners to pay that, go ahead and get that repaired for now. So we spent the $7,000 on patching it until,
And it's good, or it's that, or.
for right now, it's working. So, the bill on that, if we decide to revamp that and get that to where it needs to be at, then it's probably gonna be about a $60,000 increase. To get that elevator
To do the modernization, they say it should be done.
it's out of date. But it's,
Cover 3 floors.
it covers the two,
That's still hydraulic, I guess.
yeah, and it's 32 years old, so.
Sorry, they don't make the parts anymore,
Yeah,
so
it's not-
that's,
they don't-
that's why they say.
Our system.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Into in Shelby County last year, and then they had to rewire it because the wiring was totally different.
Yeah.
And that was another 15 to 20.
That's what we ran into with our fire system, fire panels. They just don't make the part.
I think somewhere it was asked about 5-year projects. Our building's 32 years old. I know that currently, we've got quotes out on air conditioning units because one of them is, probably going to need to be completely replaced and another one is going to be desperately repaired in multiple ways. We're waiting on the quotes on those. Probably got 7 or 8 units up there and we've only ever replaced one of them and that was 2 years ago. We've always patched them. So those are a big cost. Our generator is old. We don't have quotes on all of this, but pretty much anything that you guys haven't seen before you need to replace in the jail is probably gonna need replaced in the next 5 to 10 years, if not a new facility. Period. Because everything is aged. If it's not been replaced, it's 30 years old and it's used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 32 years.
Everybody still calls it the new jail.
I know.
You know, and that's, with that being said, we've got property beside us now, you know, that the county has looked at. Probably not my time, but eventually we're gonna have to really think about what we're gonna do with that property and for the next, like I said, we're running in a facility that's 32 years old. Most of the jails that was built back when our jail was built has already revamped. Because of lawsuits, because of whatever might happen. If we're not looking at that in the near future, we're in trouble. Because we can't keep doing the things we're doing and maintaining, and running a safe jail. So hopefully one of these days we can get on that line and start looking at doing what we can do with that property beside us or some other facility. So I know that's, like I said, that's not gonna be my time, but someone's time. But I'm afraid if we don't think about it now, then we're
Well, a good point. And I know one of the things, once we get through budget time, one of the things Greg wants to talk to us about is that capital planning piece.
Yeah.
We've already started those internal conversations.
Yeah, so anything you got over the next 5 years, put it down, even if you have to put down a ballpark estimate.
Yeah.
You know, because I was doing $125,000 per HVAC in one county and they had 12 of them.
Yeah.
So, and because you can't get the coolant and all these other, and talking about sometimes it was out a year or 2 on that.
Yeah.
Lead times.
We actually had that issue when we purchased the new AC units. And it got installed, there was a piece that broke or wasn't correct or something. And here we have this brand new unit, we had to run it on an emergency cycle for 8 months before the part came in.
So the utility bill went up.
Yeah,
they
so,
love us anyway.
and speaking of some revenue, which would be bare minimum, but I know Judy was looking into an EMA and 911 are in our facility. Is there money that we had from that? You have to measure.
What we were doing was EMA asked us to state what other expenses the county was paying. You know, that was not direct EMA expenses.
I
And
didn't know if that was something that we, because.
I don't have any idea if they plan to reimburse. You know, if they just wanted to know about any other expenses that the county might pay,
Yeah,
just to point out.
Let's keep going. We just checked that, if you. Brian, there's really, you got a $1,000 total difference in LEPC,
And the reason for that, increase is the,
which is Fund
Increased cost.
4914.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's due to the increased cost in the vendor that we use to put on our annual hazmat training exercise that we have to do every year, exercising plan. Other than that, everything's really the same.
Any questions for Brian? We reduced on the sex and violent offender expenses. Looks like. 3,000 to 1,500 or something.
yes, we had originally for last year, we had to put in for a computer. As part of that, so that money wasn't
Gotcha.
spent, so we don't need that much.
Continuing ed stays the same. K9 is a donation. We just have to make sure that the fund balance is there to support the appropriation when we put the budget.
Yes.
It's the same way.
Yeah.
It's donation. So.
The medical care for inmates, 1174. Okay. And firearms, 1156. State level. Pension is in the. JK, do you have anything else right now?
Now, I know when I talked to Dallas a while ago, he just got word that we did get that grant that we applied for our safety patrol stuff, so. It's $45,000 grant that we got awarded.
Should have a fund of 8110 for the drone.
So that covers guys to do extra shifts,
What's that?
the $45,000 grant is for.
Yeah, that is for bus arm stop, extra patrol and for DUI extra patrol.
So if they've worked that week already and they're doing extra shift, that overtime, it pays the overtime rate.
Yeah, that's basically, we don't have this. Additional patrol. That's additional patrol. We don't, that's.
So I'm saying they still are subject to overtime if they've already worked their hours out.
They'll get paid double by that company.
By that grant.
It's not through you guys, not through us. Yeah.
Yeah, the drone program's in there actually 4,600.
4,600.
And so I don't know for the DUI and traffic grant, do you guys want us to get a budget submitted for that? So that you can, some of that will be paid out this year because of the start.
We'll have to do the appropriation.
for this year, but then it will run into next year as well. So I don't know how you guys like to handle that with it being split. Otherwise, we'll have to do an additional at the beginning of the year to continue to pay.
Well, we'll have, does it need its own fund or?
It has its own fund.
Yeah, it has
They,
its own fund.
they ran this program before, it's 8,400. Is the fund number.
Is that federal? Then I think we may have to change that. Because the 8,000s are supposed to be for federal grants.
It's a step.
It is federal.
If it's federal, we can
Yeah.
definitely keep
Yeah, it's
that.
the exact same, right? Yeah, it's the same thing we've done before.
So we have.
The only difference is we add the bus stop. $5,000 a bus stop, bus stop on. Middle York, but it's the same.
And additionally, there was a fund notated 1101. It's for the accident report that is the sheriff's office. Our deputies do the accident reports, insurance companies request accident reports, we charge for that. We take that money in, and then that money is deposited into Fund 1101. And it's been setting dormant for at least 5 years. I don't know how much before that, but I believe there's about $2,300 in it. That I would also like to budget for, I just wasn't able to submit a budget through LAO without access to that.
Would be something to do those actually as January appropriations beginning. Do we know how much we're gonna spend it all on your this year?
For DUI?
Yes.
No, we won't spend on DUI.
We would have to.
So
Would assume an appropriation and
we don't know what we'll spend, so we'd be better off to do the appropriation in January for once you have.
Which we have left. Yeah, it's.
Cause we don't, I don't
trying to
know.
figure how that's gonna work, I guess.
You might have a period there where it's hard to work
Yeah,
until the new appropriations are made.
yeah.
When we
You're running into the
or we could
beginning of the year payroll,
appropriate at the end, maybe an encumber.
and especially if I remember,
Well, we'll have the January numbers for sure. There wants to work January one.
Yeah, so do we add an appropriation, Judy, and put like $5,000 in it
can
or
we go
something?
ahead and, yeah, can we go ahead and budget something so that it's already there to cover, and then we can do the math
We
at
don't,
the end of the year.
encumber it, payroll.
I get that.
But we could do it in additional, maybe in February or March versus January
Well, you
first.
could do it in January, but once you had your year end and know what you've spent, you'd know how much you'd have remaining.
Yeah.
To appropriate.
But I may not know that in time to get the additional in to be advertised 3 weeks prior, when I still have 3 weeks of payroll to do. So if we did an additional in February or March, and go ahead and budget for X amount for 26 and do the appropriation. Can't do an additional until there's AFR.
Can't do an additional.
Until AFR stuff. Yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna say. I believe any additional at the beginning of the year usually don't get actually put in until like March.
Even if it's grant funded.
Yeah, it's SBOA. AMR.
Here's your back.
I can't do additionals whenever the budget has been approved.
That's the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the other.
So
How much of I mean,
I don't know, because we literally just got the grant, we
Yeah, we just got it
just
today,
got
so
email
we just got
20
notified.
minutes before we got here on how much. So that would be something that I would have to have access and loud to even do,
Sure.
even submit a budget. So maybe if I can get the access to it, get it submitted and get it to all of you before September's meeting.
No, we need to.
We have to have it, we have to have immediately to advertise after.
Tomorrow, if I can get.
Yeah, give us a breakdown tomorrow
Okay.
about what you want in the 2025 budget for a placeholder.
That we'll have to do, and then
5 to 10,000 or something like that.
2026 budget. Okay,
Okay, it's 45 total, right?
Right.
You just have to watch that you don't go over this year.
Yeah. Than what we budgeted for.
Is it gonna be, is it reimbursable grant or do we receive it?
Yeah, I can, what do we know?
We receive-
receive it after.
we receive it, it's technically a match grant. We receive it and
Your regular salary counts as the match.
correct.
Yeah, what is the accident report fund money gonna be used for?
That is very specific to IC code. It's for traffic enforcement. The IC code is. It's related to keeping of accident reports and records and the prevention of street and highway accidents. So that's all it needs for, ideally, radars,
Printer scanner would be great.
printers, scanners, whatever we can use that money for, that we would normally be using law enforcement supplies or computer equipment for,
Is there currently revenue that goes into that?
yes. Every accident report that we sell goes into that. It's not a large amount by no means. It's like I said, it's been for at least 5 years.
$4. $5.
$5.
$5.
report.
$5
We've got $35 this year.
That's all the accident report? You done?
But no, that's not all we've done.
A lot of them get it from, bike crash from the
You
state.
can get online and do them from bike crash, or you can come to our jail.
You know how much money's in it,
Around
when you know what you're gonna buy, I mean, you're not gonna use it for payroll, right? You're gonna,
No,
I mean, it's for payroll. There is.
you just said something. while ago.
$2,594.
Yeah.
When you know what you're gonna use it for, just, I guess, we're gonna have to do that, either has to be put in the budget or we do the addition, so.
This year.
Well, or just put 2,500 in the budget, and
That was.
Yeah.
that's what you were asking.
That's what I was asking for, and that's another one of those I wasn't able to submit. We just found that fund.
Put it in the budget, so. We don't have to advertise an additional.
Well, either time you're gonna have, I mean,
Well,
Oh,
they
yeah,
advertise
that's
the pocket budget.
And then also, I know at the regular council meeting this morning that you guys did approve the sheriff donation fund. Would you also like us to go ahead and budget something for that, or just do it as it comes in? I know the Pike County Annual Night Out, that was something a lot of people wanted to donate money to us. And by the time we're advertising that it's coming and people want to donate money,
it's too late.
doing the additional, it was too late, just because it takes so long. So budgeting money that we potentially could be getting. Knowing that we're not going to spend it unless we have it.
I don't think we can budget potential though. Donation account.
I mean, if you have any kind of history, you can do an estimate, as long as it's relatively low.
On the.
It's a
33A.
total home rule fund. So DLG have to care of it.
Oh, okay.
As long as you put an income on
I
the
thought we had to have the
33A.
balance in the account. Perfect.
No, I mean, as long as Judy puts in a miscellaneous revenue equal to the appropriation.
Oh,
we know we have to watch.
Yeah,
Close.
and you can't spend it if you don't have it.
Correct.
Yeah, we had several people, in fact, Night Out was really wanting to donate towards that, but maybe it got to us too quick to try to do anything with, so. You know,
So that makes sense.
So donations are always designated anyway.
Yeah.
You're not gonna spend it for something.
Right.
that- for chip.
Lose
Unless you
it.
lose.
That's the thing we have to be careful about, that there's a resolution that says how we can spend that money.
And I appreciate, I mean, with that being said, I mean, the night out, I know Greg was there, Eric was there. I thought we had a pretty decent crowd, first time we've ever had one like that, and, I couldn't have been more pleased really for the turnout, so. And hopefully next year it just becomes even bigger, so.
What are you thinking is a reasonable amount? 5,000? 10,000?
I'll be honest with you, I would have to get with, Deputy Lee and Oscar, because they were the ones that kind of took. On that, on.
I paid 500 for the plate.
I was trying to say.
Yeah. Or for KJ not being age. So, and I believe there's another.
Yeah, there was another couple, but I would say anywhere between 3 to 5. That would probably be.
I think 5. I'm not trying to break something, that would be great. Use.
Are you guys okay with putting budget then on their donation accounts? So they don't have to come back and ask for an addition?
We'll have to get it done. Sometime. See, goes to the.
Well, it has miscellaneous revenue, do you want to have miscellaneous expense?
Sure, and you've given the council your commissary report.
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yep. Cause that's a new.
And also, John, I'm not sure if you guys looked at 1175 from this meeting, but. It's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
For some reason, I had my hidden, that was cool. That's you guys.
If you wanna, before you move on, if you want that number somewhere now, I'll let no one.
1101. It'll be the other side.
What is that?
The medical tax day report. I added or an expense line, you wanted.
I don't show it. Yeah.
So just to recap on that, we're gonna add a $2,500 to the accident report appropriation, and we're gonna add $5,000 to the sheriff's donation account for your your night out.
Right.
And the UI. Traffic control, maybe what,
And
that's the one we'll have to break out,
you said you're gonna give me a number tomorrow on that.
Yes.
correct?
Right.
The
Anything else?
1175 misdemeanor.
Which went up by just went from 11 to 11.5. What are you, that's Central Square?
Correct.
The donation. It's the.
The accident. So you only got 2,500 in accident then.
Remind us 6 years from now when that builds up again, we appropriate some.
Yeah.
All right,
Maybe a little longer than that.
are you good? Caught up?
So
Thank you, guys.
it was the same. but it
Sure,
made
sure,
a
that's a
change.
question. All right. Tyler, you're here. Do you care to join us?
Yeah.
By waking up.
It's fine.
Greg, do you have a heart attack today?
Dinner will be sometime, but not.
This is,
Judy has got this, yes, you know.
235, general fund 235.
Well, good job.
Says, 302, it is.
302, okay.
Right. Very things. Yeah.
This is. 302.
That's 0302, isn't it? Isn't that where you started, or is it 03?
Yeah, 302.
General fund 03.
Hey, I'll get rid of that. Okay, keep that.
Well,
Alright,
tomorrow.
I've got some back. I got some fruit on there. I think I did.
okay, Kyle, we've done 3%, correct?
Correct.
Anything else to note as far as increases in emergency management?
I did do a increase in vehicle maintenance and gas, but I also included the boat in that as well. And then also we'll use that, for any trailers of the, we have.
Then your, of course, we had a reduction in the siren maintenance.
I did, and right now, just because I knew we were looking at cutting things back, right now I've placed, I'll be going on when they come in, 2 different sites, batteries. And then also at some point, Century Siren is going to be coming in and installing a satellite on top of the jail. Which they said it will probably cost about a couple grand, so I was keeping that, keeping a little extra money. In the maintenance for that project when that comes this year. So, but. I felt like judging on the, batteries that are currently in good condition, I felt like I could reduce that down to 6,000 and be safe.
I know you've done a lot of work on those this year.
Right.
And the other thing, obviously, you've got a big item with the
Large equipment.
large equipment.
Right. And so. We've never had this before. What the project with that was. What my idea is to have a emergency backup. Dispatch center in case something happened at the jail, whether storm weather or. I mean, even a malfunction sprinkler head in the server room that would cause all the electronics in there to go down. It'd be, the plan would be to have a backup center at the health department in Winslow. It'd be pretty basic, it'd be just enough operations until Petersburg could get running again. And unfortunately, I do not have exact quotes for you guys, for that project. I estimated it, I felt large at the 30,000 for it. And that project would include putting a antenna tower on that site. We have a lot of the radios, or all the radios for that to happen, but I would need 2 desks, 2 computers, and just different type of cables and connections.
So you're talking about, so if something went down in the jail, say in them,
Correct.
that 911 could be switched over and reset to Winslow?
Correct.
So right now, I have a kit called an Evo on the Go kit. That's a suitcase that I could take and activate 911 calls anywhere.
So so you have a case and once you hit the go button or whatever, the
911 calls get transferred to
to that
the,
case and into the phone you plug.
You have to have an internet connection.
you just have to have internet connection, yes. Now, what the majority of that cost would be is setting up the radio system to be able to dispatch out the resources we need.
So it's mainly the radio system set up at Winslow,
Yes,
the dispatch.
yeah.
So the 911 relay, you already got covered.
So yeah, 911 transfer is, yeah, that's already
Mainly
taken
just
care
set
of.
up the radio station.
Correct.
And you actually have the radios.
I do have a
You
radio,
it's just the install, the furniture, the computers.
Yeah.
Everything they need to come.
right? They have, and I mean, the health department has the space, there's.
It's a good location, it's far enough apart.
Right.
We get hit that hard, we're gonna need federal assistance anyways, if it hits the jail and it's.
Right, the idea thought of having that location is less likely the same storm, you know, or tornado.
Sure.
Get hit both of them. So, like I said, we never had one before, and I know this is a tight. Very tight time, so I just kinda want to present it to you guys and.
The only thing that makes me nervous is it's not high enough.
Well, so with the
Greg,
tower I was looking at, it was about 40 foot.
if you heard Greg a while ago, he said this may be the year to do something when things get stupid.
Right.
Well, so is it the same project that's budgeted for 25? That's budgeted for 26?
Different, that was the boat project,
The what?
EMA rescue boat,
Okay, so the rescue boat is the 39,000.
That's complete.
yeah.
This,
that's
this
the-
year, gotcha. So yeah, the 30's not enough.
So,
Can you install a bathroom for 30?
We don't have, depends on the quality of that, right?
Yeah. They've got that. So we bought a building in Winslow, that there's no medical, we moved the health department, but there's extra space. So it's a really nice building, and so using one of those extra rooms is what he's.
Right.
Yeah, we haven't got to the health department funding, but it's going down,
Right.
obviously.
So the concern is, because if whatever happens to the server there at the jail, if that goes down, the car radios don't function.
so not the server, but there's a radio system in there.
And if that is damaged.
The cars will function, but they would have nowhere to go to.
Yeah. So they,
The repeater would
They can talk to each other.
they could talk to each other, but they would have no central dispatch to talk to. That would be, cause the repeater is.
Who else? They would not be able to talk to the person who's on the 911 with.
Right,
so it's, the question I have, so the radio that's in the car, they can talk to each other.
right,
They can't talk to the box that you have,
right.
but. So why does that box need such a big antenna? Like, I mean, if we had that's my question, is why is it so expensive? Why isn't like, if it's just a radio that's in one of the cars?
So,
Cause that's essentially what we need, right, is. If we had a police car sitting there. Then dispatch can talk to them.
so so where Wiggles sits at, you really need to have. High enough elevation to get the signal out. Wherever they're at in the county. Now, yeah, if they're in that parking lot, they'll be
Okay.
fine.
Okay, so like if the tower's down here in Petersburg and the officer's in Spurgeon, he can't talk to the guy here.
Oh, he can talk to the guy here, he can talk to each other, but you won't have anybody at dispatch to be able to talk to. The main part.
The black box for 911, put it in the car, the JP is giving away for $1,000 and park it in his lights.
That's what I'm saying, why couldn't we do that?
Well, but we're still talking about you need some sort of repeater, so you need some pipe, because Pike County's a big place, I mean.
Yeah, well, the repeater would not be the dispatch. Repeaters are at, County Highway Garage, yeah. This is just a signal for us to get out, yeah, on those.
So that's what that's what I'm saying is that, do we need an antenna to do this if we could, cause
So-
we have one of those car radios.
So technically, you need 6 antennas. Because each radio channel has to have its own radio. So you have radio, 800 radio for fire, you have 800 radio for EMS, you have 800 for sheriff, and you have 800 for Petersburg law.
And so the officer can't speak to the fire, right?
No, they can, they want to, they have to turn their channels, but my point is, each one of those radios in dispatch has to stay on that channel. They're programmed in to talk. So like
And they
in
don't know-
dispatch,
I get it. They
yeah,
don't know
dispatch, you have a whole
thing.
module that you have to,
Okay.
yeah. It's not on one frequency, if everything's on one frequency, you can do one antenna, but.
But each department has their own set of radios that could be set on it. I'm just, sorry.
No, you're fine.
The, each department has their own set of radios, and if you had 6 radios right there on the cabinet, and you have your 911 device, do we need the big antenna?
Those 6 radios very well might not reach out, those handhelds, especially inside the building.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they won't reach.
If
Potentially may not reach.
Correct.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Is 30 a good enough placeholder, or do you think that?
After speaking with, my radio guru about the project, Nelson, he said 30, but he thought we could do it within 30.
You've also talked about trying to pursue some grants and other things to help offset those costs too.
Not for this project. I went for a different project on those grants.
John, the other thing, and I don't know where you're at with this, so we've talked about it. If you do that site, we've talked about getting rid of that mobile command.
Mhm.
If you sell that, there could be revenue there that if you're willing to let it use towards that.
Does the mobile command have the power in it?
That's what we're really bought for.
That's what it was bought for, and it was never. And I don't know, like we talked after last winter, it's a great idea, but to be outside in 5-10 degree weather in a camper. If the jail was destroyed.
I'm all for this idea, was just seeing, I just understand the mechanics.
But that may be another funding partial source. And I have no idea what
The
that's.
mobile command's always kind of been used more as like a command post, like just a place to work from. It's never functioned as dispatch, as a mobile dispatch.
And it sounds like it can't. Not really.
Not currently.
Yeah,
But it says-
definitely not currently.
Those two exist. Knox County does a really nice.
Yeah, what they are actual kind of RVs.
Theirs cost about
just-
$800,000.
Right. Yeah, Ward County is a really nice one, I've been there, so.
The only thing I can potentially think of, to that trailer, it's some sort of emergency situation like you're describing. I think it could be taken to high ground, to high point, or could function as,
Good function as that.
I think though, if you're worried about the height on the antenna at Winslow, I think the trailer first.
well, you could take it to a high place, so it was high ground.
But really where that building's sitting, I mean, that's about the highest spot in Winslow, in that area.
Yeah, if it floods down there in the bit before Winslow, if it floods up all the way up there, we're gonna need much higher.
Right.
All right, so any questions, any more questions on this? We think we've talked about it. We wanna get the scalpel out. We can do that next meeting, but. You already mentioned that? Okay. That was all under, Judy's kind of asking about the history on it, and that was all under bidder. I'm not sure where everything.
It was under the first coronavirus grant. Very first program we got started in 2020.
It was only CARES Act,
CARES Act, right?
which was like in
ET, van and equipment.
19.
I think 2020 is when we got, it all started with 1920. It was one of the last things we purchased, the RV itself. That grant,
I'm like,
Yeah, I'm on the 911 or the EMA advisory board. The EMA advisory board actually want, to advise the commissioners that we did not want charge of the trailer anymore. And I think commissioners have been talking to the sheriff about whether the sheriff wants it.
Right,
So that's the last I knew of that discussion.
yeah, and that's between them.
but I wanna push the issue because I wanna know
Yeah, it's,
if they're not gonna keep it, let's get rid of it. Or do whatever we can do with them, because why pay insurance, why have it, why take up a spot, once it's utilized for it now.
Bears.
The Bears, as a.
That's it?
As a.
Does it even go to Alabama?
It does.
It went out, well,
They get rid of it.
as a
Oh, good night.
polling station, more or less.
the idea behind it, of course, is that you use it at those events. So you're practiced to use it, so you need it for the whatever other emergency is.
But we've never used it for a purpose.
No.
Never had one to use it for.
Sad. Get rid of it.
That's why the EMA advisory board voted. All right, let's move on, guys. We're ready to move to this back, Tyler.
I'm ready, you guys are.
So this is
03.
0303. We'll dispatch. And then we'll do the statewide after that. So again, 3% on these, but you've actually got a reduction. That's in part-time.
So,
You got a reduction in both.
correct, so a big change we did is, after talking with, Judy and Audra. So we always had an IDAX coordinator, we have never had an IDAX assistant coordinator, which after going to 911 summit, chief summit or director summit. And then also talking to our rep at IDAX, we are supposed to have an assistant. So how we did, or how they did in the past is pay that IDAX coordinator their entire salary out of that fund. Well, what I wanted to do, and what we worked out is have more of a stipend. So that stipend will not be changed by any type of longevity or what's the word? The what?
The incentive.
The incentives or anything, it's just it'll stay the same stipend.
Tax on to whoever has that role.
Correct, just divide up by the payments for payroll. And so that's how I did divide that up, but then I put the coordinator's salary, just took that down to they're getting paid out of the dispatcher fund. And like I said, that was added on into there and figured so that's the main change on that part.
We've still moved somebody though, Tyler, because we went from 388 to 324.
You put Carrie as a dispatcher.
Yeah, I put carrying the dispatcher now. but also,
And that's under the other statewide fund then?
no, it's still in the same one.
So he doesn't have anybody in the budget for the IDAX coordinator, like her overall, he just has her stipend in there, but then moved. And made her the dispatcher and increase the dispatch line.
I'm gonna assume that our budget last year for dispatchers was overestimated.
That's true. Okay.
So. Based on the 144 forms that we worked up, that's how we came up with that salary number for that dispatching. For dispatcher fund or line item. We did add furniture and equipment line item, just because we did not have one, and when it came to replace the refrigerator, which you guys, through transfer, we made that. So that's why there's a new line item there, and in that line item is a contract for furniture we've had that contract for the last 2 years for the dispatcher chairs. And that has always, I guess, previously been paid out of professional services. Looking at it, looking at the past history of it, so I think this would be a more appropriate place.
All right, so we'll go to, statewide 911, which is, fund 12.2.
Still 3%, for my assistant director salary. The director salary on that. Reduction in telephone budget because the telephone budget also was overestimated last year. I did increase equipment repair, or no, I kept that same, sorry. Maintenance contracts. I am going to do my best to get that reduced on the Central Square. There's a lot of things that I have no idea who we're paying for on this. So there is a service called Field Ops on that allows, I have 5 users, which is myself, Chris, Brittany, Commissioner, and then, okay, that's it. To have that Field Ops, which is about 126 per license. Some reason I'm paying for 30 license. And I'm not completely sure. I asked Dallas just now if any of these are his. He said no, they pay for their own. They very well might be, 10 of them might be for the city. That's something I have to talk to Chief Mills and Mayor Cliffs about that, because our bill is tremendous for this. So something I kind of wanna see how you guys want to
You're looking
proceed
at
on
the
that.
maintenance contracts line item? Was that-
Yes.
1% of me.
Right, so we have that maintenance contract line item, but also under dues and subscriptions. We paid 1,200, which I think that 1,200 it would be the city's portion of that. For their officers.
can you do research between now and the, final,
Yeah,
the
I can do
budget
that.
adoption to where we can,
so if I can get that reduced, that'd be. Again, I don't know what I haven't read depth of the contract that was signed with. I mean, do you know, Judy, can any reductions be made during that
I don't.
contract?
That it's a big contract.
So. Again, prior to,
Yeah,
prior
no,
to me,
big contracts usually mean no.
yeah, so
Just multiple contracts or just one?
just one that was signed back in,
And this is the one that's under the maintenance contracts that you're
yes.
referring to, so there's one contract that costs that much.
Well, sorry, there's multiple contracts in that, but there's, the
Okay.
one is 37,000, I believe.
And that's the one we're speaking of?
Yes,
That's the Central Square itself.
Central Square itself, which is our CAD, which is great, but, gives us access, lets us dispatchers use CAD, make call logs, you know. The jail uses it now. However, I think we just have a overabundance of users on there or paying for the licenses that probably don't need to be paid for, but again, I don't know what type of
Or it's
contract.
being billed to the wrong department, maybe here.
Maybe.
Or whatever,
Right,
yeah, or we have to overtime. For some
Yeah.
reason.
possibly do.
Gentlemen, this is what started the attempt to get everything that was a contract under a contract. So that we knew we had a signed agreement, because when Tyler came on, he had no clue what bills to be expecting or anything of that sort, because he did not know what was contract. So the only way I know how to control contracts is if contracts are in one place.
and I'll get Brandon tried to get that. after it
Right.
started.
Oh,
Very good of- that he expressed his frustration multiple times and get off that, yeah.
If you can save us money, fantastic.
So we'll just make a note on here to check with
To
you
check back.
on that when we go through the document.
Huh?
There's a new dog.
Yeah.
Do you have an AT&T contract that's gonna come due, please?
No, we're not gonna renew that one.
Okay,
We're switching to Verizon on that.
okay.
So, yeah.
So, when,
But that would be actually through the cell phone on EMA.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Alright. And so the statewide 911 revenue,
Correct. So we get monthly. $12,279. That's the 2025. I have not seen 2026 expectations yet.
There's 47, 340. Yeah, that's what it is. Right in 25. What's the 90/10 annual distribution in that fund? Judy, what's the 90/10 annual distribution into 12/22?
Fund 90 again. Where you at?
It's revenue codes 241, 12/22 fund. 27,000. Wait, I think it's labeled as 90/10.
Are we in this fund? Well,
you're looking at the budget.
I'm looking at,
He's looking at
revenue,
Okay.
because I'm used to nothing else being in 12/22 other than AT&T's money.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So do you know what that is?
So that fund that's coming in,
Yeah,
so it's based off the wired and wireless calls or contracts that are in our county.
No, I know that, but the 90/10.
Oh, 19, no, I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was the fire department.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I'm just not used to any other revenue going into 12.
Into 20, yeah.
About the contract,
Yeah.
that we should be paying.
Okay.
Yeah, I,
Sounds good.
what is it?
Yeah.
No, I did not. I did not know what that 90-10 is.
Because it's been supporting that fund 27,000 this year.
He's coming.
Yeah.
It's been just, it's
1, 2, 3, 4.
once a year. Special appropriation. I wonder if that's what it is. You know, look, an additional.
Additional.
Yeah, like,
This is revenue.
but that's kind of like the, lit, where you get the special lit payment,
Yeah,
nobody used to get every once in a while.
yeah. The state doesn't give any more money out there. They give. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we'll find it.
Twenty twenty-four, we got 175,000. Did it reduce?
175 included the 27 that I was talking about.
Okay.
It was 147,348 plus 27,996. And the 27 varies. It was 33 the year before.
You know how that, cause I know back several directors said they never go back and relook at, funds that you receive, it's always, it's never changed.
Right.
Is that ever looked at the state level to readjust your revenue?
So it's tried to be, and the lobby group are adamant about getting rid of this. So that's why it's been staying the same, because they're like, everybody should be using their lip to fund E911. That's why the state did the E911 lip.
You know if Natalie's coming back to,
Not today, unless you want me to call her, and I think if you got done with him, Alan was here, Judy's here. Just need to let me know when you want her to come back. Are you okay with that?
I guess.
So where are they proposing it be ran by?
So Tyler was just now.
Are they thinking about
And Alan
getting
was
rid
here.
of that fund and then?
They love to get rid of it.
I'm okay.
I'm good,
I'm
thank
just.
you.
So far, no.
Okay.
It comes from the state treasurer's office.
All right.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, anyway, Kyler, I think you're the first person today that's had a lower request, both of their funds.
Yeah, that's.
And he says he's gonna investigate to get lower.
Yeah.
Good job.
He's not in that position.
Well, he brought good news. You didn't share it. with
What's your good news?
Oh, my EMA salary gets reimbursed by the state, portion of it, and they increased it from 18,800 to 23,500. Or 18,000 to 23,500, so be less getting paid out.
So an increase of 5 from them. We don't split that at 20.
Correct, no, yeah,
Very sure.
Judy has the email that was sent,
Does that go to the general fund, Judy, the revenue?
Yes.
Okay.
no, there it goes.
Understood.
What's the, you went from what to
We were paying 18,000. Or that's what the state reimburses back, and it's gonna go up to 23,500. I believe that's what that shows on that
Isn't this
paper.
just the bell of the ball?
Originally, that grant was way back when it was supposed to pay.
Funded 3 positions at
Yeah.
50% of your salary.
Yeah, it was huge. It started with Tanya, right?
Yeah, it was
That's the name of her.
50%, but now it's about 18.
Okay, 23. He just received this today.
All right, I think we'll skip help and go to Alan then.
Good job, we like more money.
Yeah.
Cannot be spent. Yeah.
So this is up at the very top. Station one.
There you go.
He's supposed to be transmitted.
So you had an increase in, part-time clerical.
Yeah, after what I went through this year, I wanted to be better prepared in case I had to hire anybody part-time. It could just be for a seasonal thing, or it could be a new employee all around, replacing somebody. But I just wanted to be better prepared if the availability was there.
Can you share just a little more about what you went through or what you think you need?
Well, with every new employee this year I had an employee leave, and I hired somebody part-time while the full-time employee was still employed by me. And for training purposes and whatnot. Now, knowing what I know now, it may not be a necessary thing. We see the need to cut it, but I wanted to include it. Because it would make things go smoother in the office to have somebody who has that 2 weeks of part-time experience out of the belt by the time the full-time employee has left. In this case, I was given a month notice of the employee leaving, so if I was given a 2 week notice of someone quitting, that would be different. They wouldn't be part-time for 2 weeks, they could be part-time for a week, or not all, depending on when I hire somebody, so. I don't know that it'll be used, but I did want to include it.
I was gonna say, it's pretty difficult to find somebody within a 2 week period.
Yes,
especially.
yeah.
It really is.
I think the reason it happened this time is because I had such a long notice, or not long, but longer than a 2 week notice, that I did jump on the opportunity to replace them.
Are the employees cross-trained where they can do each
They
other's
are,
job?
yes, yeah. For the most part, they know the basics of each other's job.
Okay.
Lana, of course, knows more than others would, but
Right.
Do you, if it's part-time for election, that's handled somewhere, actually.
yes, yeah, that is in the election fund. And I,
Almost like be a part-timer as an experience, because you're training.
what's that?
Almost would be a part-timer with some experience. It's just somebody brand new would know what they're doing.
Mhm. Yeah, if I was able to find somebody before the end of someone's, 2 weeks or say, and was able to bring them on, say, before they had while that employee had a week left of employment, that more than likely the person coming in is replacing that person's leaving. So while they're there, it'd be nice to have them be able to train them hands-on, or, say if I know how to do the job, but they do it every day and there's maybe some things that have changed, or, things that are different case by case.
Well, and the longer you're in it, you're going to be more.
Yes, yeah.
You're really not hiring a part-timer, you're hiring a full-timer.
Yeah, they'll be part-time until,
He got in a little bit of trouble because he
Yes.
temporarily brought somebody in, had
Without
already hired
approval,
them, and he had already. paid
Never had the
them
money for
Before he'd asked for.
Yeah.
yeah,
But, yeah.
I do too.
He's trying to come to, but, so he can do it again, but this time not be in trouble.
Yeah, right. Hopefully, we don't have to worry about it, but
Yeah, but it may not get touched, is what you're.
Yes,
It's only gonna get touched if somebody, if you lose somebody and you can hire somebody and.
That quick,
And
yeah.
train them before that other person leaves.
You're not gonna get time if it's bad.
I said,
If what?
in this situation, you had a month, so that's why.
If it's not used, yeah. Yeah.
What else? The situation actually happens for me personally 50-50. We have generally, when somebody leaves, they tell us long enough where it actually, we do have that month scenario. Or we beg them and they stay another week or two. Yeah.
And I could have asked, for the, I mean, I didn't have to, but, an increase in the full-time budget, but the part-time pay is a lower, pay scale and, typically in training and other jobs, your training pay is lower, but,
So you're gonna pay them less during that period.
well, however long they're part-time for, because I, yes, so
I will say this, Al,
I only wanted to have 4 full-time at a time, sorry.
I will say this, it's been our past practice. Let's say you have a retirement and not somebody that's just resigned, and you know for sure that that person is exiting, and they've given you several months' notice on their exit. It's been our past practice to generally approve the full-time replacement position starting early.
Okay,
And actually doing additional, but sometimes you'll have a savings too in the length of service program. But, to have a couple weeks of overlap for training.
so to bring the, if in that case, the person who started on this full-time,
Yeah.
okay,
Which I think we've always really supported those requests when those have.
okay,
Those,
I don't, because I think with insurance, whenever you guys budgeted, you budget based off of how many.
I know we've done it for something, maybe they were brought on part-time. Yeah, were they brought on as part-time then until?
I was part-time until, Jackie retired.
Okay, maybe I'm incorrect. But we brought the person on, maybe it was just brought on in part-time.
Yeah, I think when I knew that Angie leaving the recorder's office. Misty was already there, and worked part-time. Little while, I don't think she went for a whole time until Angie left, that's my experience in that case, that's you.
And then the wages.
I stand corrected, but just know we've always supported
Okay,
bringing someone on if the opportunity presents itself.
okay.
He was just not wanting to wait on the next.
So. Other than that, that's really the only city.
Yeah, I mean, I increased the postage, request, which I came to you guys with an appropriation this year. The, certified mail cost went up $2 per, package this time, and with the USPS rates, and I don't see it going down ever, so.
We ready to go to election?
Yep.
Election is Fund 1215, no, yeah, Fund 1215. It is an election year.
So 83. I've got 83,300 proposed budget, if you guys have that, but 25,000 in revenue. So it will pull down the cash balance unless we up the property tax rate. Sure.
Oh, yes, that makes sense.
What's the balance on the registration fund? On the election, yeah. Current fund.
We did.
Year end should be fine, we don't spend it.
The year in 24 was 163.
Should still be about that.
Yes.
But, you know, this was the off year, so we don't have elections the next 3 years, so probably needs to be close to match. All right, so walk us through what you got here.
The account 10,620, the absentee voter board per day. I worked out the math of the current, product there. The current form 144A, was it? Yes, and I believe that I can get it with $10,000. I see in previous years there was a higher expense than that $10,000. And I was able to track down exactly what that was, but I believe the number of days that those workers worked prior to an election, that would be enough money for that. And I would know after the first election, if I used over half that account after the May primary, I would know that I wouldn't have enough for the November, so that'd give me time to request an appropriation, but I believe that would be enough. There were a couple,
Time and board doubled from the last.
which one, confined voters board? So that is the travel board. The reason that Atlanta budgeted 1,600 but only spent 700, we never know how much that travel board is gonna be used. It all depends on how many voters request to have the travel board come to their house or residents. I don't see it being higher than that. It's not an common use thing. It's usually a nursing home, or some other confined voters, just a few of them, but it's not a commonly used thing.
Probably less and less.
I would think so. With this not being a presidential election especially, I don't see us going anywhere near the budget, but I don't want to have to request more. Yeah. I do see that my 3160 account is blank. I don't know if I got deleted, but that was the registration mills, which will need a number in there, but would be about 1,500. I'm not sure what happened there.
Your own die. That's the meals for the whole.
Yes, yeah, they're allotted a certain amount per person on election day. I believe it's been about $28, but I'm not sure on the exact.
On the,
It's not on the 144A, I don't know.
Around $1,500.
Yeah, looking at last year, I would say it's probably just a tad bit. I don't know if that includes the 3% increase or what increase it would have. But
Whatever foods about them.
Do they get, is that to provide a meal or do you get?
we provide them money to reimburse them for a meal. We don't, they don't give us just extra pay, a stipend.
Stipend.
Yes, yep.
Do you care to verify that number and?
I can, yeah. You want me to,
Let us know tomorrow.
I can do that, yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't notice that until now.
2750.
Yeah.
$27.50 per day per person.
Yeah.
And pay for
Yeah.
54 meals.
So that's one day. per person.
There's a little bit there.
Sorry.
That's just for election day, so you don't like traveling board and the absentee, but they don't.
So there'd be 30,
Yeah, times two.
yeah, there'd be 30 workers on our election day over all the locations, and then you multiply that by two for 2 elections a year. Maybe 60 total people, so.
That's $1,650. 60 times 2750.
Yeah, do some of you from the office work with?
1650.
No. No,
All right, 1650. Right,
that's it. I don't have any, the only difference from previous election years is the maintenance contract for microvote. They increased the price starting next year, from 15,000 to from 13,000 to 15,000.
and 2200 per.
Yep, no, ink stayed the same. At least they have not.
So that puts our total at 84,950. Yeah.
There was a,
Thanks for your patience with us today.
yeah, oh, you guys have had a long day. My 1119 fund wasn't on the schedule, but there was one, I have $4,500 going into my professional services account for the SBS portals annual fee. That's the same thing that I came to you this morning about, was the SBS portals. And that'll be the,
4,500.
yep, that'll be the annual fee for next year. Otherwise, that is all I have.
That's a fee-based fund. That's not a tax card. Paid through the-
Yep, that's our graduation, yep.
Anything else, Brown? All right, Judy. Do you like to take this?
No.
You're not gonna make her go sit there?
Raise your right hand.
Where's down whole shoes?
So, Natalie.
Do you care to share what you told? I'm not sure if I heard you.
I did not call her back in because he said to do it when Kyler was up, and Kyler was up, but Alan was already here and Judy's here and her day was ending, and I believe she had to go get a kid. So I figured she would come tomorrow. So it's on me. I did not call Ally back. But we will need to let her know when she needs to come.
7:30.
You're on your own with that phone call, Randy.
I'd say at this point, I'd say we'll just add her on the end tomorrow. But we may want to talk to Greg about health funding before.
There it is.
Would you like to, you want to talk about health funding before Judy starts, or?
Well, Judy will take 2 minutes or two long, so.
Okay, we'll do that before we leave, but I want to vote. Go ahead, County Auditor.
Pretty much what, there's a change with the chief deputy in that her position, I'm fully funding it from the general this year or 2026, and then change and will fund part of Nancy Rudipolar's position out of 1181. So, and because Nancy's position is the mapping position, and that of course is plat book. And so why that change was made. Deputy wage. We talked about this situation. The auditor's office is so busy like everyone else is. But with all of these changes and everything, we cannot keep up. My staff is not crazy about working a 40-hour week. By any means, it's not something they want to do, but they would like to be able to work 40 hours in a week if we should have to work to keep up with the deadlines that we have. It's cheaper to pay them to work more hours than it is to bring in another employee and have a bunch of fringe benefits and that sort of thing. And so what I proposed was to add 15,000 to the deputy line for them to be able to work over 35 hours. And, at the regular rate. And that's what 10,131 is. Postage, Misty and I have been talking about postage.
As needed, Judy.
Yes, definitely as needed. Like I said, they don't want to work 40 hours. But they can't even find time to use their comp time. They can't even find time to use their vacations. That's like Misty needed a vacation this week, and I had to tell her no, because we are in the middle of budget.
You give bathroom breaks, don't you?
Occasionally.
Depends.
Yeah, depends.
I mean, where depends?
She's used that joke for 18 years.
That's what the extra money's for.
Health departments tomorrow.
Okay, and the
That'd be
postage,
under solid.
we've looked at our postage budget again. We talked about it. I really think we can do it on $500. So I want to reduce that 2,500. We are doing extremely well with our vendors agreeing to do the ACH. And it definitely helped to be able to do the W-2s, online. So we put in quite a few things to try to help that process go. Pardon?
You say drop it,
Drop it to 500.
500 only?
Yep. Now, may have to ask more. We've got some in a, Pitney Bowes does a reserve account for us. I've got money in that account that I think can carry us through. Legal notices. Beginning January 1, we will no longer have to advertise additional appropriations or court orders. So that's going to help our legal advertisement go down. I was in hopes that we wouldn't have to advertise anything like the AF, like the 100 are, but they have not shifted positions on that yet. So
You haven't necessarily taken it down, right? It's 3,200.
right, because both the amounts that we're paying for the advertisement has gone up,
Okay.
and so.
So that the department heads don't have to have it in for appropriations.
They'll still have to have it, I think they've taken it to 14 days, that we will have to have it on our agenda. We'll have to have it on the website,
Gotcha.
beginning in January.
But we just don't have to pay to put it.
Don't have to pay to
So
put
it's
it
not
in,
an expense for a
Right.
small appropriation anymore.
right? So that will help.
What you're saying is for the things you do have to advertise, costs.
Has gone up. Like, how many pieces of property are we selling at the sale, we
206.
206 parcels. And, those things are expensive. Now, we've been able to cut it down. We don't only have to advertise once for the sales, but we'll put them online for the other 2 times. So we're looking for every way we can to cut down the advertising costs. Professional services, that's the ones we pay WTH some occasional fees. 1,500 for book repair. The one book that we had to repair this year, I know you remember that, was astronomical. So hopefully I don't have to use that. But. Conference chairs. That's for around the conference table. We have the new chairs, you know, for the desk now. But we have, we're still using the old ones around that, so,
You apparently have an exact quote on it.
yes. I do.
It's 1161. Any questions for Judy? Any discussion on the allowing the employees to go to 40? You have that authority now, you just don't have the budget to support it,
Don't
right?
have the, but, well, and actually I haven't used that authority. To allow them to work, they work comp time.
You're still not asking for any overtime rate, you're just
Right.
asking for the ability to burn a few extra hours to get a job done, so they don't have to leave it, and come back the next day. I think that makes a lot of sense.
And they're trained,
It's the way the rest of the world works.
they know how to do their jobs.
But government isn't always the best.
What's it not?
What about doesn't? Anything else for general? So 1181's flat book.
You see. Nancy's.
Part of her salary.
Her salary. The contracted services. We went down the road, and we got permission, and we were going to scan our transfer books and our flat books. The company that we contracted with doing that on limited sources, they went out of business. And so needless to say, we didn't go ahead with that project. Staff didn't have time to spend the time scanning that we thought they would anyway, so it certainly went to the back burner. But this has to be job, it has to be done. We have carried routinely a balance in our account of around 65,000, somewhere in there. And I feel like we could afford to spend 52,000 and take that 52,000 as far as it'll go and have SBS portal scan those books. And get them into the system.
You were went out of business.
We can't even think of the company. It's a small company that was at one of the auditors' conferences. This
It's
was,
imaging, which is,
no, it's not US.
that's somebody you might.
I talked with US Imaging. They were way higher than SBS.
And it was work.
So
Yeah,
just to put this in perspective. The 7750 for the deputy kind of reflects the annual revenue.
yes,
Income.
yes.
And you're asking to spend down the balance to get some of this scanning work done.
But leaving enough money definitely in there, you know, to pay that. And then we'll continue to bring in that revenue. So I think we can stay right at that amount to pay that without any difficulty and have our books scanned. Cause I think we're one of, I don't know if there, honestly, if there are any other counties who don't have them scanned. At this time, somewhere.
That they are scanning.
Yeah, they are all scanned.
Yeah.
No, we're not scanned. That's.
Yeah, here, I mean, we've got, in Shelby County, we got people in the basement still.
And county employees,
Part-time,
No.
Part-time county employees, in this meeting.
yes.
I think.
That's what we did in our office with all of our. Finally got done.
I mean,
We would like, you know, we will want to digitize them, of course, and make them available to the public.
So this isn't gonna be one of those situations where it leads to, we got them scanned, but then they're not searchable or findable, like the reporters had an issue.
Well,
Wait.
we will need to do this, and I'm taking SBS portals out of another fund. We will need to make them available for the public.
Okay. All right, so there is more money involved
Yes,
than
About-
just the 52,000.
yes,
Okay,
and that will be an annual charge.
okay. That's it, well, like in the recorder's office, they had an issue where they had all these documents scanned, but because I forget the name of the book, because the other book wasn't scanned, none of them are searchable.
Index books.
The index books.
That's right, they had to.
And that was missed, and so that was a huge other contract. For that,
And
this isn't the case
no,
here.
it's not that,
That's a
but
different-
SBS portals will have to be. There, and they are a portal, but these would be, even if we don't do the SBS portals, people could still come into the office and search. Using, you know, our computers, they will set up.
It would be
they can
their
search.
issue. So the scan is not useless.
No,
Well,
and then it's also stored and the state's got access to it and so forth.
I like how that got this. That she got the back part of it. Well, she had to get there.
Big expense, but we're the only department in the county that is not. The health department scans theirs and. So. It's been put off long enough.
All right. You ready to go elected officials training, 12/17?
It's-
Had more people attending training and you thought this needed to be touched, right?
Well, no, the State Board of Accounts says that it needs to be budgeted. I have not budgeted it in the past. And it's not a lot of money. We've been putting into the fund for a while. And like, I think the balance is like maybe 11,000 or so now.
11,007.
Okay, thank you. And it's, so it's just, we are having more training. Lots of you council members are going now, which is exciting. And so we have this fund that we pay for training out of, and then we have another general fund that we pay training.
The beauty on that one, I was surprised you didn't put something like 4,000.
Well, it's taken us, I don't know how many years to get to 11,000.
Yeah, I noticed it's about 2,500 per year.
Yeah. Just thought I'd use what was coming in per year, and then we can go back and ask more. But we do have a general fund that we take out. And then people budget for that.
I'm just all about trying to avoid additional appropriations, if, you know, as long as it makes sense to do that. I just take to come back next October and add $50 to it. I mean, if we're not, people are gonna go as elected officials, they're entitled to go. It's not like it's gonna be abused. I'd rather put enough money into it just to make sure we've got all our expenses covered.
And that's fine with me. I just went with what I knew.
I get that.
We paid 4213 last year.
Yeah,
That's where I came up with 4.
Some of the stuff that goes into the general fund could probably go out of this fund also.
when it's gone, you know.
Is it? But, I mean, does this have to be an elected official or can it be a deputy?
No,
No,
it's,
deputies can also.
it's a
They
specific,
just changed that a couple of.
So you're saying there's additional money besides this 4230?
Now, there is no additional money. The state called meetings and be paid out of the general fund. That is not budgeted because it's the general.
so yes, there's 2 pots of money, but this one, you know, can be used in. Council was just added to it last year, I think. you know, to be able to take advantage of it.
But this is we get this dollar separately, it's earmarked specifically for
Right.
this fund, it's not from local taxes.
No, it's from recorders. Fees, some fee in the recorder's office.
I just saving work, I think you move this.
It's fine
I
with
think
me.
some of the clerk's fees go into that too, don't they? And all they ever.
Let's move it to 4,000.
And then there's 1,001.05.
This is your Maximus contract,
Yes,
the SKS.
that's where I propose to take the that indirect cost is funds that come from the courthouse housing 4D. And the expenses that are put with 4D that like eating. You know, general expenses. And so we work with Maximus every year. And I think we're bringing in about 32,000 total this year. It's general fund money. If we don't use it, then, you know, it goes just flat out back to general fund for budgeting purposes. But I think the portal and the ability to pay Maximus, since they're the ones who do the report, so that we get the 32,000. It should come out of those costs.
The. Then would you need them? Questions? County council is 1,0061.
I don't know, Commissioner, been at 19 grand.
They need twice a month.
Live stream, so.
Hey, let's know why the commissioners.
I heard that, yeah.
That'd be possible, but I don't know, 15 minutes.
Well, Travis, make the motion.
Oh, people sound great. That's an easy job. Everybody just works. All right.
We bumped instruction and schooling, that's before I knew about this other. Elected official training fund. You want to take that back? We just added $4,000 in a place I didn't know we had. I'd say let's take it back to the 500, and this can be our overflow if we need it.
Remember, it's there.
Looks not one.
Legal, I put this in, guys, I mean. I don't know what we're all gonna run into with wheel tax and adopting things, so I put that in for in case we needed services, hopefully we're in good shape with Val. Obviously, it takes us to decide to spend it, but it will be not something I can just spend. We take, and so if it stays there, and we, kind of like with professional services. contractual services, if it's there, takes all of us to spend it, so I mean, I'm not worried about. You know, us being careless with it or spending it without. Doing it, sounds like more, we may have more down the road. Then, travel expense, that's just. Even the state call meeting, of course, I guess in the training. Line item cover that too.
It's amazing how much it costs,
Jeff and I both went to the state call meeting with our, you know, it was a couple $100 a piece for. And then, professional services, we've had that in there for. And we got Greg's group listed there at the 30 on the professional services. And Greg told me that we could keep that amount level again for next year. But the 5, I mean, it's just a placeholder again, it takes us to authorize to spend it. We had to use Baker Tilly on some things with the abatements and things like that in the past. We've also got, as these abatements that we have out there need touched or reviewed or make sure we're in compliance, that's another place the legal services can come in place as well. So.
I think we're good.
My opinion, Greg Garrett has scared us enough today about our future. They sure just placeholder for next year.
He scared me so much, I don't think I want him back.
Talk about 1159 and 1161.
I'd love to.
So 1159 looks good because you've got a pretty strong balance in 1159. And
This is health, guys.
Pardon?
This is public health.
Right. So the balance at the end of 24 was 546. Looks like it's budgeted for 246 and 247, 25, 26. It'll be a little bit over revenue at that, but the actual spend's been more like 91%. So it ought to be fine. You probably will end up about the similar balances of maybe 500,000. 1161 is properly been reduced to 80,000. You should have, Judy, the health department should say the state has approved it and the grant has been awarded.
we have
Good. So for the 80,000.
84 something, wasn't it?
84,
I'm thinking it was.
because the budget I had was 80,440. And I thought.
Okay, that's what it is.
Okay.
That's the full.
It should be the exact amount.
Yes, that's it.
It was really, in my opinion, a disservice. A disservice to create for 2 years and pretty much 2 years only, and then cut your, you know, at least part of your head off. And drop it down from a $300,000 level to 80. And you know, they were pretty adamant about it staying, but they weren't pretty adamant after the budget cuts, after the state budget cut. You know, I would expect maybe this will even go away in 2 years. Here.
But I think we're all planning
Yeah, I told everybody from the beginning, do not expect it to stay around. You know, and it's not, so. So, that one looks good.
Gentlemen, I'm sure they'll explain it tomorrow, but what they have done is they have cut the Kay's position back to part-time sanitarian, back to what she was before this all started. Is the move that they made.
Is there a reason for the big overtime reduction or? 11:59,
The overtime reduction.
yeah,
Well, they did, number one, get a lot, the reduction was the overtime was supposed to be on emergency basis, because they were like us. They were originally a 35 hour and didn't receive OT. And that developed when they were giving so many vaccines and all of that.
oh, okay. In 2024, they spent a lot of it and then, yeah, they've not spent a lot this year.
That I think, Natalie can explain more of the department.
I didn't look at this year, I didn't see it.
Okay.
I was looking at 2024 as it was.
Do you have any insurance that's gonna change? We've already done.
I don't think they have a line item for it because I paid it.
The group is their health.
I throw something out there.
Yeah.
You were talking about the deductible insurance, the department's paying for insurance, so everybody that has a vehicle, are they gonna need that line item? And budgeted or?
Yeah, we kind of we're forgetting that every time on the insurance, yeah.
So, yeah, you have, besides highway, you've got assessor, you've got
Sheriff,
Coroner.
assessor, highway, EMA. Command,
park.
does help? They
No,
don't
they
have
won't.
one, that's right.
It's not a good question though, right?
I guess for the departments that are under the general fund, that would be paid by the general. Does it really need to be within a department?
Somebody just mentioned that they wanted them to pay their own deductible. so.
The main thing was that they had to come and ask, and then that way we would know if they continually are doing something. It starts to be suspicious or whatever.
Well, especially if they're not paying the premiums now.
For example, if the car's always being parked where golf balls are hit. You know, that's something in that, if they always have to come before us, they're gonna be less likely to come before us and ask for another windshield. They're gonna start moving the car and parking it somewhere else.
Sounds like you've had a personal experience with that.
No, I have not, but I deal with people every day.
Since Brandon's here, maybe park now, or?
I don't have any myself, but
He's just very irritating.
Yeah.
Is, is any board members coming tomorrow?
our
Is any of your board coming tomorrow?
Jan should be for sure. I don't know if it's
So, good question. I'd say let's just do it in highway sheriff this year and. See how it, cause I don't know that everybody else was paying it out of their insurance line.
Well, like they said, nobody had to pay for their windshields before, that's new.
It's a new thing.
We've had deductibles that they had paid before, like, so I think it's always getting out of insurance.
Comes out of our insurance line.
I don't remember it ever being a big deal,
Yeah. It would make it, right. So where are we?
Because they use the same line for their premium and for their deductibles, so they just didn't have money left. I don't know, like,
If we were completely draining that line,
yeah,
that's the issue.
yeah.
So let's go to 1176 real quick. line 3,300, 30.
I think pretty. Location or what I think.
The sheriff, we put 3,000 in. Should we put 3,000 in highway?
I don't know how much the highway has claims.
Plus the windshield for bigger.
Yeah, do they have insurance claims or are they just? Yeah.
Here's Christie, I mean.
She's also. Let's do 3,000 for now.
I make him throw a rock and doesn't. Yeah, I think.
Takes that to 2896, 962. We had a dump truck totaled last year, we had. Which was actually a blessing, you saw in the dump truck before it got stolen.
Kind of hard to tell the difference. Shot.
Yeah, it's kind of bent, but and you said you're good with the way yours is set up?
So I still have to pay by insurance line.
And for a while, you were killing a deer over here.
You died there. Yeah.
So
You just say yourself on fire, is that what you
Truck on fire.
there's video of that.
It was a blessing too.
Great,
Yes, sir.
we're more or less done for the day. Have any other words of wisdom for us?
No, I think your grand total, I mean, I am concerned your grand total on general fund's gonna be higher. Right? There's no doubt. And so, again, that's your runway that you're starting to set from. And so you've done a good job of trying to get it down.
Well, I
But
don't know that I mean, I could see us coming back with, I think everyone was kind of taking it in today, and I could see us making some adjustments.
But I'm telling you that the 700,000 additional, you really need to properly budget and not additionally. Number one, I say no encumbrances unless it's a highway project or bridge project or some special project. Then I say limit all the additionals because that just increases your budget midterm. And you're not even, we're not taking those into account when we're looking at 25 budget, 26 budget, because that's been your budget. So, you with me?
I'm trying to, but yeah.
Because that increased some line items in the 25 budget. And so, you gotta watch that you're not playing continual catch up on $700,000 of additional appropriation. Be really nice if we had 1.3 million, maybe Judy, if there's an easy way to take that 700 and dissect it further in maybe the top 10 additionals you had in what line item, and then make sure we're budgeting enough in that line item where those additionals were made. See what I'm saying?
In other words.
So ignoring the tough one, look at the next top 10 highest appropriations.
Right, and then add them to the appropriation line number 13,200. Okay, I made that up. And if that's $5,000 and you did additional of 10,000 or 50,000, then is that properly already budgeted for 2026? Because my assumption is the additionals you scrutinized you did today, you scrutinized pretty hard. So they had to be made. Right? And so they're gonna be there come 2026.
Yeah, I think it's illegal to work somebody without paying.
So I guess that's where I'm coming from on this, you know, because I've seen that get people in trouble. And it's called catch up, and I'm not talking about something you put on your hot dog.
So to sum up, you're saying we would be better if we over budgeted than to be appropriating additionals throughout the year.
Now, some people like additionals because then, you know, they have to come before the council and, like you said, ask for it, and you get a right to.
What you did.
Yeah, yeah, and so, Christie, you reacted?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, so we've already used, the tech point team is mine, so it was 750,000. But that, we knew that was coming, we knew we were coming in after we got our bids, but we're doing the same thing again with bathrooms. So we budgeted for the design aspect of it. But if we got our design approved in September, October, we were just gonna come back and ask for that additional. So even in the beginning of the year, I don't have anything budgeted for that project, so would it be better to budget our estimated number for that
We
project?
spoiled ourselves, if that makes any sense. For years, our miscellaneous revenue, we've always kind of budgeted to our tax income. And the miscellaneous revenue has been gravy. And we've been able to go back and count, because even with scrutinizing additional, our cash balance in our general fund has went up $150,000 to $400,000, usually every year. And with the way things are now going to change, that's why this capital improvement plan to me is so important. And I don't know how many times we have said here in this meeting and said, is that all? Yes, that's all we need. That's all we got. We're in good shape. And then March gets here, well,
The wheels fell off.
the wheels fell off the magic machine, and it's crisis, we got to replace. Well, what kind of shape was it in? Well, it had 688,000 miles, you know? So, I mean, I'm not just picking on any one department, it's multiple departments that can find themselves in that situation if they don't really look at their fleet, or they don't look at their equipment, or they don't look at their capital projects.
I feel like on ours though, we knew those projects were coming up, we just didn't know a ballpark. I mean, like our ballpark range that was thrown out in Pike was 500,000 to 1.2 million, you know, I mean. So you don't know, and I'm kind of the same way with the bathrooms, I'm not an architect or an engineer, I have no idea what that bathroom project is gonna cost us to even start to, I mean, I can guess, just like with a server, I'm totally guessing on what that server is gonna cost. So do we guess, we get a best estimate from somebody that we can put it in for next year? Or do we just not and then spit it out and come back?
I say the first one, you get best estimate. And you know, kind of, yeah, and, you know, it's not your estimate, it's usually
Right.
someone that is in the know.
Right.
And, you know, we always say the 5-year capital improvement plan should have most of the items on it. Then when we get either closer to enacting that item, then we get a better estimate. And we keep updating the estimates
Yeah.
to give management the opportunity to see the whole picture. Okay,
So I guess.
otherwise
the
it's
question
zero.
is, because it's a bid process. How accurate, you know, like, do I just call an architect and say, what do you think? Engineering,
Did the designers not have an idea?
they haven't given me one, all they're giving me the estimate and the quote for is the process. So the design and the bid process and then watching to make sure.
I think there's always been a fear from the council of over budgeting, so we don't, well, if we give them 600,000 in their line item, it's only gonna be 400, we're gonna spend 600.
Sure.
So, I think that's part of the mentality of this board is. Well, they'll spend up to whatever we give them the authority to spend. As opposed to. What's it take to get the project done?
I totally understand that. And but again, with zero, then you've got an undisclosed liability coming to a theater near you. That you really kind of are overstating your cash balances in your financial position
So even if.
without accrued liability.
Does it, so would it make sense for us to take use a tuck pointing as an example, so she has an estimate of. It ranged from,
The original ones were, well, I mean, we started out at 3.25, and then it was 500,000, then when the bids came in, they were 744 to 1.2. I mean,
so
would it
So we
be better
won't-
to have the 3 or 4 or 500,000?
placeholder, so.
500,000 placeholder.
So originally, whenever the prices were 3 to 5, you're saying,
Yeah.
you should ask for 5.
Correct.
But it,
And for something like that, tuck pointing doesn't become luxury, it becomes an absolute necessity. And if it's not done right, guess what? Water flows back.
Well, but bathrooms could be a luxury.
Yes,
So
so I
be
did,
gold plated.
so that's why I use that. So you gotta work as a team, but zero doesn't work
So
like check does.
Brandon has a project. The park has a project, they have a shelter house project, restroom project, capital project.
How much?
I'm estimating 350,000. I don't know, that's rough estimates with people I've talked to, but it's in the infancy stages right now being drawn up, so. The architect's not going to
Sure,
give me a ballpark price, because he has no idea.
but usually we take square footage times cost per square foot. And especially on something like that, they ought to be able to give you at least a cost per square foot. Now, the bathrooms, no.
Well, this is kind of a different building, it's not just a block building, it's a.
Sure. Oh, they're not redoing the current, gotcha.
It's a grain bin. Venue with an excess building in the back. So it's not. Something that's commonly built.
So. It's gonna have to come back to the fiscal body, but zero doesn't work, blank check doesn't work. Maybe something, a reasonable estimate in between.
So is debt a bad thing? I mean, it could be.
Is debt a bad thing? Did you ask me that? So no, and I have mentioned it to city or to counties before. It's like, oh God, he talked debt, like I was using a real 4-letter word.
Right.
And so debt and equity is a fact of life. Debt in a municipal, you can't beat the interest rate on a tax exempt municipal debt, okay? And it just depends on the term. There are costs to issue it, but that can be minimal too, or reasonable. And so, no, now you always talk about term, but if you spend, I've had counties so proud that they've never been in debt, and then they had $152,000 in their general fund, and it took us 5 years to dig them back out. Okay, and the one way they did it was they quit paying cash for everything. They had to.
So if we. Instead of coming back and asking for an additional next year on this building. Should we go get a loan and try to pay for it that way?
Not a loan, but you probably, you could also put a couple projects together and do a small general obligation bond. And put the park and restrooms, couple items together, that's what we do in other counties. Okay, and if you're going to do a general obligation bond, which right now, remember, that's outside the levy still. And is reasonable, and it's the lowest form of financing you can get at tax exempt rates, and so far, the triple B didn't torpedo it, and they won't torpedo it. Because there's too many state senators that have built really quality projects with tax financing.
I mean, we've got multiple buildings that we want to upgrade or, renovate over the next 5 years, because we're getting ready to create our 5-year plan.
Right, so that's what we need, is the 5-year plan, capital plan from everybody, so we can have this discussion first. Okay, but without the numbers and estimates, and whether council and commissioners are for the projects. Usually what happens is in Hancock County, the commissioners come up with their capital improvement plan. And then they say, okay, council, we want you to fund it through a possible GO loan. And because of the level, and they then come back or do basically a needs resolution. And then the needs resolution comes to the council on how to fund it. That's how a Jake German or somebody would tell you how it's done in other places.
But in Brandon's situation where he has so much revenue,
Yeah,
he would not bluff or borrow. He would.
They're cash heavy.
yeah, because he's cash.
Right, no, I knew Brandon,
Yeah,
no, not borrow. Yeah, okay, because that's what you were asking, but he wasn't giving it to you straight.
But I mean, that way we have money in reserve for other situations or projects or something like that. We wouldn't know it all in this one grain bin.
Yeah.
Shelter house, we still had money to update smaller venues
Right.
within the park and not, disrupt that.
Just pay off the Smith property.
you're not,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
yeah, at 1.2 million, you were 1,278 at the end of 2024. That's a really nice park.
You can do a lot of projects. Yeah, now, if we get to the point where you're spending everything getting down to 50,000 to 100,000, that's where he's saying, but he was saying that as a county.
Yeah,
But he was saying that as a county, not as a.
But $7,000 to $8,000 or $700,000 to $800,000 of that 1.3 is our operating costs.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
That's, we don't have that much in the bank. That's part of our budget that we're getting ready to go over tomorrow.
Say that again,
The 1.3,
700,000 is your operating money?
that's our budget every year, and then,
yes,
Yeah, but you're not taking into consideration your annual revenue.
right.
that replenishes that, but it's, the 1.3 is not cash we have available, because 700,000 of that is set aside for our budget for that year. Am I not right?
Yeah,
Set it aside for a year ahead. I see the revenue you have coming in 2026 is to operate you in 2026.
Right.
So you just built a surplus.
Yeah, because if you look at the sustainability, you're staying around 1 million over the next couple of years.
And we have,
Without, now, I haven't seen the capital improvement plan.
and Greg, we have on time to time, just like with the election board. When they get cash heavy, we needed it elsewhere. We've taken some of their levy away to move it.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have a project in the queue, or they, so that's a way we have managed that. As I mentioned a while ago, with building up that miscellaneous revenue and general fund each year, we've also built up in income tax, so in the edit fund. It has continued to grow. And again, it's been our safety net for the big projects, for, buying the extra dump truck, or for doing the county road project, for doing the bridge. And that's what we're going to have to, again, now that those edit dollars are gonna shift to help replenish the general fund. And we're gonna have to have this whole new system here in a couple of years of a fund that's gonna be spent every year to run this county. We're gonna potentially lose our slush fund there, not that it's a slush fund, but that's where we built our positive balances.
Yeah, I don't call it slut, I call it cash working capital.
Yeah, exactly.
And we did your cash working capital calculation in our sustainability. And you gotta have money to pay the first 6 months of pay. So,
Right, because we're waiting on the tax notice.
right, and that's what it does.
So that's why that's again, why these plans are gonna be so important, and why we have to have a forecast now. That way we know what kind of project money we're gonna have above and beyond, because we can't just not do things and be competitive as a county. We can't just break even and just pass the taxes, just large enough to cover our expenses. We've got to have some level to be able to respond to opportunities to make this place better and do smart things. Not extravagant things, but smart things.
And possibly keep money back in case you have to make economic development happen.
Right.
But you've got, remember, smart economic growth. Allied to income.
You had talked about, and I would still like to do this, and I know when people have come in and go in, and a lot of our department heads ended up going to eat while you were talking today at lunch. I was, and rightfully so, but I would still think that once we get through all this, and we have that forecast, and we kind of have the better outlook for the future. You had talked about maybe doing a department head.
Oh, yeah.
An official meeting.
Yeah. Because the more you can educate, this is a team, and the more you can educate your department head. And maybe, John, we have that, once you have the five-year capital improvement plan by department. And we have, I do that up in northern Indiana, a lot of times with, we'll have all the department heads talk about the capital improvement plan and the other things. You've got to make your stakeholders team players. Not that you don't.
Guys, if you have any questions or concerns, I do keep kind of a master list of questions, capital projects, structural pay changes outside of the of a cost of living, and then also anything that was an increase for, that was a project increase. So it's keeping a list of that and things that we potentially have as action items. If you have things written down or things you want to question, or make sure is on the final adoption agenda, please email me those questions or send them to me, or make sure I have them written down. I will put together a master list of things after these 2 days, as I did last year, to things that potentially do need to be addressed in the final adoption. Greg, do you have any final thoughts on overall raises and cost of living?
Don't go over 3. I mean, I understand, I call it Greg's market basket of inflation. If we go to the hardware store, if we go to the grocery store, if we go to whatever, it was higher than 3%. I understand that. In the past, it's kind of subsided maybe a little bit, no? So the answer is you'll never catch up with the real cost of inflation, but you're under the constraints of government. Okay, and that noose is getting a little tighter. Matter of fact, the theory is that, well, I was told point blank, growth quotient's going away, and I bet next year it goes away. It's the secret. So get ready.
So one of your thoughts might be, we should do some level this year, just to make sure we can.
Everybody, most counties are saying, we're gonna give an increase now because we may not be able to in the future. So, absolutely. But I don't want everybody to jump out of local governments, so, and again, LIT, there's some tools that'll be in the toolbox, but we gotta select them carefully. And John, maybe we look at a little bump and edit next year. You're too late this year, or pretty much. And, go ahead and bump it, even if it's for a year, because you're gonna get there anyways. I've already showed you. So. And build the bathrooms.
Without no play.
Well, thank you.
So we will, anyone have anything before we close today? I'm gonna put health department on the end. Hopefully, we don't have the big preamble tomorrow, so hopefully we can stay a little tighter instead. And we're set to start at 8:15. So
Yeah, the only suggestion I would have, if somebody's really good with one of the budgets, they make a motion to, hey, this looks good, we go, not a motion to approve. But that might make things run a little faster or a little bit more, you know. Yeah.
All right. So we stand in recess until 8:15 AM.
Yeah, I agree. Hendricks County. Alpha County.